Hello, I'm another city boy. This is how we started our week. Wow, the city boy is back and we are back in action. Yes, the city boy is back and the dull moments are over. We're now fully into the political arena. Take a look. Yes, the Jagaban is here, and now we're talking about capacity, and we're talking about ability to perform, and we're talking about doing the job with ability, and if it is, you know what, bring him in.
And I'm happy to be back to my fatherland. And Nigeria should expect a very intelligent ability to think and perform. Nigerians will expect that the help they needed is here. The hope that is almost teetering is back and back actively. And we hold every effort to the country of patriotism, dedication, capacity, and ability to do the job.
Yes, ability to do the job is very important. People forget that. There are a lot of people who pretend that they can do the job, but do they have the ability to do the job?
Not negative thinking, not the fact that Nigeria has failed. This country, or this continent, is the greatest of all, and we should be a help. If it's rebuilt, we are builders.
Hold on. If it is rebuilt, we are build that. I don't get it.
If it's construction, we are constructed. But
wait a minute. If it is construction, we are I don't get that.
Constructors. If it is assurance, we give Nigeria that we definitely will make a better country out of it all.
Wow. I told you, he's here, he's back, and he's hitting up. And when he's back, you know, it means celebration. People are happy. Yes, stay with us. We are going to celebrate. We are going to discuss. We're going to talk about it because the man we've been waiting for is here. All signs point to an exciting 5 months before the Nigerian election for president in February. Oh yes, on the first day of the campaign, Atiku paid for the front pages of all the major newspapers in the country. Take a look at that. This is big money. Meanwhile, Peter Obi, the Labour presidential candidates, opened his campaign by visiting everybody that opened their door for him. Oh yes, oh yes. As for the incoming president, I know, our Bola Tinubu, yes, he traveled to London to rest. Take a look.
Where is your presidential candidate, Bola Ahmed Tinubu?
Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is in London.
What's he doing in London?
Exactly. What's he doing in London? He cannot rest in Lagos.
Yeah, that is how you know the incoming president. People ask me, why are you calling him incoming? Why is he the This is how you know. He let others start ahead of him. Go, keep running. I'm coming. When he comes back, those who have been mobilized will troop out to welcome him. That's when you know. Like this one. Today's show is about thieves, robbers, and more thieves and more robbers. From Los Angeles to Enugu, from the Niger Delta to London. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the show. It's Saturday, October the 8th, 2022. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo, and today is a great day. Just like every other Saturday, we welcome all our friends online, those who are joining us in the studio. We have regular people here already, and we will have a great time today. Of course, the big news is what it is. The man that we've been waiting for, the man that disappeared on us, finally returned. His people said the eagle has landed. We are going to talk about that, the return of Bola Tinubu, the APC's presidential candidate, back into Nigeria. We're going to talk about the flooding that is happening across most of Nigeria. We are also going to we have special guests coming up. They're coming in at 1 p.m. New York time. And those are the founders of HelpMeWaka. They are going to come in the studio and talk to us about their company, their business, and their products. But we are going to start with our usual way of starting, talking about the events of today, the leading stories. And joining us from Kwankwaso capital is Ovie. Ovie, welcome to the show.
Assalamu alaikum, ya Jama.
And we have from Nigeria, we have Blessing. Blessing, welcome to the show.
Good evening, everyone.
Okay, and from Dallas, we have Janaba. Janaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy.
And from the Gambia, the only African country you have to put that, the Gambia, is James. James, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Good evening from the Gambia.
The Gambia, yeah. All right, we have other people who are in the studio. If you want to be out there on the screen, turn on your camera, we can let you in. So let me start with Ovie. The game has changed, Ovie.
The game has changed. Feel it? I mean, you can tell. You can tell. The game has changed around me too.
Oh. I mean, I don't think anybody will remember your candidate anymore because of.
Isn't that that is a good strategy, right? Let the main guy finish himself before we get to the battleground. Then we'll show who has the people behind him or not.
So looking at the pressure on him and the rumors out there and everything, what is what's the take what did you take out of this? What happened? Okay.
Oh, about Tinubu.
Tinubu, yeah.
I mean, I think Tinubu is a master. Is a master game player. I mean, it's not a JJC. It's not a newcomer in the game. So you understand. I think I give it to him. I think if I to paraphrase, right? I mean, about 48 loss of power. I think lost 16. Just said something about absentee and to see able to go to able to be talked about. This is a guy who we went from being all angry at him that is now we need to hear from him. He's not going to interview like his opponent. From there now on to the fact that he said what is about his head? Is he dying? He's not dying. Him putting out some video to just to keep everybody talking about him without him actually say anything. Says a lot. So I respect him for that. So he understands the game. I think he's more worried about what is happening from the northern side of the country regarding his own candidacy than every other thing. At this point, he is more on the disadvantaged side compared to his the other big party, that is the PDP. So he is more in trouble than the only deal is that we on the other side Wiki is lousy, so we're able to understand what is going on in total. But when it comes to APC, there's a more bigger problem in APC than PDP, and you understand that. So they have to decide to find a way to still stay in the news, but at the same time find a way to actually, analyze the number that is available to him right now concerning how his race is going. So yeah, but I give him that. Yeah, I respect the fact that.
Okay. All right.
I mean, just imagine what happened the day we actually come out and get an interview.
Yeah, we play a video of him speaking because he finally spoke. We remembered how he sounded, but we'll get to that. Blessing before, but we have Blessing from Nigeria. Blessing, welcome to the show.
Good evening, everyone.
Yeah. So, Blessing, are people celebrating in Enugu that Bola Tinubu is back?
I wouldn't know about Enugu because currently I'm not in Enugu.
Where are you?
I am in Edo.
My people, I don't know where they are. They move
Just
around so
imagine,
much.
peace everywhere. Nigeria just peace everywhere, but they are complaining. Look at Blessing.
It's unbelievable. No, seriously, I've been stuck in New York for months. People are moving around and all right.
Imagine.
So,
and they will say Nigeria is not good, Nigeria security, blah blah blah. Ah, come on, man. Give Babatunu Buhari some slack. He's doing a good job.
So Blessing, I hear what's the reaction to the news that Tinubu is back wherever you are in Edo or
I don't think it's made the news like they are trying to make it good. At least not on the streets. And I know I've been out a couple of times. There's been little or nothing said about him. He's not a big factor here.
Okay. So what are people talking about in Nigeria today?
It's the elections. You're talking about the election. You're talking about
Okay, Blessing, we can't hear you very well. Is that Blessing's line that is standing?
That's obedient line. That's obedient.
Hold on, Blessing. Hold on, okay? We'll come back to you. All right, that's her line. All right. Janaba, welcome. Janaba, welcome to the show. You're driving.
Yes, skip me for now. I'll be talking shortly.
Okay, all right. James, welcome to the show. Mute yourself, James.
Mr. James, you are muted.
Yeah, you are correct. Thank you very much. I'm sure it's going to be a very lively discussion because, as I was saying on a different platform yesterday, the former president of Sierra Leone, Siaka Stevens, said that a healthy man can pretend to be sick, but a sick man cannot pretend to be healthy. That is the case with Bola Tinubu, a man who sneaked out of the country and sneaked in, pretending to be all right. Let's see how far he will go. February is very close, and Nigerians are ready for him. That's what I have to say for now.
All right, we take that. Omore, welcome to the show.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Doctor, for having me. It's always a delight to be here.
It's good to have you. What's your take on the state of things?
Well, which particular one? We have a lot of issues in Nigeria. Which particular one?
I thought there was only one issue.
We have a multifarious and hydra-headed issues confronting us as a nation.
Okay, what's the big one? Tell me the big one.
Yeah, if you may borrow the words of James, that guy is always talking in parable. My dear brother said, a sick man can pretend. A healthy man can pretend not to be sick, but a sick man cannot pretend. It's not even about Tinubu and what they try to tell us. I think it's. I'm not concerned about what Nigerians are doing with the nonsense, the garbage they are throwing at us. This is my sincere concern. And I logged into a sister show yesterday. And somebody, his profile was showing Yoruba Nation or nothing. I listened to the guy for about 5 minutes. He was like a Yoruba man or no other person. I waited patiently to hear the reasons. I'm not against any, I'm not tribalistic. I don't have anything against any tribe. I wanted to just hear one or two things why he must be a Yoruba man or nobody else. From beginning to the end, the man could not say anything, could not adduce any single reason why he must be a Yoruba man or nothing. Invariably, that gentleman was saying, even if you tie a he-goat to be Nigerian president, he's ready to support him. Even if you project a madman to be Nigerian president, so long as he's a Yoruba man, he's ready to support him. These are my concerns. I really thought we have gone past that myopic, sentimental, primordial, issues. I was taken aback. He sounded very, very learned. He sounded very intelligent. I mean, educated. I don't want to say intelligent. Intelligence is another word. So from beginning to the end, he has to be a Yoruba man. He has to be a Yoruba man. From beginning to the end, I tried to find out if there could be any reason why he has to be this man. I have nothing against the person of Tinubu. In the days of Nadeko, who were the student wing of Nadeko, he was very strategic. If they are for you, you want to leave, you feel you cannot cope, you cannot stand the heat, he will map out ways for you to leave the country. We had 3 escape routes. Tinubu was very strategic. He was there. They always say the Tinubu of 1999 till 2007 and the Tinubu of today, they are 2 different personalities, mentally and physically. The name is still the same thing. This is not the Tinubu I used to know. The Tinubu I used to know, we don't make the mistake he's making right now. Tinubu was instrumental to the reason why he wasn't a vice to Buhari. He said Tinubu could not see any reason now picking a Boko Haram apologies as a vice. Tinubu has no problem with a Muslim ticket anymore. But that is a discussion for another day. Back to his head. You could see that when he was about alighting from the flight, they tried to guide him. No matter how he tried to guide him, you could see from the back there was an opening showing something on his waist. But someone saw that. Someone was surprised. He tried to pretend, but he was shocked too. He was gazing straight. If you look at his waist, around the waist region at the back, there was something projecting from there. Probably he was tying his urine, whatever, on the waste. So how long do we continue like this as a nation? It's not about what they want to tell us. What do we want? What do we want to use with this opportunity? I'll be happy that Nigerians are waking up. I still just discovered that we have a lot of work to do. If we make the mistake of producing a Tinubu, we have another Umaru Yar'Adua at hand. If we make another mistake of producing a Tinubu, by the time they are done with us, the Buhari administration Buhari will no longer be ex-president. He will be set Buhari. Buhari will be better than Atiku and Buhari and Tinubu. In as much as I would love to see a working arrangement between Showore and Obi, it's not as if you're talking about Obi, like I always say, people will tell you that is where the trend is, that is where the people want to be. I cannot change that. I can only say the little I know. Last week, you had a guest on this platform. He said he was stupid voting for Buhari. As intelligent, as educated as the man was. The other time you had, I listened to Father to me. He said it was Buhari was a big mistake. My only concern is, I hope we're not going to make another mistake again. People are clear behind Obi. I have my reservations. The areas where it goes for blessings, they come with conditions. So those conditions are anti-people. They are still part of our dark days. This is my only concern. I wish Peter Obi could just queue behind the Showore to lead the revolutionary movement so that we can have a country of our dream. Thank you, Doctor, for having me this morning.
Thank you so much. Let's go back to Blessing and see if her line is better. Blessing, welcome. No, Blessing is still bad. I think
Blessing is still on obedience line. Obedience line. I don't know.
All right.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I think it's earpiece Blessing. Maybe there's a crack there. Can you speak? Let me see if it's better. Okay. Try.
Yeah.
What can you hear me?
Now. Yeah,
we can hear you. We can hear you. Yeah, go ahead. We can hear you.
We can hear you.
Listen, we can hear you. Go ahead. All right. The Blackstone, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph, and good day to everybody.
All right. I know you are happy Bola Tinubu is back. Everything is normal. The country can now move on and become the greatest nation on earth. What is your take? How do you feel?
Anyway, first of all, I'm not happy that he's back.
Why not?
Yeah, because it's coming back. Look, we are going to hear more lies, more stories actually. Like this morning I was listening to the Nigeria Info FM radio, and somebody, one of the guests was talking this morning. Her name was I think Angela, right? Talking about the game plan of the APC, how they want to manage their convention, right? One thing she pointed out that it was clear was that Tinubu, they have decided that Tinubu will not have any press interview. Tinubu is not going to be presented to the people as the person in front line, right? Will be taking questions, will actually not even probably participate in most of the interviews, will not participate in the debate and so on and so forth, right? So they are trying to cheat Tinubu out of the public eye, and then the campaign spokespeople will be talking on behalf of Tinubu and so on and so forth, right? Which that is not healthy for everybody in the country, for every voter, every citizen. We not have the chance or not be able to hear from Tinubu what he has in mind, cannot be able to assess him, as we say, cannot be able to assess the actual stand of his head, right? And then his articulation, and people are saying that he has some speech impediment because of his health and so on and so forth, right? So what are we going to do, or what are we going to find out if Tinubu is not going to be the one that will be speaking to the public, to the electorate, right? So how are they going to manage that issue? And what are they going to present to the people? Are they going to present a healthy man or a sick man? If a man is going to stand for that position, going for that position of Nigerian president, we know that it's very tough, it's very stressful, and at this time cannot even manage his own health. They said he traveled to go and rest in London, to go and rest in the UK. If he is not yet in power, not yet in that position, he's already going for rest. So if he coming to that position, right, and he was probably elected as the president of Nigeria, so how many days is he going to use to rest in a year, or all these 4 years of as a president, right? So these are some of the worries we have to actually look into, right? And the Yoruba people, these people, the APC actually is very keen and very strategic on what they are going to do, how to sell in to the people, how they are going to present to the people. And Tinubu is a game master. For me, I call him even a better baradora than IBB, right? And so since he's actually bent in taking that position, going into that, having that seat, so it's very difficult for people to understand who he is, from what they know at the moment, his health issues, right? And I know Tinubu has been sick for a very long time, because I do have a friend who his father was very close to Tinubu, right? So, and Tinubu has been very sick for a long time. And so at this time of our independence, at this time, at the level of Nigerian intelligence, we say Nigerians are very intelligent, but when it comes to some areas of public issues, most of them are not actually intelligent. They are being carried away by sentiment, and like what Mr. Amori just said, that at one of the platforms was yesterday, talking Yoruba nation must be Yoruba nation or no other nation. I can't really believe that at this time in Nigeria, at the 21st century, we are still talking about tribal settlement. Who will be there, will not be there, where you come from, or where you belong to. It is a shame, actually, on Nigerians who are actually thinking in that line, even.
Okay, the Blackstone. All right, we'll continue. We will get back to you. Let's hear from other people. Who is next? Blessing. All right.
Blessing, you are giving my state a bad name. Come on.
When she was in Enugu, think this thing Edo State. All right. Let's hear from Wesley. Welcome to the show. Wesley, welcome to the show.
Wesley, you're muted.
Yeah, but he's not trying to talk.
Yeah, hi.
Okay.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, hi, Wesley.
Yes.
Welcome to the show. Do you mind telling us where you're joining us from? Wesley?
Yeah, I'm calling from California.
Okay. Thank you for joining us and waking up early. So, what's your take on the state of the nation?
Well, it's really sad.
We can't hear you very well. Why are we having problems with audios? We can't hear you very well.
I don't know why it's coming up with double audio.
No, it's not that. Go ahead, Wesley.
Double audio.
Okay. All right. So there's echo.
Okay. You see, Nigeria, the situation we are in Nigeria, it's very messy.
How is it messy?
The reason is because I believe that people do not seem to be very aware The awareness of the people is.
All right, Wesley, we have to come back to you. There's something going on. I think it's from your end. Let me go to Femi. Femi, welcome to the show.
Good morning, Dr. Damages.
Yeah, hi, how are you?
I'm okay. How you doing?
Good. You may need to put more light on your face so that we see you very well.
Yeah. Okay. Let me get to my regular sitting position. But and while doing that, I think I may have caught part of what you were discussing in the beginning in terms of the state of the nation. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, so in my typical fashion, I prepared some things for this morning ahead of time, and it basically points
People
to
take this show seriously, prepare ahead of time, like John Abba, who will be driving, won't prepare notes and won't, go ahead, Femi, my man.
John Abba is doing okay. We can. John Abba is okay. He doesn't call him Papa. People likes of John Abba will call them Papa, no regrets.
Go ahead, Femi. So what's your opinion?
I don't know if anybody was paying attention. I believe we do pay attention to the budget. It's become a yearly ritual that absolutely makes no sense. So, and if you've noticed, one of my major concerns draws from the problem that we found ourselves. And I do not envy anybody that thinks they're going to be the savior, because now we have our hope. Our hope is back. So says Emilio Con. But when you look at figures like 6 points, let me pull this up. When you look at figures like 6.31 trillion naira that's going to be going to debt servicing, it becomes interesting, especially in the big when you look at the bigger picture in the context of the fact that the budget itself is going to be 20.51 trillion. And in addition to that, the debt, when you compare the capital expenditure profile, which is put at 5.35 trillion, plus the debts, and then you kind of like look at the fact that it's outweighed by just the debt service itself. We're not even talking about full subsidy, which is put at 3.something billion and trillion. Now, you begin to wonder what's going to happen in the next probably 4 years, not even looking as far beyond as by the time probably a 1-year-old child will become 18. So, it befuddles my mind.
Femi,
Yeah.
hold on.
Right.
Your hope, you have very little hope. Hope just came back, and you are talking as if country. Buhari is leaving in 6 months. He's gone.
Dr. Damages, the problem is you're a damage fixer yourself. But in reality, this is, for me, it's Buhari part 2 in another form. And which is where my concern really lies. Because for me, I'll still go back to the fact that I would have preferred, ordinarily, because I keep mentioning this, I would have preferred that we actually restructure Nigeria. At the least, before
Okay.
we went into
Femi, I have to stop you. I'm sorry. We have election coming up, and hope just arrived, and we want to hear what people think about the hope. You are talking about preferring not to have an election. It's happening. So keep that idea. Blessing, talk to us. Let me see if you can hear us. All right. Hold on. Blessing will come back to you. Maybe we will take you. Janaba, welcome to the show.
Blessings. After enjoying everything.
Janaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy.
All right. So we're hearing that people are writing, why is Janaba here? Janaba is here because he's a pastor. Janaba is here because he's a Nigerian. Janaba is here because he has a viewpoint that is unique. Jonaba is here because his governor, Governor Autumn, has not paid the workers in the state. So, Jonaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy.
I just answered the questions for you. So, Tinubu is back. Are you excited?
He's welcome back. Nigeria is his country. He just went to rest according to his campaign people. So I hope he rested well.
So this week, what are you seeing? Looking at what's going on in Nigeria, what's your impression? Did anything change from last week?
The fact that we are talking about the coming back of Tinubu that went to take a rest in UK, something has changed. He was not there when they do the peace sign up last week. So now he's back, and we are still watching to see what happens in coming days and months, and we see. My main concern is about the corrupt institution called INEC. I think if everything will go in terms of merit, it is not going to be difficult for Nigerian voice to be heard, but the situation whereby the voice of millions will be silent through the corruption of the INEC, then it's a concern to me. So that is where my own concern lies. The head of Tinubu, whether he's sick, or he's healthy, the Nigerian people have opportunity to vote for who they think should be their president if everything is going with merit.
All right. Okay, let's go to Alexi. Alexi, welcome to the show.
Hey, thank you, Dr. Damages. Hello, everyone. Here we are again to talk about the same thing from another angle each time. Nigeria. Well, Nigeria is killing Nigerians, and yet we are trying to sustain it. Talking about Tinubu is the same line of thought that was executed when Buhari came in. Buhari was a very sick man. As soon as he became president, he ran to London and they put him on the bed there and worked on him for months before he came back. I think that's one aspect of what I see Tinubu trying to do. But I'm surprised because Tinubu has so much money that he shouldn't have been waiting for that to be the case. Maybe it's not the money that is making him trying to be president, but that if he goes in the hospital and he's not able to come and campaign and like others, maybe that's what he is up to, trying to save. Otherwise, we can see that he's a sick man and he needs help. What I don't know is if he's trying to get that help after becoming president, when he will go over there and spend months on the bed, just like his predecessor, whom he's trying to replace. But anyway, the thing that I see and frown at so much is INEC. Since we heard that in Imo State, there was some kind of discovery of pre-prepared materials to rig the election. I don't know about you, I haven't heard any serious step taken to address that issue. So which means it's being condoned by the government. No one does what will stop the corruption on the state level, especially if it's coming from the federal end of the whole thing. What has happened to the people who have those documents that is already a ready-made cheating and rigging material. And if we saw that one, what about the ones we have not seen? So all these people who are talking with confidence that they are going to win after all the noise and followership of Obi and Dati, they are only telling us that there are other ways to win more than people voting for them. So we are still in square one. But I've been telling and saying in my mind that this thing called Nigeria should discontinue. Others want what do you call that again? Reformation and doing reshaping, whatever name you want to give it. And Shetima is at one end said, what is that? That is not going to happen. So we should come and decide what to do. Nigeria is not working and it will never work. But we are still being entertained by people who are trying to resuscitate it. That's all I can say for now.
All right. Thank you so much. So we're moving forward, of course, and I'm not underrating or undermining people who want to discuss, all the other issues. But I just wanted to get the viewpoint of everybody in terms of, Tinubu coming back. I want to play a video of Tinubu, what he said when he spoke to a reporter on coming back, and then we take it from there. Because he said something that is very important, and I want. Okay.
And I'm happy to be back to my fatherland. And Nigeria should expect a very intelligent ability to think and perform. The needed is here. The hope that is almost teetering is back and back actively. And we hold every effort to the country of patriotism, dedication, capacity, and ability to do the job. Not negative thinking, not the fact that Nigeria has failed. This country, or this continent, is the greatest of all. And we should be a help. If it's rebuild, we are builders. If it's construction, we are constructors. If it is assurance, we give Nigeria that we definitely will make a better country.
You people have been looking for Tinubu to speak. Now he spoke. Ovie.
I mean, I like his city bus appearance with his papa's cap. I mean, is that how you guys call it back in the days? So I mean, so in the words of Rabbi Musa Pokuso, in this morning, excuse me, this morning when he spoke to BBC in Hausa, he said, "I mutani mo kocheni, imugeni when they buy the life but I'm saying ba, when they are the life and not chema muta they buy yana the life yani." What he's saying is that we are not stupid. Like Nigerians are not stupid. We are not mad. If we see somebody who is not healthy, we will know. And again, who go about telling people that he's healthy anyway? That means you are not healthy. So no matter how we see, we try to repackage it, Tinubu, whatever observation we see, definitely there's a question somewhere. So at this point, is either we vote for him or we don't. That's all we're going to get. That's the best we're going to get. Health-wise, that's what we're going to get. Man. Just like to quote Mr. Alexis, when Buhari entered, the guy become the fresh. After I go London, come back. So, I mean, when I saw him speak at his last meeting at the UN, yeah, I was surprised. It looked everything was on point, compared to how he started. So, I mean, are we going to say, okay, thank you, Baba Tinubu, you have done well for Nigeria, as you claim, go to Azu Rock and take your retirement, as we did to Buhari. So, so the question about the issue at this point, we should all arrive at one conclusion. That is what we're going to get. But I expect him to, pertaining this speech, to actually assemble some of the, capable hands to work with him if eventually get to the seat of power. When he's saying that, in terms of the right brain, remind me of what was his name? Abraham Lincoln's speech before he became the president, when he was going for his Senate in Illinois, when he said, "A divided house cannot stand." So this might, and that's exactly what actually giving the presidency anyway. Whatever it takes to keep the slave. If it takes for me to keep the slave to keep our union, I will do it. If it takes for me to do away with the slave to keep our union, I will do it. Whatever it takes to make sure we get our union together as you so. That's exactly what Tinubu is saying. Whatever it is going to take, if you take the construction in, but again, these are rhetorics. Is he going to go start giving us detail and how he's going to do that on the campaign train? That will depend on us. If we are still going to do expectation on his health, because at this point, if this is becoming a gimmick, becoming a game for him, since we are going to be keep talking about his health, I will keep playing along. Because at this point, it's over. It's already a major. There's no way, unless he go incapacitated between now and the election time, that will not be expecting Amechi to kick off his own campaign. Because that's what that is the other side that nobody is looking at. In case anything happens to him at this point, it's going to be Amechi that will step into the issue. But other than that, this is what we're going to get. So instead that we start shifting our attention from the health and talk about policy, or we keep playing along with the guy.
All right. Thank you, Ovie. Wembasi, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudy.
All right. So, what's your take on the state of the nation?
My dear, I've just seen that video that you posted. Before now, I saw the beautiful video of his arrival, and one hungry Nigerian screaming Jagaban, and he was like the voice that overwhelmed the crowd. I wondered how much he was paid. Rudy, if somebody came from home to a medical facility and spoke like I've heard Tinubu speak in that video, what the doctor would do would be order a neuro check maybe every 2 to 4 hours, and maybe a little obvious CAT scan of the brain to make sure that the person is neurologically sound. This man sounded like somebody who was in a stroke or has had a recent stroke. It's pitiful, and that's the person who is going to manage Nigeria, a country who is at the brink of collapse. I was looking for the people who went after Obi the other time when he said 80% of Nigeria's oil was stolen, and then the news broke that some ship has been siphoning, $750 million worth of crude oil per day, and then this is what we have. The people who support Tinubu are very, very comfortable with the status quo, and Nigeria needs a radical change. And if you're honestly hoping that this country or Nigeria moves forward, I mean, Tinubu is the last person that should be considered for leadership in Nigeria right now, this point in history. It's pitiful. It's a shame.
All right.
That's all I know.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wen was talking from the medical perspective. Let me go to HQ. Welcome to the show.
Good morning, everybody from here. My name
Good
is
morning.
Anne,
Yeah.
and I'm from Delta State, so worry not the carry last.
Correct.
Yep.
So on that basis, my heart bleeds. And I'm going to speak from the point of a mother whose heart is bleeding. And why is my heart bleeding? My heart bleeds because the destiny of our youth has been mortgaged in the altar of greed and wickedness. My heart bleeds because the giant of Africa, as at this time, is not even the giant of an ant. My heart bleeds because Nigeria as a country has no problem. Because when we look at the map of Nigeria, nothing has changed. But Nigerians are the problem of Nigeria. My heart bleeds because Africa was supposed to be great. And the greatness of Africa depends on Nigeria. So if Nigeria gets it right, other African countries will get it right. And that is the fear of the Western world. They know that if Africa unites, no other continent will be better than Africa. Therefore, they make us believe we are stupid. They make us believe we are foolish. And they make us believe we are dumb. And we believe them. But it is time for us to change the narrative. It is time for us to rewrite our history. It is only Africa that can rewrite the African history. It is only Africa that can tell the story of Africa better. Thank God we are all here. We are here to learn. And you have learned and I have learned. How can we translate this knowledge to rebuild Africa? Starting from Nigeria is our joint effort. And now, where do we begin? This election. If we don't get it right, we are doomed for life. My heart bleeds. And my heart is in pain. That sons and daughters of Zion that are sent into this world to bring the glory of God Almighty in the black race in a dignified manner has been turned to Yahoo plus children. My heart bleeds. The future mothers of Africa has been turned to Olosho and hookup girls. Why? Because some group of people that has been classified in my own term as the tribe of the oppressors, they have determined in their hearts that Africa will not raise their head. My brothers and sisters, with all the knowledge we have learned over here, with all the possibility we know it is possible to transform Africa, especially our country overnight, with all this, some idiotic people, sorry to say it, idiotic men and women call Nigeria that their children are now at home because of ASU strike. They are so stupid and dumb. Because of 2,500 naira, they dress in apron of APC and dancing around the city, claiming they are doing 1 million march or what. for APC. The people that stole the destiny of your children, that have turned them to become Yahoo boys and girls, that they have turned them to become Olosho, that have turned them to become hookup girls. You wear regalia and you join the people that stole your destiny of your children and your grandchildren and your own children and you yourself. You join them and put on the garment of disgrace and you begin to dance around and you are supporting them. Shame on us that does that. Shame. But I will not join you people to do it. We are going to rescue them because whether you like it or not, Nigeria is sitting on a time bomb. It is either we get it, we take it, our destiny from them, the destiny of our children from them, the destiny of our born children from them, by peaceful revolution through the ballot come 2023. But if they rig it, if they rig the election, they should be ready for bloody revolution. Because right now, we are sitting on a time bomb. And APC is not the answer. PDP is not the answer. Even Peter Obi that we are following, I am looking at him with one eye. Because when I watch his CNN interview, he has not defined to me that that man is not playing game with us. Because if you look at the interview, he has not prepared to deal with the trouble. He has not prepared to deal with the monster that has put us in this perpetual pain. And that is where I have concern with him. He has not been able to come out with manifesto. How can you tell me that you want to do a new Nigeria? You want to come out of the old quotas, and yet you tell me that Atiku is your mentor? If you understand what a mentor is, how can Obi tell us he has distanced himself? I want to know. Therefore, I say to you Nigerians, there is only one thing you cannot do at this time, and that is anything any politician child will not do during this election. You are not qualified to do it. If their children, I'm coming. If their children cannot steal ballot box, you are not qualified. If you do it, you are a bastard. If you do it, you are a bastard. Now, let me tell you one thing. When I was bleeding in my heart in 2018, I said, Lord, why is it? This looter again, they are coming to office to continue to loot. And the Lord told me, it is not only your money they have looted. I said, what else have they looted? He said they have looted the brain of Nigerians. I said, how, Lord? He said, I should look back. 4 years ago, they came in 2015. They said they will do this, they will do that. They gave you rice. They gave you beans. They gave you Maggi. They gave you tomatoes. They gave you groundnut oil to complete the cooking. And they now added 2,000 naira to you. In case they did not give you chicken, you can buy fish and complete the cooking. After that, you went to vote for them. They promise you road. They promise you electricity. They promise you security. They promise you to fight corruption. But when they enter into power, what happened? Nothing. Not even single one of their promise was achieved. Then after that, in 2018, they come back with the same promise, with the same thing they gave you before. and you are collecting it. He said, is it not people whose brain are looted that can do that? Then I said, Lord, how did they use this thing to loot our brain? He said, those items they gave to us was dedicated in an evil altar. And they make a decree that whatever, when they collect this thing from us, whatever we ask them to do, they will do it. Is that not what is happening in your election? So Nigerians, once again, they are coming. They are coming with those things. Do you want your brain to remain in the loot cupboard of these oppressors? Their children does not go to school in Nigeria. They don't go to hospital in Nigeria. And yet, we will do Shea Baba for them. Please, let's get it right. Except we want bloody revolution. If we don't want it, let's do peaceful revolution by ballot. Thank you, my brothers and sisters, for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We appreciate this.
Wow.
It's not
wow.
every day.
Thank you, madam.
Yeah, this is why we love this show. We don't know who is joining us any day and what they are going to drop for us. So thank you. We appreciate this. James, yeah.
Yes, the woman has spoken well, but I want to correct a little. One of the things she said, the greatness of Africa does not depend on Nigeria. If you go to all African countries today, they have no iota of regard for Nigerians. They treat Nigerians like shit. They only remember you when it is crude oil allocation. You know, when they sent some crude oil to the Gambia before 1994, 18 million barrels, Buhari's government, the crude oil was shared among politicians. When the government was overthrown in 1994, they could not account for what happened to the crude oil. During Yahya Jammeh's time, crude oil deal came up again. They could not give a good account of what happened. It never filtered to the people. And wherever they see Nigerians, it's as if, I don't know the right word to use. Anyway, that is that. So the greatness of Africa does not depend on Nigeria. It's every man to himself and God for us all. Now let me go to what I have to say. The coming of Tinubu reminded me of a man in Malawi, former president of Malawi, they call Hastings Kamuzu Banda. He was born in 1898 and he died in 1997, aged 99. In the year 1993, while he was in power, he underwent a brain surgery in South Africa. He was flown to Johannesburg, academic hospital in Johannesburg, for brain surgery because he was senile. The people of Malawi tolerated him for so long. He was dictatorial. He messed them up beyond recognition before he could no longer continue, and he was defeated in the first democratic election in South Africa, I think 1998 or so, or 1990, I can't remember. That was how he left office. Now here comes a man called Jagaban. It's glaring that this man is senile. There's no doubt about that. And, you know, the Section 137 of the Constitution of Nigeria states that a person shall not be qualified for election to the office of president if, where in respect of any person who has been adjudged to be a lunatic, declared to be of unsound mind, sentenced to death or imprisonment, or adjudged or declared bankrupt. This guy we are dealing with, from the way he's talking, is of unsound mind. He cannot coordinate his speech properly the way he used to while he was governor of Lagos. So what exactly are we up to? There's a book I read, I think Machiavelli, I can't remember, it could either be The Discourses or The Prince. He said that a corrupt society cannot reform itself. It's not possible for a corrupt society to reform itself. Please, if anybody knows of any corrupt society that reformed itself, I would like to know such a society and read more about it. Nigeria is corrupt, and we are corrupt to the core. And we want to use corrupt electoral process to correct the corruption that is in Nigeria. the electoral process in Nigeria since independence till now has never been clean. We've never had a clean or perfect election since independence. And we are still relying on that same corrupt system to correct the corruption we are dealing with in Nigeria. The government is dysfunctional, and that dysfunctional government is expecting so much from an unreliable people. The people are unreliable because the government is unreliable. An unreliable government cannot produce a reliable reliable citizens. So this is the problem we are confronted with in Nigeria.
All right, James, thank you. Let's give others chance to also weigh in, okay?
I'm going to leave. I just stopped.
Yeah, Jonaba, go ahead. Yeah, Jonaba, go ahead.
All right. Once again, when it comes to the issue of Tinubu head and all we have been talking about, people have a chance now to vote. If the vote system count, they will vote. Any talk on media is a good talk, whether you like it or not, is making sense to some and is also benefiting others. What we all have to remind ourselves in this life is that what goes around comes around. We can be talking about someone today. Sometimes we turn the mirror on ourselves. In our own little way, how do we contribute to make Nigeria a better country we all dream about? The issue of we have not discussed is that what is the foreign influence on our election? If we undermine it that we have gained independence and we are 62 years old country, and we don't think that they can influence our election and change it to whatever or whosoever they think can be a stooge to them, then we are still not getting it right in my own view. And in doing all of this is that let us put pressure through the media, through every means, to make sure we have a transparent electoral system in Nigeria gradually as we come on this show. Whenever you have an opportunity to come across people, there was a commissioner of INEC in my village in those days. They came with money to declare people a winner. He refused to. Today is one of the poorest person in town because of his honesty and because he distanced himself from such corrupt manner. And they are not rewarded because they are poor. The Bible says that a man delivers his city, but because of his poor status, is not recognized. So what is working for Tinubu, we all know he have saved a lot of money, he has a lot of money, and he's doing what he's doing. But in the final days of our life, whatever we sow, we're going to reap. So that is the pastoral aspect of me today. I will join you guys at the end of the show later on. I'll take a leave for now. And good to see you. And tell all my critics I will still be here until Jesus comes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Janaba. All right. Okay, so we have to move on. We know that he's back and the election is going on. So the question now is, what are the expectations? What are the timeline? I want us to discuss the issue of religion in this election. Both sides, everybody's playing it up, both the Christian side and the Islamic side. There are so many preachers and pastors who are basically setting up the country for what might be a serious religion watch.
If Tinubu wins, all of you are going into John. That is God has spoken. Just let it go live. Let it go live. I've spoken. Just we have said it. Let me say it in English so that they won't understand.
Nigeria will sink. In poverty. And the economy will be in shambles. If the government of APC continues, Nigeria will suffer extraordinary. I'm not in support of anybody. As a matter of fact, I don't vote.
Za mu iya gwada haka ne duniya ta yadda da haka idan aka yi zaɓe muka yi musu fintinkau. A wayi gari mun kada su a jiha ɗaya zuwa jiha biyu, sauran kawai riba kafa ce. Don haka 'yan uwa, maganar katin zaɓe asbaha darura, ya zama dole. Katin zaɓe dole, katin zaɓe wajibi. Rashin katin zaɓe taimakawa kafirci ne ya danna musulunci a wannan halin da ake ciki. Wani zai ce 'yan takara guda uku ne musulmi, ka bar wannan magana, muna zuwa kanta. Za mu zo kanta, za a ga yadda za a yi. Ba za mu shiga zaɓe da 'yan takara musulmi guda uku ba insha Allah. Za mu san yadda za a yi, kuma in ta kama to dai za mu nuna waye.
All right. These are samples of what's going on as we speak. Different people bringing in the religious part. Let me get your view, Alexi.
You are muted, Alexi.
We have to tell ourselves the truth about ourselves, but we have not been doing that. We know that people have convictions, religious convictions. Personally, no one can take my faith from me because I have had a personal experience with what I know is beyond what we see physically. Who is going to take me away from that? I'm not the one who is running that show. If God speaks to you and you see it the way you are being spoken to, and you are being taught every day to have a viewpoint that is righteous, even if you are not able to meet all. But you understand what is being done about your righteousness. Like for Christians, Christ came and did all he did to save those that will accept what he did. If you are there, see, people, they identify religious beliefs with nations and races and so on. No. What I know from the word that I read and that I depend on is that the whole world is under God's supervision, control, and maintenance. And he reigns and will continue to reign. All of us will come and go. And those who will be here when he comes, that's another story. But these beliefs are so strong in us that I don't want to interrupt somebody else's belief because I don't know what they are seeing and how they are getting themselves in that situation. But I don't want somebody else to come and try to rubbish mine either. So since we have all this, and we have now gotten to a point where we are no longer tolerant of ourselves based on that difference. It used to be a little better. As a kid, I grew up with kids from other religions, and when they had their ceremonies and things, we all together enjoyed. But today it's dangerous, and we see how the killings have been going on. Many of you don't know what killing is going on. Maybe that's why we keep talking as if everything is okay. The same killing that was going on during the war is going on today in the East. I say it every day. They are killing, I will use the word my people. Yes. Every day people are killed for who they are, not what they have done. There's nothing like due process going on anymore for anybody from the Southeast. No due process. They have no guns. They kill them. They harvest their organs and things like that. You may not believe it, but it's happening. So with all this, why don't we go peacefully? Let us separate peacefully and take care of ourselves. And I still believe we can cooperate from whatever segment of the gamut we belong. Let us come together and talk about this thing. Do we want to continue in the same structure? And if there's going to be a difference, how will it be? Let's begin to talk. It will take time. But by the time we arrive at the truth that we suit everybody, by the way, those who are afraid of this split are showing that they don't want to do anything for themselves. There are many countries that don't have any resources, and yet they have done well. So it's time for us to be truthful to ourselves and seek the solution to our problem that will be everlasting. In other words, not just trying another 4 years to see whether the person who will win can resuscitate Nigeria. Because for as I'm concerned, Nigeria is dead. What we are doing now is CPR. If the person doing it is able to maybe wake it up a little bit, we don't know how long it will last. And even when they quit the stage, what will follow? Why all this postponement of something that need to be done? Well, as we see it going on, there are many things that are we cannot foretell now. But tomorrow is definitely pregnant for Nigeria. We don't know what's to born.
All right. Thank you. Wesley, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Rudolph. I want to thank the last speaker. Yes, you said Nigeria is dead. Truly, Nigeria is dead. And but it reminds me of what I was reading in the Bible this morning about Prophet Ezekiel in Ezekiel 37, when God asked him, can this dry bone live? And that's the area where I begin to have a very serious thought. I was in government from several years ago. As a matter of fact, I was the speaker of my local government. I wanted to be a great contributor to my government. But when I realized what was going on, I said exactly the same thing that HO said earlier on, that we are all sitting on a time bomb. But if you look at this whole scenario, for me, I think that the major challenge that we have is poverty. And because of poverty, people are no longer able to air their mind, to say the truth about what they see. People are now lording over those that don't have. This is the challenge that we have in our country today. And that brings me to the very understanding that for those of us in the diaspora, we can be of a very great impact in this election that is coming, 2023. Because I know that when I pick up my phone from California here and call my people in Africa, they will listen to me. And this is exactly what's happening right now in our country. The people who cannot feed, who cannot eat, they tend to be listening to those who can feed them. There is a cartel formation here. People control people. That's what we are going through now. No one is even ready to stand by the truth. But if we are able to create more awareness in the heart of the people of the truth, that Nigeria can wake up again if we all come together and vote the right people. From what I have seen with those people who are contesting, Tinubu, Atiku, Obi, and the rest of them, they all may have their own weak points, but truly, if you look at the track records of all of them, I cannot argue the fact that Obi is just the best. Looking at what he has done before in government. Tinubu is not a bad person, but if you look at his last interview, he's very frail. The man is weak, he's sick. That does not make him a bad person or somebody who does not have the intelligence to do things. And we have seen what we got from our father, our so-called father of the nation, not my father anyway, Buhari. We trusted that he's a straightforward person. He's a genuine man. He does not like to thief. He's not a thief. But we put him there thinking that he can change things, but he was frail and weak. It took him months to treat himself. So we don't want to fall back into that scenario or that situation anymore. Let us give chance to people who can really do this job. For me, I want to suggest to all of us, we need to go more into awareness of the people. We need to keep telling the people, let them know, because so many people out there does not even know anything. They just follow those who give them money. If we are able to create more awareness, I am very convinced, and I'm sure that we can change this thing. We can win this election. And I also am convinced from what I see with the electoral arrangement, if they can upload the results from the feed from the polling booth, then it will be okay, because everybody will see it throughout the whole world. I saw my governor's election the other day, Obaseki, right here where I was seated. I saw this result being uploaded, and truly he won the election. In my own election, I won the election because I was able to man the booth. I think if we do this, we can succeed. I don't want us to lose hope entirely. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Wesley. Wayne, go ahead.
Yes, I think we're drifting away from your starter topic, which was religion, the role of religion. And I want to say this, that second to Nigeria's government, that religion and Nigerians preachers are the enemies of the people. I've been fighting Nigerian preachers for the longest time because of their role in healthcare. I know we have a depleted healthcare system, but time over time, I've seen people run to church because the pastor will tell them they can pray away HIV or appendicitis or gallstones. And when these people are at the verge of death, they'll say, okay, go to the hospital. And they'll go to the hospital and die. And it becomes a hospital case. The person died in the hospital. And another person will come and say, oh, if only you had gone to the other pastor, they've done this and that. And now election has come, and these same people are parading. I mean, I've heard a pastor, tell his whole congregation who they must vote for. I think the role of religious leaders is not to ask the people who to vote for, but to encourage participation. Tell them to get their PVCs. Tell them to go vote. I've seen others who have done, and I gotta give credit to where credit belongs. I don't know the names. I heard a Nigerian preacher tell his congregation, get your PVC. If you don't vote, don't complain. And that should be the message. That should be the message. Madam Esho, I think she's gone now. She talked about that draining our brains. Besides Nigerian government, besides using the cabal or the cartel using poverty to control the people, Nigeria's pressure is the next enemy of Nigeria, and then we have to do something about it. And really, it has to do with people opening their Bibles, if you're a Christian, or you read the Quran for yourself, if you're a Muslim, because some of these things is over-reliance on authority. or the so-called authority in quotation marks, because even the Bible encourages Christians to read. And sometimes these people don't even read. They go there, our pastor said this, and that's final. Not even the Bible, not even Jesus Christ said it. Our pastor said it. And then they go on this rant of God telling what? I was in SS3. I was visiting my aunt, and then I went to this prophecy kind of sing churches. I was sitting there in the pews. It was a Friday night, and they were seeing all kinds of prophecy, everything that will happen. And then they left. The next morning, the preacher's daughter died, and nobody saw that in the prophecy. And that's what solidified my feelings that, or my knowledge that these prophecies, if God reveals something to you, fine. If not, most of them fake it. I'm encouraging Nigerians, don't follow your pastor, get your PVC and vote your conscience. I know who I support, but go and vote your conscience. That's it.
All right. Thank you so much, Wayne Bassi. Let's welcome to the show, Mr. Scribe. Mr. Scribe, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Hello, everybody.
Yeah, and Son of God, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Damages. Thank you.
All right. So I will again announce that at 1 p.m. we are going to invite the founders of HelpMeWaka to join us, and they have some things they want to talk about. After that, we continue with our regular show. Mr. Scribe, what brought you? What attracted you to our show today?
Well, I've been I think me and James, we have the same school of thought, and sometimes when I watch and see how you people bully James, I'm
wait, who we bully James?
Yeah, the other day, you and Tochku from Ginger Media, I think you people kind of you see. Parallelism is parallelism. You have to be able to allow thoughts to fester, and in my humble opinion, I think James had a very good point that day, but you guys are actually overshadowed him. To be very, very honest.
Okay, go ahead.
He held a line of thought, and I felt, yes, it might sound crazy, but it's, especially today, what he said is absolutely imperative. You cannot have. We know the history of Nigeria from 1440. And the structure that was handed down to us is based on two things. It's history and political economy. And that structure is corrupt. From the very 1914, it is corrupt. How can you then say within a corrupt system, a system that isn't working, that something good will emerge? And I think that's the reason why I decided to join kind of join James and say, look, I think you have a very good point there. It's all good, but let me go on the topic that you talked about, and that is what religion has to do. Religion is a control mechanism. From the days of Aksum, when you read the Ethiopian, I have an Ethiopian friend, and we were researching together, and he told me, look, that the king of Aksum, they never had any religion or anything, and then when these sojourners came, these Arab guys came and everything, they said, look, this is how we control our people. And religion is that, it's a control mechanism. So we shouldn't be surprised by the kind of language that we're seeing here, because the intent of no bishop, the reason they have the King James Bible, most people don't even know it, that King James had to bring in as a Scottish person coming to take over after the Elizabethan era, that he had to balance the power between the Puritans, who are today, the Anglicans, or I would say in Nigeria, they are like the charismatic Catholics that are in the natural. You understand what I'm saying? Let me say that. I think that's the way he said it in our language. So King James had to present the Bible as a control mechanism to balance the Puritans and the Catholics, because they, at that point, after Henry VIII, we all watched the when King Charles was proclaimed. There's one title that was given to him that is always retained from King Henry VIII, from the Catholic days, defender of the faith. You see, that is the only reason that title is always held in high esteem, because religion is a control mechanism. So please don't, I'm looking at it from a historical perspective. Don't mix it up. Don't get surprised when you see preachers preaching. It is.
But Mr. Scribe, do you
sorry,
think
Dr. Jami, let me use this quote. One more quote. Yeah, it's by Gotha. It says, reality is always fulfilling. The only problem is that when human illusion gets surmounted on top of reality, then it becomes a burden. So the reality is that religion, sorry, Dr. Mara, we end here. It's that we have today now we have religion. So we shouldn't be surprised by that. We shouldn't be distracted or vote with distractions or make decisions by distractions. Spenlinquist said, it is not the knowledge that is lacking. It is the courage to draw conclusion, to analyze and draw conclusion. I didn't phrase it very well, but you can check Spenlinquist. Thank you very much.
Now, wait. Before you can go, let me ask you. One is, we don't bully anybody here. I hope that is clear. So James,
it's a metaphor. No, I didn't say you bullied him. I just said, I just felt like
but let me ask you. The question I'm trying to frame is, what are the dangers of putting religion at the center of this election, especially knowing how divided the country is? I will tell you that yesterday or 2 days ago, APC Senator Abo was suspended for opposing the Muslim ticket by his party. So it's something that is playing out as we watch, and we don't know what the regular people are going to do, how they are going to take whatever results that will come out. So it's not that it's something that is not there, and the danger I'm trying to point out, I'm trying to see what you guys think about possible dangers that we could see from this. Go ahead, Scribe.
So very, very quickly, because I know other people have to talk. The dangers of religion, I would say, it is in its own control mechanism. It's a very dangerous game. If you've watched Game of Thrones, if you've watched or you've followed history over time, you see, revolution is cyclical. From the Dutch Empire to the British Empire, to all empires, you see, it's cyclical. But one of the main fuel of revolutionary downfalls is religion. When you look at the graphs, Ray Dalio has a video about this. Go and watch the graphs, and you see that history and political economy go pari passu, whether you like it or not. History, when you backtest things, you can kind of see where things are. And I would say, like, I'm not surprised, and I will not be distracted by religion, because, like our dear daddy here, Lexi, said, it is a conviction. You cannot just take away somebody's experience, or if you're not human if you don't have convictions. You know what I mean? So we have to understand that we need to respect those convictions, but as well try and try to take the sting away from religion. Because religion also plays its own role in people's lives. You have to respect that. But in political stuff, we need to be more conscious and take the sting away from religion and find a way to inform people and make them understand that, look, religion is not the basis. This shisha, prophecies that are coming, this thing, it's a control mechanism. Look at my very good brother, the MNK. He doesn't see himself as a prophet, but people interpret what he says as a prophecy. Whereas what he's doing is he's a very good student of history, and he backtests. He uses backtesting to predict. And then people, because people are not educated enough to kind of see the patterns in his words, to be able to say, look, because if you backtest properly, you can actually prophesy. Because if you look at the graphs of the world of how empires rise and fall, what is happening now in Nigeria, it's not a surprise. And hence why Dr. Jamidis knows this, and we go into back and forth to this. I will vote for an Obi, but I don't believe he will win.
All right. Son of God, welcome to the show.
Hello, yeah. Good evening or good afternoon, Dr. Damages. Thank you very much.
Okay. We have about 25 minutes left before we go to a different topic. What do you think about religion in politics?
I think obviously lots of people have spoken quite well about it, and I think it's quite difficult for me to add to lots of what they've said. But one thing that is that is clear is that even though we know it's not the way to go, we know that a lot of politicians in Nigeria, they're going to play that religious card and ethnic card. They're going to use all that for their own benefit, and we know that that is fraught with a lot of danger as well, because if you look at the history of especially in Nigeria, the role that has played in Nigeria, and that is why if we look back through history, even during the military era, when we had all the military regimes, they always had the top man. They always try to balance it out. So what you notice is that, for example, you had Buhari and then you had Idi Agbon, you had IBB and ICOMO. So somehow it's just sort of written in there. It's kind of sort of something that we do, even if it's not written anywhere, that you sort of always have to strike a balance. Okay. And most parties over the years have always tried to strike that balance so as to keep things in check. And that is why this thing that APC are doing now is completely out of sync with what's happened in Nigeria over the years. And even though they want to bury their head in the sand and want to continue to tell themselves that it's not going to make any difference, they know it's going to make a lot of difference, because if the military, who could do that, who could have Muslims everywhere, didn't even want to do that because they wanted to have a little bit of a balance, that shows you that it's something that you can't really people might not talk about it, but they know it is important to have that balance. So I think it's going to play a massive role, and that is why you're seeing all this thing with fake bishop and all this thing, meetings with bishops from there. They're going to keep trying to do that all through the campaign period, trying to make it look as if, oh, this particular religion is not being marginalized, because they know that ticket. They know what that. So if they go ahead and suspend this guy because he felt that he couldn't, he had to say what he thought about it, which, if you look down history, have always been what Nigerians, most parties and even the military have tried to obey that particular thing, even though it's not written anywhere. They always balance it out. So it's going to play a role, and I think sometimes some people use it for their own benefit as well. But I think it's always good, even if you don't mean it, it's always good to kind of portray or show that you are trying to strike a balance. So I think it's important, and I think it will play a role in the next in the coming election for sure. So I'll stop here now.
All right, thank you. Boniface, can you hear us? I know you've been trying to join us. Boniface. Boniface, can you hear me? Unmute yourself, please.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
All right. What I can say is that what I would like it to know, the religion is, Nigeria is religious, not in act, but in belief and psychology. Psychologically, Nigeria believes they are religious, and it always plays a function. So whether it's good or not is not what I can actually say for now. I don't know how it's going to affect us. I don't know how people are going to react if Tinubu ends up winning. I don't know how people are going to react. So what I would say is, let's just see what happens. For me, is a factor. I cannot vote for a Christian ticket. I cannot vote for a Muslim ticket. It doesn't spell good of what the person proposing the ticket wants to do based on the kind of country he or she intends to lead. So that is my own take.
Can you guys hear me? James, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'll be very fast.
Yeah,
there are two things I want to talk about, but I'll concentrate on one now. Then later on, I talk about the other one. Religion is very dangerous in politics. On this platform, I've talked about, I've mentioned certain things which you kindly allow me to repeat. In the book of Revelation, chapter 12, verses 7 to 10, we are told that war broke out in heaven. Devils and his angels were cast out of heaven down to earth. This is because God could not control the political situation in his domain. So he had to expel the troublemakers and brought them down to earth. The reason why they were brought to earth, where man is resident, is, I cannot understand, because man did not play any role in that crisis. Then secondly,
but James, hold on. James, hold on. James, hold on.
Let me hurry up.
No, hold on.
Hold on.
This
is my idea.
We can't let, no. Wait. You can't let you repeat.
Excuse me. I'm coming.
Wike say that? I'm the governor of Rivers State.
I'm driving at a point. I'm driving at a point.
No, there's no point. There's no point. Wait, James,
okay,
wait. I'm not trying to bully you. I'm trying to question you, okay? You are talking about this from one perspective. Don't you think so? Don't you feel that way? That you're talking about one religion, this one story.
No,
that's
I'm
not
coming to. I'm coming to.
Wait.
Coming to two other religions. I'm coming to two other religions.
Okay.
I'm coming to two other religions.
Okay, go ahead.
Psalm chapter 122, verse 6 says that King David said, "Pray for the peace of Jerusalem." And how peaceful is Jerusalem today? Autocratic states are problems. Now let's come to Nigeria. Zamfara state is the first state that declared Sharia. How peaceful is Zamfara today? That is the beginning of the crisis of this country as far as religion is concerned. Zamfara state. Now, they are even saying in Zamfara that they want to allow people to own weapons because they are unable to control the introduction of religion into politics. Look at Lebanon. They fought a terrible war for how many decades? At the end of the day, what did they gain out of it? It's all centered on religion. Look at the the Palestinian-Israeli crisis today is deeply rooted in religion because they introduced religion into their politics. Iran and Iraq in the 80s, they fought a terrible war for 8 years. The Iranians are Shiites, while the Iraqis are Sunnis. That is the basis of that war. For 8 years, there was no winner, no loser. And that was how Saddam Hussein came into limelight. Look at Afghanistan. When the Russians invaded Afghanistan in 1980, the Taliban took it as a religious matter. And we can see how or where Taliban has led Afghanistan today. Even in Liberia, when the American Liberians came, they came with Christianity. They met the African traditional worshippers there. They could not get along with each other. And that is among the root causes of the Liberian Civil War. Look at Egypt. They are unable to get settled because of the Islamic Brotherhood. Iran and Israel today, they are at loggerheads with each other. It's still on religious line. So it is not possible for us to introduce religion into our politics in Nigeria, and we still hope that things will get better. It will not get better. The Zamfara state, the situation in Zamfara is just the beginning of greater Armageddon that will come if we introduce religion into our politics. We should leave religion out of politics.
Thank you. But I was saying that it's already there. It's not if, we already introduced religion there. Just like Ovia used to talk about identity politics. It's not just ethnicity now that it's playing out.
We should wipe it out. We should look for a way to wipe it out. It should not be part of our
James, this is why I don't agree with you a little bit, because I think it's a necessary evil that's going to continue to there. I think James is I would add to what James is saying is that I think we have to look for a way to take the sting out of it, because like the Muslim ticket, right? It is the most illogical argument any Christian can make. It is stupid, absolutely stupid.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
There are two laws you cannot break. That is sacrosanct: freedom of expression and freedom of association. So Bola Tinubu absolutely has the right. I'm a Christian, I would say Judeo-Christian, but I think there is nothing wrong in him choosing whoever. So even if a babalawo we can have two babalawos. I don't know why Nigerians don't learn from what even the Supreme Court just a few months ago gave a judgment, a ruling that was counter that, I don't know why we're not thinking. And then Obayabo, the Malcolm Obayabo came to the court dressed as this thing to prove the point. We need to understand that one of our fundamental things that we break is that we do not allow others to express because by you are inadvertently or you are tacitly evading Bola Tinubu's right to choice, to thought and choice. So why should this? You see, they had that big conference, and you could see people who you expect would have some rational thinking. Muslim ticket, anybody saying that Muslim ticket is evil, he himself is evil. Because number one, you are supposed to respect. There are two laws you cannot break. It is sacrosanct. It is not, there's nothing wrong. Okay, if it was, you know how Nigeria is. Anytime you have all these kind of things, some of these lawyers would on their own take the issue to court. Look at it on a metric basis. Who took it to court? Because they know the court will just throw it away. Because it doesn't make sense. Already there's precedents with Abiola and Kingibe. So I don't understand. These things are what we use as control mechanisms to heat up the polity. And when you heat up the polity, it becomes, if you study the Bolshevik Revolution, or you study the French Revolution, or you study other places where the polity was heated up, this is what creates distraction from the real. Every revolution starts with a genuine intention, but it never, ever achieves it.
And Mr. Scribe, let me ask you. There are people who said it
because of these kind of things.
Mr. Scribe, listen. Let me get your view on this. There are people who say this, that it's not that they don't believe that Tinubu has a right to pick anybody he wants. He has a right, and you have the right to vote for him or vote against him. What they are saying is that knowing the Nigerian political arena and knowing that sometimes it's not about who you voted for that will eventually become the president, that you might have a situation where that ticket will become the ticket that won in the Nigerian contest, won the election. Okay, and what happens then? Where will they find their representation?
It doesn't matter. The law is the law. Reverend Martin Nimola said something. They came for the Jews. I said nothing. They came for the whatever. They came for nothing. And finally, they came for me. This Muslim tickets. You see these people peddling this thing, right? A time will come when the context will shift, and then the background would suggest that we have to go for we should go by merits, right? And maybe at that point, human political this thing has advanced to a point where you can now weigh people based on objective numbering. At that point, Dr. Damages, you come and see that this Muslim argument was a total waste of time. It does not matter. The background, in my humble opinion, the background does not matter. We should look at it from the fundamentals of what the law says. Freedom of expression and freedom of association. Go down to the nitty-gritty of it. Forget the fluff and the pomp and pageantry and the heating up that surrounds it. Bola Ahmed Tinubu has the right to choose whoever he wants. He can choose a babalawo. It is not because the present government has somewhat appeared to have polarized the whole place with some kind of agenda and everything, which, let's be honest, can you actually prove that agenda? We all know with just hearsay and based on precedents of history from 1954 when the British contrived the census. And all these things have been like a snowball. It keeps going up. But then when you need to unpack it, you see that it's all fluff. So the only way, in my humble opinion, that we can be objective about this is to go down to the letter of the law. And the law says freedom of expression.
Dr. Damages, I was going to actually speak directly to what Mr. Scribe was saying. As much
What
as I
happened?
personally...
Oh, hold on, sir. I don't know what happened. He was speaking and then he went off.
He,
Sorry,
he's an
sorry,
obedient.
Mr.
He's an obedient.
Sorry, Mr.
No,
Subscribe.
I'm not,
I don't know what happened.
sorry. Let me
Yeah.
dispel that. I'm not an obedient. I can never be an obedient. But
all right.
I will vote the lesser of all evils.
All right.
And that
all
is,
right.
in my humble opinion, is Peter Obi. I'm
Okay.
not part of that. That's part of the fluff that I was talking about. All that thing they're doing on social media is what I'm against. All that, people, all these Russian bots and all these things. I'm a technology guy, and I can take you on several journeys and prove to you that a lot of these things that they're calling obedience are mostly robots. So I'll keep it there.
All right. So this is what we're going to do. In another 10 minutes, we are going to bring some guests. You guys some of you can hang out. We need 2 spaces for them to come in, and you can also talk to them. But before then, I want us to do a rant, and we give them 1 hour. After that, we can go back to the conversation. And then, Mr. Scribe, I will take you on several issues that you brought here. You are not free to go because we are going to talk about it. You can have contradictory opinions, holding them. Your right ends where the right of other people begin, and then we'll talk about that. Just don't worry. Ranting. So Femi, you start. 1 minute.
Okay, basically my rant is to officially welcome back Emilokon, aka Alagbadu. But for me, I would basically still point to my go-to thing, which is the fact that we're in serious trouble, obviously, and what keeps me up at night would still...
No, not up at night. That's at the end.
Okay, all right. Let me. I'm sorry, I'm mixing it up now. Yeah, I'm trying to recreate your program for you.
Don't confuse that.
Exactly, I know. So I mean, it's down now to the fact that, of course, like we all have our biases. However, it's basically the fact that we continue to act as if everything is right with Nigeria. Even down to the fact that the so-called APC apologists point to the River Niger Bridge, for example, the railways, and forgetting that we're going to come back to suffer for the depths that we've put ourselves into. And that really scares me. And basically, that's my rant. I can't run beyond that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Alexi, you're next. 1 minute. Unmute yourself, Alexi.
Yeah, we know very well that we have a constitution that has not served us well. We know too well that constitution is still pretty much in vogue. What are we doing about that? And we are going to election. And after the election, we use the same constitution to swear the new people in. That's dangerous because we have rejected that constitution right from the onset, that it is not our constitution and it has so many things that are unacceptable for any better society. But let me say this, those are not even my problem. Let us come together and decide how everybody should take care of their own. When you take care of what is yours, you cannot steal from yourself. You cannot cheat yourself. You will make things go well. And that will apply to everybody. One Nigeria is killing us and will continue to kill us. That's where I stand.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Wesley, you're next.
Okay, for me, since I was young, in my early age, I used to see the Muslims, the Christians, even the pagans, we were all working together as one family, one country. The Igbos lived in my house. I was in Benin. The Hausas, they were there, So all this narrative that we now see started not quite too long ago. So to me, although I know that religion cannot be, isolated from politics, but it can be in a positive line. But the negativity that came from religion actually started from the north. It's just this time that we are witnessing the South becoming interested in using their own religion to also whip up some sentiments. But I am sure that there is hope for the hopeless.
All right. I like how you end it with hope. Thank you so much, Wesley. And Boniface, you're next. Right. I have a minute. Boniface, you're next.
You're muted, Boniface.
Boniface, can you hear us? Boniface.
You're
muted, Boniface.
He's muted, yes. He's muted.
All right. We skip you. Mr. Scribe, you're next.
Yeah, so sorry, I didn't quite get what I'm supposed to talk on.
You don't watch this show. Rant about anything you want to rant.
Yeah, no. So I watch the show.
Okay. All right.
I watch the show. Okay, so I don't know. I think mine will be more of an advocacy, and my advocacy will be that we look for a way to insensitize Nigeria. Well, loosely, this word Nigeria is not even real because we're not yet. What is it that makes you a Nigerian? But I'll pack that. Let's just loosely use the word that was given to us by Flora Shaw, and that's the Nigerian. And I think my advocacy would be, let's look for a way where the Indomine generation, right? Because they are now the catalyst in the they are the political entity right now. It's not people like me who were born in the 70s and 80s and 60s. We have our time has gone. It is now the turn of the Indomine generation because every generation has a history, has to define history for themselves. And I see a revolution coming. And that revolution, I just don't think it should turn out like the Bolshevik revolution.
All right. Thank you. Kene, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages.
We are ranting. We are ranting.
Okay, ranting.
Yeah.
So it's kind of very disturbing that we always emphasize on two religions, Christianity and Islam. And I always ask, what about the indigenous religion? Why do we always pretend as if some of us that probably believe in indigenous religion are not part of the country? My brother stated that religion shouldn't be brought into politics, right? Yes, religion shouldn't be on the front stage when it comes to politics. However, politics should respect religion, right? My brother Wesley, I think he stated that Tinubu is a good person. No, Tinubu is not a good person. Tinubu is a bad boy. And this is why I say that if Tinubu is a good person, Tinubu would have respected or applied sense of equity and fair play in his pursuit for power. And that fair play should be where the Southeast should be given the opportunity to also provide a presidency. Boys, Tinubu is a greedy guy, man. He's not a good person.
All right. Thank you, Kenneth. Thank you so much. HO, rant. 1 minute.
I want to say the Igbo, the Yorubas, and the Hausa, you guys are selfish. Is it only 3 of you that are in Nigeria? And yet, the rest kept quiet. 3 of you that turn yourself to Wazobia and make us minority. You are still the one complaining of marginalization. Can't you see you are selfish? If we want to really talk, it is us that you people put in the box of minority that's supposed to say marginalization. But yet, you people have it, Wazobia. That name alone is enough for you. Yet, you come to cry out marginalization. Enough is enough. It's not going to be business as usual. It's either we get it right through peaceful revolution by ballot in 2023. If not, be ready. Bloody revolution is the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so
Hey,
much.
just read Willing's Minority Report, and I think
Thank you. Thank you. James, you're next.
Yeah, my worry is that people should be defended outside their religion. Even the atheists, those who don't believe in God, those who have lost confidence in God, they should defend them outside their religion. And also, issues that make religion irrelevant are not being taken care of in the country. There are certain issues that make religion to be relevant. These issues are not being addressed. So we should concentrate on these areas. Let me stop there. Maybe I'll talk later.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Boniface, you're next. Try again, Boniface. I think you're having problems connecting.
Can you guys hear me now?
Okay, good, good. All right.
Yes.
Okay. So I will talk on two things. Number one is the fact that nobody is saying that religion is necessary. The issue is that the people of Nigeria is religious, and there's nothing anybody can do about it right now. So you are going to get a Nigerian to rule Nigeria. So if you are getting Nigeria, there's very high chance that you are going to get a religious human being. My problem is religious balance. You cannot, it is not intelligent to make one religion the ruler of a country, just like Buhari did, making his government as in mostly like say 80 or 90% northern his cabinet 80% or up to 80 to 90% of northern extraction. So it's not intelligent. So what I would say is religious tolerance is good. How do you ensure that you are that the country is
I don't mean you should drop what you are saying when you hear the bell, just to round up. But thank you so much, Boniface. We'll come back to you next time. Ovie, you are the last person.
I don't know this idea that
Finally, Ovie is frozen.
Concourse network.
Finally, they got him. All
they
right,
got me, man.
go ahead, Ovie.
All right. So this idea that the religion and politics should not go together. People go as far as backing. That happen again, Abby. People go as far as backing up with history and all that. It's like you telling a Catholic to separate the Holy Trinity, God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Who is the voter? Who is the politician? Who is the religion? No, be you. You are the type carry holder. You're either a Christian or a Muslim or a traditional believer. So you assume one that will play the politics. So how you will take separate? You want to separate yourself into two. What I'm trying to say, the politicians are just appealing to our intelligence. How far, how conscious are we? What is important to us? We are more serious about how to go to church on Sunday and how to go to mosque on Friday than to actually sit down and question somebody who is responsible for the ability for us to go to that church or not able to go. So we are not intelligent. This is the best we can get as a set of leaders. We produce them. You know what we want, and they will sell it to us. Here we say we want to be religious, Abi. Oh yeah, now they will separate us. Let's see which of the religion is better, is the brightest, has the power to lead. Just like Miloko said, it's about competence. Muslim religion is more competent than you Christian, whether you like it or not. Go to war.
All right. Thank you so much. I think we have a lot to pick up from on these topics, religion in politics, and go beyond Tinubu and talk about the flooding going on in Nigeria. And also, there is something that is very interesting. Peter Obi has been under attack from different parties, and we are going to talk about that, how he's doing, how he's responding to some of the attacks that he's been getting from the political opponents. But in the meantime, I will let you guys go, and we are going to bring in the Help Me Waka people who will talk to us about some of their products and how people, Nigerians abroad, can benefit from the services that they render to our people. But before they come in, let me just play this video of Peter Obi answering a question about his investment, so-called investment in his family business of Anambra State money. We talk about this one
Peter Obi
when we come back in the next hour.
State finance to do his family business. Please address that. What is going on as regards that?
Which family business?
So that's what people are saying.
And which family business? Anybody can say which family business? Rufai, which family business? Can they call one family business? You know, they just tell you all sorts of things. No criminal leaves what he can steal. No criminal. That's why even if you go to church, they tell you to protect your phone. Rufai, I left almost 100 billion. When I have the powers to take it, in any other country, I have the highest award. I have the Queen's Award in the UK. I have it anywhere. Show me one governor, apart from Yaradua, late Yaradua, who left 5 billion. Now they live with debt and they celebrate them. Look at the amount of money people are borrowing today. I didn't borrow one couple. Left dollars and everything. I saw somebody yesterday. He told me it's $1 million in this exercise. So which family business? Every business I was doing, if anything, my family business, everything collapsed because I went to do my own business collapsed. Where was I? Before I became governor, I was chairman. I was a director in 3 ends. I was owing 10% of each of those facilities. Before I became governor, I have a track record of what I was doing. I can go on and show you businesses I was doing. Before I became governor, I'm a colored man living in England, and I can raise about $10 million OD. No.
All right. So we are going to get into that in the next hour. But in the meantime, we are going to let in our guests to come in and talk about the products they have for Nigerians abroad. So stand by. I will ask some of you to leave the studio. I'm going to bring them up in the studio. They will be the only people for a time being. Then you guys can come in and ask some questions. So, but in the meantime, yeah, go ahead, Alexi. What do you want to say?
No, I'm going to leave and come back.
Okay. And of course you can watch and you can ask them questions about what they are doing.
Okay. All right.
Okay, I will leave.
Yeah.
And
So
come back.
I will say stand by. All right. Thank you, guys.
I'm leaving and coming back, Dr. Damages.
Okay.
You Dr. Damages, I hereby sentence you. No, my patients will die. Who will take care of my patients? You, Dr. Damages, I hereby sentence you to 12 months in prison with hard labor for neglecting your family and especially your father who did everything to get you where you are today. No.
Daddy, wake up. What's wrong?
I had a terrible nightmare. A judge sentenced me to prison for neglecting grandpa.
Did you not give him your Easter food items?
I'm a busy doctor.
In that case,
if I catch you,
Daddy, it's very easy. Go to HelpMeWaka.com, choose any food item anywhere in Nigeria or Ghana. Gary, chicken, rice, yam, anything you want. Make their Easter great.
I will do just that.
You better, because next time it'll be your village people that come for you.
I cover myself with the blood of Jesus.
See, Negodu.
Yeah.
All right. So let's see if our guests are here. Okay, they are not here yet. But I saw them in the studio a little bit. But
I see Olumide Balogun.
Oh, okay. Doin is here. Okay, good. Hi.
Hello, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm fine. You finally putting a face to the.
Yeah. We talk on the phone, and I don't get to see you guys. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you.
And I can see Olu. Hold on. Olumide, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. From Maryland. We're so glad to be on your lovely show.
Yeah, Doing, where are you?
I'm hiding somewhere in DC.
Oh, okay, okay. You're in the same area. Okay, good,
Yeah.
good. All right. So for those who are being introduced to HelpMeWaka, this is idea I think was wonderful. And can you guys, any of you, can start off by telling us how you came about the concept?
All right, I can go. So it's a simple concept. It's basically called HelpMeWaka.com. We've been in operation for, I think, going on our 4th year now. So how did we come up about this? We were tired of asking people to do things for us. We were tired of relying on families and friends, not because they weren't doing it, but we just didn't want to disturb them. So we found out that there's actually a need for a service like this, whereby people can go to a trusted platform that can get errands done for them in Nigeria. So myself and Doing, we put our heads together and we said, you know what, it's a good idea. And that's where we are today. And we can say that it's been a very, very, very excellent journey.
Mm. So Doing, what are the doing business with Nigerians? What are the surprises? What are the experience? Can you explain, the experience? What is it like?
Well, the number one thing that I think has maybe found a way into our lifestyle and culture and business is trust. The Nigerian mindset, or the Nigerian diaspora, or Nigerian based in Nigeria, they just have that element of trust. So you have to build trust into their mindset. But by default, they don't trust anything. They are hesitant to use anything. They are always expecting the catch somewhere along the line in which something is just going to pop up. And so I think the major thing you just have to put in place while doing business with the African diaspora and most likely Nigerians is the trust factor.
Now, Olumide, can you tell us, beside, I know about sending food items to people, about, going to get like transcripts. What other things? I know there are new products that you already have in the market. What are they?
Yes. So one thing that we always say is this, because myself and Doing, we joke a lot with this, that we want to be the Amazon for Africa. Basically, what that means is anything that pertains to you needing any form of errand done in any country in Africa, we want HelpMeWaka.com to be the focal point of where you go to. So what do we have? We have groceries, so we can help people to deliver groceries, of course. We help people to get transcripts and certificates from schools. We can help you send birthday cakes, anniversary cakes, anything pertaining to cakes, so any form of events that you have. We have the health insurance part too, which is a very key thing that, people are not really aware of. While we're growing up, people have that phobia about, is health insurance, is it a valid thing? Is it right? Is it fraudulent? Is this? Well, we have a platform that gives people the opportunity that they can get health insurance for their loved ones over there in Nigeria. We have investigations. So say, for example, you're sending money to people in Nigeria, you're sending money to your son, supposedly supposed to be in school and he's not in school. You can talk to us, we can help you do things. You're buying a house, you're buying a land, and you need us to help you verify. That's another one. Doing any other thing again that you think, but we constantly adding more things. But
you're registering a business and you want to go through the process of registering a business with CAC. And also, if you're trying to get what they call an export license, those that want to get maybe agricultural products or things exported abroad, there's a licensing involved that has to be done with the Department of Commerce in Nigeria. And I think those are the key ones. We have miscellaneous errands too, where you just want us to check certain things, unique errands, which are not really classified, but you just want, as long as you have a definite start and end time, we can work with whatever unique errands that you have.
So, but how does the process work for those who have not tried it?
Yeah, there's different workflows for different products. The workflow for the groceries is just come, get on the platform, you go on the grocery section. There are two areas of it. There's the customize and the bundle. You pick the bundle or the customize. You provide the phone number of the beneficiary, which is compulsory, or you provide the full address. So after you make the order, right, of course you get an automated email from us to send a soft message to your loved one in Nigeria that, hey, we're going to be calling your loved one to tell them that we're bringing groceries. So when we call, it gives a soft landing, so they are not thinking it's a fraudulent call. So we call, we schedule a day of delivery. We normally deliver within 72 hours. We schedule a day of delivery, then we take the groceries down there. Then there's a delivery note. The receiver signs it. There's a picture taken of the groceries in the delivery and the beneficiary's home. And that feedback, both the delivery note and pictures, are sent back to the person that made the order, which is actually our client. That's for the groceries. It's a similar part for the health insurance too. You pick one of the health insurance package, you put in the beneficiary's detail. After that, the plan administrator will call the beneficiary and go through the plan. Then they will pick an hospital that is closer to the person's home or the hospital of choice. Then an insurance card will be issued and be sent to the beneficiary's home. And from there, they can start going to the hospital. That's it for the healthcare. For which other groceries, cakes is almost a similar process. Transcript has a transcript process a bit complex. You come in, you put in your student bio data, student biometric or student bio data, matric number, school, year of graduation, year of entry, if you switch from direct entry or any of those stuff. Then after submitting that document, we'll go to the school just to verify that if it is possible for you to get transcripts. Sometimes you might not have your matric number, you might not have your student number. So we'll first go down there to do a background check, how to get that data before we now proceed to tell you how much they charge, what are the requirements, what documents they need from you. Then we'll go back to make payments. Then we'll follow up with the school and some record officers until the transcript is issued. When it's done, we'll keep track of the tracking number, the courier tracking number, and we'll share that with you so that you can track the document from Lagos, Ibadan, Kano, or Kaduna, all the way to the destination anywhere in the world. Those are some of the processes.
All right, thank you so much. For our viewers, I just want to mention that it's okay every time to discuss how to fix Nigeria, what's going on in Nigeria, but it's also important to discuss how we can take care of our needs here too. I mean, those who are abroad, most of our viewers who are abroad. So that's one of the reasons why we bring people who we feel they have special products that could be of use to people who are outside of Nigeria. So that's why we have our guest today. And some of you have written me and talked about HelpMeWaka, what is it about? So I felt that they have to come in today and take your questions. So in a moment, you will have an opportunity to ask them questions and talk to them, whatever you have, if you've dealt with them or if you plan to, and what you are thinking about. So Olumide, can you go a little bit about, you've been in business for a while now. What have you learned about the Nigerian audience? I know you're in Ghana too. Are you planning to expand to other African countries?
Yeah, so we currently in Nigeria and Ghana, our goal is to basically be in every single country in Africa. However, due to certain things that's beyond our control, that's why we actually just soft pedaling a little bit. But by next year, we're hoping to be in at least 5 other African countries. Now, to your question, what are the things or issues that, of course, we are African, so different things come up, but HelpMeWaka is not a Nigerian company. HelpMeWaka is not a US company where we pride ourselves saying we're a global company. So we go based on standards. So customer service is key. We have people that, they would say anything, but the goal is, how do you pacify them? How do you make sure that things go the right way? And, for the past 4 years, we can say rate of issues is probably 1% in 5 years, because our goal is 100% customer satisfaction. So yes, things do come up sometimes, but whichever way we can resolve them with, we always make sure it's done that way. So African factors are going to be there, but we have to use different approaches to solve those things.
All right. Thank you so much. Dorian, do you have anything you want to add?
No, I think he hit the nail on the head. Is that the right word? I think he covered it.
Okay. And for people who are in Europe, people who may not be in America, it's the same process. Or is
It's a process. They even need us more, because there's a process they call legalization that is mostly done in those European countries, except for UK. Most of those other European countries do it. Spain, Austria, Germany, Poland. They have this process called legalization, in which you have to take your documents to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Abuja to get it stamped to prove that it is authentic. Then from there, it now goes to the local embassy. If it's Germany, it goes to the German embassy. If it's Spain, it goes to the Spanish embassy. Italy, it goes to the Italian embassy. That they now counter-stamp it before you can apply for immigration benefits, or you're trying to go to school down there. Those things need to be done. So they actually have a unique service for them. Well, they call it legalization. Sometimes they call it apostille. Sometimes they call it authentication. It means the same thing.
So if I'm in if I want to send something to somewhere like Maiduguri, is that a problem, or there are places in Nigeria that you don't?
No, we don't segregate. If you want to get groceries done to your loved one in Maiduguri, it will be done.
Okay, good. We will bring in our audience members who are in the studio, and they will also have an opportunity to talk to you guys. Abby, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Rudolph.
James, welcome to the show. And H.O., welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Okay. Welcome to the show. All right. So I'll let who has a question? Whoever. Abby. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a few questions. By the way, Doyin and Olumide, it's my pleasure. I think I first heard about this HelpMeWaka from Dr. Damage's show some couple of years ago or something. I think he was advertising HelpMeWaka, and I was wondering. So I got some more clarity today. Here, I have multiple questions, but I didn't put them down. I hope I remember. One of the first things I want to ask is, how do you do your logistics? Are you riding on existing networks in Nigeria that you don't have to expose that? It could be trade secret. Because I'm just wondering how you, Lagos, I can tell, but anything going outside of Lagos, Ibadan, depending on where your hub is, I'm just wondering how you you manage this logistics.
In simple terms, we have created our own logistics. We have created our own logistics. We're not riding on anyone.
And not even DHL or UPS or.
No. And to add to what Doyin said, right? So we actually decided from the onset that we should actually build ours, because people coming to us for the first time, and we're trying to do something for the first time in Nigeria, we have to be able to control the processes. Yeah. So from the onset, we vetted a lot of people. So every single person that works for us, we have people in practically every single state in Nigeria. They have to be someone that I know, Doyin knows, this person knows, So that is already in there, So starting from there, then we started building and building and building. And now we can basically say, even all the way to Dr. Damage's village, we actually deliver the goats to his family people there.
They did. No, true story. People were surprised.
Wow. So you guys have built something similar to the Instacart of this of this world. Okay. The other question I have is, you see, now they're flying. I always write, but I'm sitting in the couch here. I don't have a pen. The other question I have is, your operation is at the moment limited to intra-country services, right? Not, say, I'm here in Canada and I want some elubo. Are you thinking about that? Because that is also an opportunity. For the UK guys, it's easier. There's always someone traversing between the UK and Nigeria. For those of us here, we also want to enjoy fresh ugu that is not heavily frozen for weeks, before we eat it. Are you thinking about that I don't know.
So we have for the US we have a shipment from Lagos to the US. That's for those that live in the US. We can get legitimate things shipped across to them.
Definitely, I like that. That word.
Legitimate things shipped to them. But for Canada, it's not open for Canada yet. The logistics have not been clearly defined.
Okay.
All right.
I leave the floor to the rest of it.
Okay, thank you, Abi. Ovia, do you have any question?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, I do have questions. Somebody is actually asking on the comment section. So can they ship medical Igbo?
No, it's not legitimate.
So that's what legal.
Hey, I'm asking for somebody on the comment section. Anyway, Wakana, I mean, I know you guys to be mainly into flying.
HelpMeWaka. Let's.
Oh, so it's different from Waka now.
Yes, HelpMeWaka. Yes.
HelpMeWaka. Waka
Oh,
now is a
HelpMeWaka.
travel agency.
Oh, there's something
Okay.
I didn't know that. Okay.
There's something called wakana.com that is into fly. So I thought it was that. Now, okay, I've heard you saying something about trying to be the Amazon of Africa, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
So okay, now I want to know, are you guys into that already, or that's in the future plan?
Are we into already the business? I'm trying to understand the question first. Then.
Yeah, how to actually model it like the Amazon does.
So when I made reference to Amazon, what I was basically alluding to is the fact that right now we're in Nigeria and we're in Ghana. The more services that we add to our platform, basically that means that anything you want to do, you just need to go on the site. I'll give you a very simple process that we planning on adding. Someone is leaving from Los Angeles to Nigeria. You've never been there before. You come on our platform saying, hey, I'm going to Nigeria. I'm getting this Airbnb. And with most Airbnb stuff, they don't show you the outside of the places. They just show you a beautiful place, and then you find out that you're in an area that they kill people every day. So you come to HelpMeWaka and you tell us that, hey, you know what? I'm going to Nigeria. I've already booked the Airbnb, but I'm not too sure. I'm scared. I've heard so much about Nigeria. Is this an area that would work well for me? This is the address. Please go to the place. Go there in the morning. Go there at night. Go there in the midnight. Do whatever you need to do. I need pictures of the place. I need you to give me information. Is it loud there? Is it noisy there? Is it whatever it is? Those are the kind of things that we're doing. So that's one. Then, of course, groceries, of course, health insurance. Then the next thing is we start tackling all the different problems. So one of the things that we're going to be doing in the future is the tens of thousands of customers that we have, we're going to be running surveys with them. Say, hey, we already have X number of services that we're running on our platform. What do you guys think that we should add to it? By that time, we've added multiple services. So when we say Amazon of Africa, it means that You know, right now, if I want to shop for my house, the first thing that comes to my mind is Amazon. So the next thing is, if you want to run any errands in Africa, you just say helpmewaka.com. They can get it done for me. So that's
just one thing. Oh,
Yes.
Ovi.
Go ahead.
Amazon of Africa, service-wise, not
exactly the term,
not product-wise. Because if it's going to be product, then you have to begin to think of bringing, merchants in on online where we see what we buy, and then do the logistics of the service.
I guess my next question is actually based off of that. In terms of grocery shopping, what do I need to do? I just call you guys and say, hey, this is what I need to be sent to Nigeria, or do I need to go to the shopping, or how does it work? Or how does it work?
You go on the website, helpmewaka.com.
Okay.
You go on the website, under the grocery section, there's a bundle and there's customize your groceries. If you don't want to think too much, you just pick the bundle and exactly what is in that package will be delivered to your loved one. If you are specific about what gets delivered, maybe 50 kilograms, 25 kilograms, you can go and specify exactly the quantity and the item to be delivered. And after that, just put in the phone number and give us an idea of the city where it's going to. We'll call the beneficiary to confirm addresses. And most times next day is delivered, but we always promise 72 hours, but most times next day is delivered.
No, I mean, when you say next day, what about if I, okay. Well, okay.
You order today. Today is Saturday. You order today, Saturday. Most likely they won't do it on Sunday, but Monday it should be there on Monday.
Okay, but it's only the stuff that's in your website.
We have vendor only this. If you have special requests, you will have to email and let so that we can know if our vendors in that area can supply that, can provide that.
Gotcha.
And just to add to what Dwayne said, we say 72 hours, but 99.9% of our orders are delivered within 24 hours. So I'll give you instances. We have people, say for example, in Atlanta, which is Eastern time zone, right? They place orders with us by, say for example, 8 p.m. at night. By the time they wake up in the morning, we've already delivered the stuff. So that used to be a problem because people in Nigeria will be like, this is scam. I can't call the people, they're sleeping. Are you sure you're the people? This. So, professionalism, integrity, get to the market on, basically we just want to make sure things are done properly. So, you've come to us for a need. We have to make sure that things are done properly, and you don't even need to say, you know what, hey, HelpMeWaka, why did you do this? No, we want to make sure that, and what we always tell people is, we are the international, international houseboys. Houseboys. So we want you on a Saturday like this, just like Abby is doing. Put your leg on the, sit on the couch, put your leg up, and just send us on the errands.
Okay, tell me why I should go to wakano.com rather than go to any African store and get me a vegetable oil.
Okay, I'm gonna have to change the name on the display to helpmewaka.com. Dr. Damages, can you please rename it?
I'm sorry. So why should I go to your website trying to get a liter of vegetable oil? Why can't I just walk down the street to any African store near me and get the same thing? Price wise.
But remember, if you're based abroad, you're actually ordering this for your family members in Nigeria, not that you're ordering for yourself in the US.
Yeah,
where is he coming from?
Obi is in Canada. Sorry, in Atlanta.
So the concept is, as a diasporan, you are getting some things done for yourself or for your loved ones in Nigeria or Ghana.
I got you.
So
okay.
It's not meant for you to order something for yourself in Atlanta.
That's
why. So I mean, I think when you put it at Amazon, that actually throw a lot of things off. I think that's where Eddie is coming from too. When you put at Amazon, you are going Amazon, where it's like, now I understand better. Though. That's nice. Thanks for your.
All right, Hecho, you're next.
All right. My first question is, do you guys deliver like fresh vegetable, like ugu and Afan ingredient to one in Colorado.
Right.
That's where I
Well,
base.
Yeah, if the American government allows it, we will. If they don't, we won't.
All right, so check that out because I'm missing Afan soup. So I need ingredients.
Where are you? You're in Colorado, right?
Yes, sir.
You get
Then
used
the
to
other
it.
question is, considering the havoc families, friends does to people when you are trying to build at home, can you people help from beginning to the end? If somebody wants to build, do you render the services of helping to check the land, make sure all the paperwork are okay, getting those documents sent to us to preserve? That's one. Then secondly, if somebody wants to invest in agricultural farm with all these people that are told right now, focusing on that area, somebody is investing into agriculture with this company, do you have the service of going there to see if everything is okay and oversee the project of that agricultural farming and give us a feedback? Those are my questions, sir.
So the first question, in terms of properties, we do not physically build houses, and our reason, because it's a long-term relationship, you need constant feedback every day. So what we do, right, is the first thing we do, we go to the place and verify. We can verify ownership of the land, verify who owns the land, verify certain things around the property. And we can also do occasional visits and give you feedback on how the project is going. But if you're trying to build a house, what we do is after we do all the verifications, we can recommend you to a builder who is going to work with you. Remember, building a house is a long-term project, minimum of 8 months to maybe 2 years. So you need someone that you'll be working with day to day to give you feedback. So we can recommend builders who we've worked with in the past that will guide you through the process, and you can have daily feedback from them. That's regarding the property. Then regarding business like setting up agriculture, there are several things we can do, right? We have a feasibility study team that can actually study a business, give you a proper proposal about that business, what you require to, what your investment will be, and what your possible returns will be rated year by year. So we have a feasibility study team that can do that. But if you already have a business you want to invest in and you have done all that yourself, and you just expect us just go down there and just do certain verification and give you a feedback, we can do that also.
No, everything I'm talking about, I'm going to be starting it from scratch. And one of my biggest projects that I am looking forward to dive into in my nonprofit is to build a facility for the street children. And we're going to be doing it state by state. I don't know how to begin it. I don't know when, because I know the funding will come, the donation will come, but then I need people to work with me to be able to build a standard thing, because those children, they deserve the best. They are what God has given to them can be developed and harnessed, undermining the current circumstances they are. So I'm looking at a facility that will put many things together for us to have this goal. So do you have architect on board that we can discuss all this?
I think if you email us.
Let me take that, right? So
Take time.
We're going to
you
take
go
him
wear
out.
one trouser. Oga damage, make you Oga damage, tell of you.
I will control him. Don't worry.
My brother, I'm gonna talk to
Yeah,
me.
let me first start by commending you for what you're doing. We as members of founders of HelpMeWaka, we see so many things in Nigeria, and it's not just because yes, we want to build a platform. It was also an opportunity for us to provide employment to so many people, and by you providing employment to a lot of people, that impacts their families too. So I will start by commending you on that. That's an excellent thing. We've worked with several NGOs. We've worked with several people that would just come to us and say, hey, Christmas is around the corner. We want to drop off 100 bags of rice. And these people would actually say, do not mention their names. So what you're trying to do is an excellent thing. You can definitely reach out to us. Our email address is helpme@helpmewaka.com. The main thing is you want to do something of value over there. So the worst thing that would happen is then fraud comes into it. All your money goes down the drain. So you need a trusted platform. And we've been Nigerians that we've lived in Nigeria, that we've lived abroad, that we understand both ways. We can definitely guide you. And if it means that we need to bring the respectful or the respected or whatever parties into this, we'll definitely make it. So please feel free. You can just send an email to us. It's helpme@helpmewaka.com, and we can definitely work with you on that. We've been with Dr. Damages for so many years, but we've just been in the background, and people will go to him and say, oh, these people are doing an excellent job. So, but we're still waiting for him to say, hey, they did a bad job for me, which that would never happen. So, on your part, we'll make sure we get everything done for you.
Yeah, because next year, by the grace of God, we want to do back to school program. We want to do food drive. We want to do clothes drive, shoe drive, and toy drive in most cases. Because we realize that a lot of children out there in Nigeria, they've never touched a toy. And I'm the type that believed that America is a wasteful society. So instead of allowing them to waste all these things, let's gather it and take it back to this population. So since we will be working with you guys by the grace of God, because my greatest fear is this: when we send those things home, will it go to the people that really needs it? Or people will confiscate it and sell it. That I don't want, because I'm building an NGO that want to stand on the platform of trust. Because in this society, when you collect things from there and you really deliver as you have said, the tendency of them continues to support you is there. But when you do not use it and they verify it or investigate it and find out it is diverted, there is problem. We want to build a new Nigeria. A new Nigeria can only be built with the currency of integrity and trust. If we can hold this, all this one we have done and damage they've done to our society can be repaired. But when we are not trying to repair it, and we are working with elements that are carrying the load of dishonesty, distrust into the journey of building a new Nigeria, it's going to be a headache. So as I journey this NGO, I am looking for people who partner together, especially in Nigeria, so that we can rewrite our story. We can rewrite this, just like some people said earlier. Nigeria are disrespected everywhere because of the bad image some group of elements has created them. We can change that narrative and get back our old glory and get back our new name, which is the giant of Africa. We can only do that by starting working and building in the platform of trust and integrity. So we will be working together by the grace of the Almighty.
Thank you.
Dr. Damages, help me at helpmewaka.com, not help me. There's me there.
help me at helpmewaka.com.
Yeah, no, it wasn't Dr. Damage's. Dr. Damage's assistant. He's a doctor. So
yeah. I'll talk to my assistant.
Oh, is that our main guy?
Yeah.
Damages is part of his. Damages is part of his job description. Is to damage names.
All right, James.
Or maybe it's Chasha that didn't type it well.
Yeah. James, you're next.
What I have in mind is very trivial compared to what they are capable of doing.
Yeah.
What I need, I live in the Gambia. What I need is books. Is it possible for me to remit money to you in America? And you look for the right type of books. I give you the description, then you send it by mail. That's all.
So you're in the Gambia, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So what we at this time?
No, you procure the books in the US, pack it, send it by post to me. That's all.
Yeah, we currently only offer services in Africa, meaning that is the domain that we operate in. So we're not a shipping company that we ship from out of the US and all that. There are so many, those kind of books. If it's a book that you can get from Amazon, I'm pretty sure that even Amazon, they ship worldwide now. So, but it's not a service that we currently do offer. However, maybe in the future things might change. But for now, we do not offer shipping services from outside Nigeria. Now we can initiate a shipping service from Nigeria to the US.
Oh, sorry. I see. I thought you are based in the US. Okay, you are based in Nigeria.
Actually, you know what though? So we're based in the US, but our services are rendered in Nigeria. So I'll give you a good example. You're in the Gambia, you're a Nigerian. Someone is in the UK, someone is in Australia. Those are all Nigerians, or even non-Nigerians outside Nigeria, but they need things done within Nigeria.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, that's what it is. So say, for example, you want us to go deliver groceries to your mom in Nigeria. You just sit in the Gambia there, you go on our website, boom, 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 put our name, put our stuff, and that's it, and we deliver the stuff.
Very well. Thank you so much indeed.
On a lighter note, Dr. Damages, sorry, I don't think there's anybody left. And Dr. Damages, I think, is knocked himself out. Doing a Olumide, what if I want a second wife? Can you, and I want it...
Who want marry a second wife?
No, but it's a valid question. It's a valid question. So
okay, and you want to go marry a second wife? Let madam go first of all marry a second husband.
No, but you know what though? It's a valid question. The good thing
is valid, but me at the advocate though. Madam go first go marry a second husband.
No, the way you
then
look at it.
You go come marry your second wife.
Are you so sure?
Balance, equity.
No, how are you so sure he's not a Muslim? He's allowed to marry. So, if he's a Muslim and he wants to marry a second wife and he wants us to go and make sure that the wife is the real person, so we will go there, give us the address, we'll knock on the door, we even take a picture and video with her. And if you are sure that's the person, then, myself and Doi, we even going to attend.
In fact, I only... try to inverse the question, but try to get the process and the possibility. What if I'm a bachelor here and I'm dating a girl online and I need you to research, to do background check? I think that should be easy for HelpMeWaka.
Yeah, as long as you provide us some clues that we can work with. We have to work
definitely details, yeah. At least be able to locate her and then find some other thing. And it could be a female, a spinster here dating someone in Nigeria.
Yeah, I mean, like now, I mean, we need bid for worry for side.
No, but for you, it's very easy. So we have some of our services that you can use. The first thing first is you look at the person, you find the person, send her a birthday cake, send her flowers. So those are services that we render, right? So when you send those things, at least it's going to someone. Now, if it gets to the other side and is not the person that is, because you should tell the person at least take a picture. Because once that person has received that cake and the flower, they're happy, they have the chocolate, they're smiling. And you yourself, you're in America here, you're smiling. And so those are the services that we render.
We can also give you a feedback of what we met and going.
What about just like what Eddie is asking? What
or
about
maybe the lady comes out with her husband.
Exactly. So we can give you all those feedback.
Maybe not just that. Maybe the lady will come out for the first time without makeup, and then they get the picture receiving the cake without makeup, and you will see the actual wedding.
The perception and reality.
The one Dr. Damages is saying is called, but guess what though? The good thing is we're Africans, so we're beautiful with or without makeup. So whatever, even if the person is using makeup, let's forget about that. We want to see, is it actually someone that you are sending?
Yeah, a human being.
On a more serious note, okay, let's say I want to buy rice, so what is the assurance I'm getting the best quality? Because I understand that you guys will go to the shopping, then deliver it to wherever I want it to be delivered. So what is the guarantee that I'm actually getting the best of the product I'm ordering for? That's one. And two, what about if I'm ordering to a village where, in remote villages, how possible is that?
Dr. Damage's home is a remote village. And we go down there.
They go to my village, so they can go to anywhere.
Somewhere like Okaititi in Okolonoka village.
But to your question, right? We what we won't eat, we won't deliver it. So we tell ourselves what my mom and my dad will not touch, we won't do it. And every single person that works for us, we tell them straight from the beginning, do not cut corners. If we deliver anything to your mom and she doesn't like it, we'll deliver it to you, because we want you to have the assurance that HelpMeWaka is a trusted platform. So we always pride ourselves that and myself and doing with all the staff that we have that work for us, every single email that comes in, we review everything. Every single call, if I'm not on it or doing one of us, someone must be on those calls with our customer service reps, because we want to make sure you're getting the best. You call us, we want to just make sure that what we're delivering is the right thing. So the best assured, if your mom would call and say, hey, you know what, they deliver 60 tomatoes, out of the 63 were bad, we'll send it back. And sometimes they tell us that, are you guys okay? Why are you sending just 3 tomatoes? But we just want to make sure that things are done properly. And I'm sorry, I didn't even get the name. We want you to go on our platform, and we want it, because I always see you on Dr. Damage's show, my man in Atlanta. You'll try it, and next week when they are talking on Dr. Damage's show, I want you to tell Dr. Damage's how good HelpMeWaka is.
That's
all right.
That's a challenge. That's a challenge for you.
I'll focus my satellite on Warri area. Let me get the Warri bit
first. It doesn't matter. Anywhere you want to Nigeria, we'll go there.
Warri is even easier, sir. Warri is a major city.
It's not like Dr. Damage's hometown.
Yeah,
that is not on any map.
Yeah.
All right.
Our hometown is already on. You can locate our hometown on Google.
Now you are telling them. Don't mind them.
I shared it with you the other day. Our hometown is not remote anymore.
All right. So, do you have, Mr. Scribe? Do you have any question?
No, I just want to commend them. I think I've been following your journey from, I think when Adiola first brought you guys to the limelight, and I really like the way you handled Abby's question with grace. That was another one that could have easily heated up. I can only say if you guys want some investment, I would love to give you money to invest in your company, just based on the impression you've given so far.
Are we going to give Dr. Damage's commission? Are we giving Dr. Damage's commission?
No, I don't need.
No. I'm just saying. I've never used your service, but I've heard a lot about from various people that have used your service, and it's been very hitch-free. Yeah, long may your tenureship reign, and it's from the outside. I mean, it looks really good what you guys are doing. Keep more grease to your elbow, as we say in Nigeria.
Thank you.
Another question, if you don't mind. Now, if let's say I have a business, maybe a provision store, I specialize in selling something customized that I'm selling. Is there a possibility of me collaborating with you guys so that in case anybody order for such product, you guys should patronize me rather than going the usual route that you normally go to?
It has to be unique product.
Okay.
If it's something that can be gotten anywhere else, there will be no advantage. It has to be a unique product.
So you're saying you customize your product, right? And then you want to sell it in Nigeria. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Okay. Let's say let me say I'm a tailor, right? I sew clothes, and I have a store in Nigeria, or I reside in Nigeria. Can I partner with you guys so that then somebody here in America wants to buy that kind of design for his relative in Nigeria, instead of you guys going to normal market that you guys normally go to? You say, oh, because I'm already an agreement with you guys will patronize me instead.
Okay.
Just let me have my products in Walmart or.
I understand perfectly what you're saying. So and I like the fact now that we've started ingraining you into HelpMeWaka.com. So you now understand. So that is excellent. So now you know who we are. We have something called the vendor program. And the vendor program basically states that this person has a product or a service that they want to render. And they want a platform that they can showcase their products. Because I always tell people, you have a beautiful Rolls Royce in your house, you cover it in your garage, you lock it up there. Nobody's going to know that you have a beautiful Rolls Royce in your garage, except you tell people, you show it to them. I'm not saying you're showing off. You go out in church and they look at you, oh, he has a beautiful car. So just like in Nigeria, I always tell people, and myself and you always say, Nigerians, we are the smartest in the world. We provide the best services, we provide the best products, but we just haven't showcased the stuff. So the reason why we came across, while we onboarded the vendor program is because we want a platform whereby people in Nigeria can showcase their products to people abroad. So you have a brother that has a nice shoe factory, but he's only making it in his own locality, right? But on our platform, you come, you list all your products there, you list the pricing there, and that opens you up to the whole wide world. So that is something that we're doing. So, and we started on the pilot phase, but in this quarter now, we want to push it more to open it to lots of Nigerians so they can add. And that goes back to what Ebi said when I was saying, and he corrected me, which I like the word that he said, service as opposed to products. So service meaning, so we are service-based. So now you can come on our site and you can see the products of different people. The people in Wari, people in Uge, people in Ibadan, people in this, people that they have good products, but they just don't know where to showcase it. So just to answer your question, we definitely are on board with that.
All right. Very
Can
good.
Can I just add to what Obi said? Another maybe business idea for you. I remember like when I lived in London, so like I remember like sometimes they do this as Shrebi thing, and they'll if you go to Peckham, like that's where you have all the Yoruba tailors, and they would disappoint and everything. But there was this lady back then who was very well known. She, how in Yoruba marital thing, there's a lady that does the officiating. I forget the name of that.
Alaja,
so she, Alaja something, yeah. So this particular lady was very well known of because she was always traversing London and Lagos. So she would come with big Ghana must goes, and the people will wait for her when she comes back. They will stand in lines, do their measurements, and this thing became so cumbersome. I was just looking at it. I was like, this thing can be automated, or in some way. So it might be something you guys might want to look into.
Yeah, we're always open to ideas, and we really appreciate that. So Doyin is my boss. So Doyin, I hope you are writing it down. So
yeah, I'm taking a note of it. I think someone sent in a question. It flipped and ran away.
Oh yeah, there were some questions online. One of them was legal services. If you were going, if you source out legal services for people. Someone asked if you deliver to Ireland. or delivered to the United States? So those some of the questions.
For legal services, right? If it requires, all we do is refer you to a law practice or a lawyer for serious legal offense. That's what we do.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's this question from Abubakar Sadiq. How about health insurance? What is the rate like? And do you also accept things from abroad to send down to Nigeria? So the rates for health insurance, how would they get?
The health insurance, I don't know why people are not buying it for their family. Is the cheapest thing I've ever seen in my life. It's $170 a year for someone below 60 years of age. And if it's above 60, there's about $370 a year. Believe me, when they call you for problems, you're going to is a minimum of 500,000 naira when they call you. So the easiest thing to do, you can get your loved one down there, is health insurance. They can easily walk to the hospital of their choice and get treated.
All right, we have someone, Laura, who Laura wrote that I had the opportunity of using HelpMeWaka. The foodstuffs were of the highest quality and the quantity was exceptional. They were very professional, responsive, and provided excellent services. So
we don't know that person, just in case you're
no, yeah, people just
Yeah.
encounter this and
No, I already told you. I know people who use your service. This is not. I don't know these guys. I'm just meeting them for the first time. But yeah, they do what they do. They say what they say they do.
Okay. All right. So that thank you so much. Unless other people have questions and any other final thoughts, Doing or anybody.
Can you guys help me vote?
I think that is where Nigeria is going.
I'll campaign. But I say you guys to go to my local government and sensitize them on why they should vote for Boko. So would you guys do that?
No, we are staying away from political stuff. That might that easily leads to rancor or violence. So we can drop it off with your zonal coordinator. If you have campaign, drop it off with them. Let them do the campaign.
Now let me ask you, either Doing or Lumide. There's something that some Igbo people do. Like if someone wants to get married, they go and I think maybe everybody will do it, but they go and check out the family. No, not before the food or anything. Check out the family to find out, if they are all right, everything is good. If they give you that assignment, will you be able to do that?
Yes, but you have to give us some background stuff to work with.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
We will not go as if we are investigating them. We'll go as if maybe you tell us the mom has a shop, or we'll probably go down there and try to buy something from the shop, sit down there. You have to give us something to work with. We can't work in the dark.
Mm-hmm.
If the dad is a farmer, probably we'll go down there, buy something from the farm, have a discussion with him, try to create some kind of a relationship to find out more from them.
Okay.
But you have to give us something to work with.
Okay.
I think somebody is saying, do we do surprise birthdays?
Yeah. I wanted you to address.
We do birthdays, but Nigeria is not a good place for surprises, right? Because they will not be. For you to effectively do surprise, you need somebody else to coordinate that they are home. They will be home at this time. This is the time you will get back from work. That level of detail, we don't get that level of detail. So most times we just call the person and say, hey, your brother or sister sent you a birthday cake. When can we drop it off?
Yeah, but if somebody can work on that, you guys can deliver at the right time at the right place.
Yes. If somebody can give us that logistic, we can do that.
Okay.
Yeah. Just to add to what he said. So the main thing is we need a contact, right? So Dr. Damage is now your sister is, you want to surprise your mom in Nigeria. You just give us your sister's number that probably lives with her. Some of the things that we've done before, what do you even call those people that they go play music and trumpet and all those?
Yeah, they surprise.
Oh, do you do that?
Yeah, we do that. So they, and of course, one other thing that we didn't mention is the food platters. So now there's this whole platter. You can explain. Is the food person. I'm not a food person. So
Nigeria just has this kind of a big tray that they bring all varieties of food on your birthday or on an occasion. Somebody knocks on your door and just shows you a big area of food in the big tray. They love that kind of concept over there, and it's growing. They call it food platter.
And for my guy, I keep missing your name. Since you're talking about your girlfriend in Wari there, send the food platter. I'm sure when she sees that, she will never refuse you.
All right. Can I you have any question for them? Or?
Yes, maybe I don't know if they've spoken about that, but I asked the question on the chat link. My question is: do you ship things to the US or just to Nigeria? Do you provide your services to the US?
Yeah,
you do that.
We ship legitimate things to the US.
Okay, yes. So legitimate things. This is my experience, right? I have people buy like foodstuff and send to me from Nigeria, and sometimes I buy like medication as well. But my experience is that whenever the medication comes here, I have to go through. I have to pay some money to FDA. I have to pay for importation duty and all that. So if you are to provide this kind of services, do I have to go through all this? Because they stress me a lot. I would have worked to like have someone taking care of everything. I would just have my delivery. Yeah.
That was why I said legal, legitimate things. When it comes to medications, you are getting into several loopholes in several agencies. FDA might have to approve that. There's no loop because the government has certain things that are set in place. A lot of us don't know. They don't want you bringing Panadol Extra from Nigeria when there's Tylenol. If the market is flooded with Panadol Extra, nobody is buying Tylenol. So government are putting certain tariffs in place to checkmate people importing cheap drugs from abroad and killing local content. So that was why I said anything within the legal framework, we will ship it. If you're shipping large contents of medications, it's always going to go through all those FDA and tariff measures.
All right. Thank you. One more question online is about health insurance. They wanted to know more about how it's done and is it everywhere in the country. So
actually, is in every single state of Nigeria. So what we partnered with an insurance vehicle. So there are about 3,500 hospitals on that network. So all you have to do is, of course, you need the person's name. The age is important, which will determine if the age is important. You put the beneficiary's name, the age. If it's lower than 60, there's a 170 package. If it's older than 60, there's a 370 and there's a 470 package. The difference between those 370 and 470 is just the full medical checkup every year. They'll do your blood work, do your all those stuff. That's just the difference.
Okay, very good. All right.
So sir, for the insurance, so the premium, is it, do you break it down annually or just monthly?
It's just one fee for the year.
Okay, that you guys know Nigeria. It's just you don't want to go through too much.
No, it's because you're dealing with the way they charge in Nigeria, the way they do their health insurance in Nigeria, just like some of the stuff we have in the US, is either you get it through your company, which is most likely a bank or an oil company, or you're paying outrightly for it. So rather than have you come back every month, just $470 or $370 or $170 a year, I don't see where we have to be breaking that to.
But you know what that translates to in naira. So, and you know what the minimum wages will.
No, it's actually we package it in a way that you are the one buying it for your loved ones.
Okay.
Yeah, you are the one buying it for your loved ones. The people in Nigeria might have to go get. I think they have Lagos State has one, but it's not functioning right. Or let me say it's not optimum. But we have discussed with the insurance vehicle to give the best health facility health plan to our customers. So if there's any issue at all, you can email us or call us, and we'll call the company directly, and they will get that rectified within 24 hours.
I hope one of these forefront presidential candidates can work with Doyin and Olumide to translate this to a national thing. It just shows that it's possible.
It's possible.
I mean,
it's very possible.
And that's a good point. We always say something in life that when you expect the best, you have to prepare. So we've already done all the legwork, and as HO, I think she left. If we didn't have a good platform, she wouldn't be thinking of partnering with us. So, and I know Dr. Damages, I know because of time, you did say if we have last words. On behalf of our company, we'd like to say thank you. We constantly watch your show. We believe in what you do, and it's you've given us. You didn't know us from nowhere, but you put us out there, and we can definitely beat on our chest to say that no one has called you before to say, HelpMeWaka did this or did this. We have a name to protect. Doyin has a name to protect. I have a name to protect, and also our platform. So once again, we'd like to say thank you. We appreciate all that you do, and we wish you the best.
All right, thank you so much.
Please more advert on Dr. Damages show.
We are families now. We are not going anywhere.
Doyin and Olumide, thank you so much for joining us. Next time you come, I will get Udoka to actually talk to you guys, because he has.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but I will bring him on the show too. But next time you have a new product, feel free, let me know. We will bring you here and talk to you, okay?
All right, no problem. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, guys. And we'll go back to our regular program and continue our conversation. Doyin, thank you, and Olumide, thank you. And for our regulars standby, we are going to get back to our conversation. Let's watch this video.
Peter Obi used state finance to do his family business. Please address that. What is going on as regards that?
Which family business?
So that's what people are saying.
Like which family business? Anybody can say which family business? Rufai, which family business? Can they call one family business? They just tell you all sorts of things. No criminal leaves what he can steal. No criminal. That's why even if you go to church, they tell you to protect your phone. Rufai had left almost 100 billion. When I have the powers to take it, in any other country, I have the highest award. I have the Queen's Award in the UK. I have it anywhere. Show me one governor, apart from Yaradua, who left 5 billion. Now they live with debts, and they celebrate them. Look at the amount of money people are borrowing today. I didn't borrow one kobo. I left dollars and everything. I saw somebody yesterday. He told me he's the managing director of NIPP. And I said, yes, I invested $59 million in this exercise. So which family business? Every business I was doing, if anything, my family business, everything collapsed because I went to do God. My own business collapsed. Where was I? Before I became governor, I was chairman of Fidelity Bank. I was director in Guardian Express Bank. I was the director in 3 banks. And I'm there by virtue of my investment. I was owing 10% of each of those facilities before I became governor.
All right, welcome back to the show, everybody. We are back to our political discussion, and I can see that Pan Sat HD is joining us. He's been active on the comment section. We welcome him. Welcome to the show. Also, I can see Jacob. Jacob, welcome to the show. Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
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 Okay. So, Pansat, welcome to the show.
Yes, Dr. Damages.
Yeah, can you tell us, if you care, if you want to, your real name, where you're joining us from? Because I don't think we've seen you live on the show before.
I can't tell you all that. But, I'm in Los Angeles.
Okay, good. That's enough. That's all we need to know. Nice to see you.
How's
Um,
everybody doing?
we're
He lives
good.
down the street. He lives down the street from me in Los Angeles.
Pardon?
I say you live down the street from me in Los Angeles.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, I'm around. So
It's always good. I like the transition. People start by commenting, and at the point they will say, "You know what? Let me just go in there and see what it's like." So welcome, and so tell us what is your observation on the state of the country?
you know, it's very sad that a country that is so blessed as Nigeria, and for so many years now, 62 years, what we're grappling with are still the the basics. The basics. It wouldn't take much to correct course. All we have to do is to seize the opportunity we've been given. The youth are taking the initiative to reclaim this country. I'm going to go inside because I've been wanting to talk to this platform. This platform has a lot of adults in it. I have been in many other platforms, but the level of discussion on this forum is a little higher. And I believe it's imperative that we move the discussion a little forward. We have the right candidates to make a decision on what's the character of the country, period. That's where we are now. So there's no need rehashing all the problems. We know what they are. The labor.
We're having difficulties hearing you. I think the network where you are is
Pastor is obedient. He's obedient.
All right, Evie, welcome to the show. I think you joined us during the HelpMeWaka people.
Yep.
Let me hear your view on now that Tinubu is back. Everybody's here. All the candidates are in, and what should we expect? What should we go for? Because ideally, I think we should demand that we hear from these people, all of them, get them to answer questions about what they've done, what they plan to do, and what do you think?
Yeah, first of all, I don't like that statement. Somebody's back. Who sent him on an errand? When they go? Who will it be? Is he? You are now making him like the pivot of before the common era and after the ADBC. Who will be? Who will be? So please. Nothing changed on my own side. I've always said here that I am a Showore person, but on the presidential level, I support Peter Obi because just like Mr. Scribe said, when you are placed with different evils, you want to do your risk analysis and choose the lesser of the evil. In risk analysis, we have what we call risk acceptance. You look at it, look at the frequency, the tendency, the probability, of that threat, and based on maybe historical analysis, you find out that it's unlikely to occur, and then you just make a decision and accept that risk and not insure it with Waka Now people. So on putting everything on platform, the person that cut it for me, and he has been talking. In fact, he has actually been accused of over talking and over explaining. Some have come here to say that he should change his message. Those people do not know they do not understand the logic or the principle behind repetition, which has been used, in fact, in some way, even in this pandemic of the last 2 years. When you hammer things on people, it can translate to their DNA or change their thinking. production from consumption to production should be hammered till February next year. That is a message, and it is sticking, and the youth are resonating. Now, what we know is these Agbado people, they are going to use all sort of, hanky-panky and terrible way. Look at it. They beat up a guy in Lagos who was carrying the flag, right? They've started, but they're going to be outnumbered. They know it. They better stop it, because every one market woman has average in Nigeria 3 pikin. So even the market women that they are banking on are outnumbered by the youth. The demography does not favor their usual approach. The old people and the market women, who usually gullibly follow them alongside some youth, are now alone. The youth are ejecting massively. And what I think should be done by the Obi team is, now that we see that, and they should even go ahead to the market and everywhere and corner a chunk of those market women, away, who are their moms, away from that. And a child can have more influence in the house and say, "Mommy, this morning as you dey go, na papa, mama, pikin, no be broom or nonsense thing, umbrella. No, So go, and like that. I'm here in Canada. I have a sphere of influence. People I send money to, cousins, nephews, and nieces. I've called them months back and say, go and get your VBC, and anywhere you see Obi, go and join. And I'm getting feedback. You get what I'm saying? So all this one that he has come back from here. Who is that person? I beg. Thank you, guys. I may eject now. I need to do some home chores.
All right. Thank you.
But I'll keep listening.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Let's go back to Pansat. You were saying something before you were cut off. Go ahead. All right. He's still having problems. Jacob Obi, welcome to the show. Jacob, unmute yourself.
Good evening.
Yeah. Hi. Can you tell us where you're joining us from?
I'm joining you from Ikoyi, Lagos.
Oh, we love people joining us from Nigeria. I don't know if you know people, all these people in America and in Canada and in Europe, they just eat too much food.
Hold on. Ikoyi no be Nigeria. Ikoyi na Central Island. Why you say Ikoyi na Nigeria?
Sometimes they are not really the people talking, it's the food hamburgers talking to them. Okay, so how is the situation in Jacob? Tell us what's going on there in Ikoyi.
We're upbeat. The message is sinking in.
Okay.
So people are starting to see the what is happening in the political more than
Jacob, do you have your PVC?
I do.
Yeah, because that's the question that they've been saying. I've been reading online that people who are on the streets, that most of them don't have PVC. So I wanted to check on anybody that calls from.
Rudolph, Ikoyi is not. Ikoyi no get streets. There's nothing like streets in Ikoyi. This guy.
So Jacob,
Nigeria.
So the return of Tinubu, how was that received by people around you? What did people think about it? This story.
Social media, I would not have even looked. Stay very close to borderline. So it didn't. It wasn't.
Okay, we're having a little problem hearing Jacob very well, which
Now, video where they live for Tinubu, Crescent. They live in the same body long. They are neighbors.
all right, James, go ahead. Go ahead, James.
Okay,
Yeah.
I wonder if the reception is
Yeah. Can you speak up a little bit, Jacob? Maybe that will help.
Oh, okay.
Don't
Such a
worry, you won't be beaten up by
significant.
Tinubu's people. Don't worry about that. Go speak up a little bit.
Yeah, we're his neighbors. Our very own neighbors.
All right, we'll come back to you.
Yeah.
Let's hear
So,
James. James, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you.
all right.
I remember just yesterday, I was on another platform with some gentlemen, and I assured the man that if the next election is free and fair, free of any, it's completely free and fair, he should put me before a firing squad. I'm prepared to face a firing squad without trial if the election will be free and fair. Certainly not. There are certain things we are overlooking in this coming election, and we will all be disappointed. We will all be disappointed, and that is manifestos. Long before now, I've been looking forward to what the party manifestos are, and people assured me that when the electionary campaign kicks off, I will surely get what I'm looking for. But so far, no party has lived up to expectation. I was listening yesterday to a certain man on Arise News. I can't remember his name. He was secretary to somebody in the past. Anyway, and I was able to gather some points from him. Now, when a party tells Nigerians, we are going to solve the issue of distrust in the country, we want to unify the country, what I expect them to do is this. I will cite two examples. Take Igbo marginalization. The Igbos have been marginalized and they've cried and cried and cried, and they are tired of saying they are tired of crying. What plans do you have to address the Igbo marginalization in the country? It should be part of your manifesto. Tell us the roadmap, how you hope to reintegrate them, make them have confidence in the country. What programs do you need to put in place? How much will it cost? What extent will you go to? Who and who will you talk to? Because this problem is deep-rooted and the people are very, very bitter. In the case of Southern Kaduna, the Southerners there have been complaining of brutality from the northern people of Kaduna. How do you hope to solve it? You see, in the case of Yakubu Gowon, if you still remember, before the outbreak of the Civil War, he created 12 states out of the country that was having 4 regions. Although he did it with clandestine motive to weaken Ojuku's base in the east. But the excuse he gave is that there is what they call problems of ethnic minorities. The Thief crisis of 1962 was an eye-opener that the minorities were finding it very tough. That led to the creation of Benue Plateau State. The creation of rivers and cross rivers is because of the domination of the Igbos, because of their numerical strength. They were finding it difficult to have contact with the headquarters in Enugu, so they gave them their own state. Midwest was created out of the West because of this same problem. So if a party is telling me you want to unify the country, tell me how you will solve the problem of Southern Kaduna, which is based on marginalization. So that is one point no party has addressed so far. Then the problem of what I call the fundamental social life of the people. 20 million children, as we are speaking right now, are out of schools in northern Nigeria. They are not in schools at all. If this problem is allowed to continue, in 15 to 30 years from now, Nigeria will not be habitable. It will be worse than Armageddon, what we are toying with. So parties should come up and tell us the plans they have to address the problem of these children. Adult education programs, how do you hope to go about it? How many teachers do you need? Where will the schools be built? Who are those to, they should come up with comprehensive programs before I will believe them. Then another point is education. Education should be totally free in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Nobody should tell me that it is not possible because of finance. I'm a product of free education. Throughout my stay in Nigeria, from primary school, I didn't attend nursery, from primary to master's degree level, I paid only 100 naira for my accommodation at the University of Lagos. Everything was absolutely free.
James, hold on. I want to question you a little bit. So you benefited from Nigeria.
Absolutely free.
What have you given back to Nigeria as someone who benefited from the country?
Good. Now, let me tell you my story. When I left the University of Lagos, that's a good question. When I left the University of Lagos, I met my supervisor, Professor S.O. Joe, the climatologist, and I told him I'm going to Sokoto to attend an interview. He said, okay. He asked me certain questions I could not answer. So he sat me down, gave me publications, peer-reviewed journal publication and books. He told me what to do. Go back home to Bender State. When you finish doing it, come back. Then I returned to him. He interviewed me, said, okay, now you are qualified, you can go. When I got to Sokoto, University of Sokoto, now Madam Fodo, the head of the Department of Geography there was a man called L.A. Day, a Ghanaian. They sat me down. When they interviewed me, look, it's as if this man, it's as if they leaked the questions to this man in Nigeria, in Lagos. Okay, when I finished the whole thing, the dean gave me 20 naira for my transport. Said, I'm a bright young man, use this for your transport back to Benin City. So I went back, he said, you hear from us. When I got to Benin, I didn't hear anything. I was shuttling between Benin and Sokoto continuously till an Hausa man called me aside and said, look, young man, I'm sorry, you did well in the interview, but you cannot get this job because you were born in Ondo State. That's what they said. Why not try the Western states if you cannot get a job in Bender State? Now, I did all I could to get a job. I nearly got a job in a primary school in Benin City, Arinze Primary School in Benin City, along Abo Street. They gave my father a condition to come and join a secret society before a master's degree holder can be given a job in a primary school. How do you put up with an immoral situation without getting yourself contaminated? My father told me, my boy, pack up and walk out of the country. So I went to Liberia. At number 52 Center Street in Monrovia, there is these Aladura churches. They have a school there. The very day I got there, they gave me an appointment letter in Monrovia. I could not stay in Monrovia because there were rumors of war. From Monrovia, I came to the Gambia. At Muslim High School in Banjul, half there in the Gambia, I was given another job on the same day. So why should I live in Nigeria? If a Ghanaian can be employed in Sokoto to head the Department of Geography, and a Nigerian born in Ondo State cannot work there, the country is not meant for me. So, and besides, asking me what I've done, what I've given back to Nigeria, my state is an oil-producing state. We've contributed substantially to the progress of the country. They should not expect anything from me. So that answers the question. So let me continue.
No. I was just playing, I know. I'm not saying that you haven't done anything. I want to always pay attention to that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
please, let me express my gratitude in bad English, if you don't mind. Thank you very seriously for asking the question. Okay, now let me continue. I will finish very soon. Now, education should be completely free in Nigeria. Oh, sorry.
I wanted to say also, James, the parties are beginning to release their manifestos. So I know you.
The point I'm making is this. The manifestos they are releasing is like previous manifestos. They are not comprehensive. They are not giving you a roadmap. At the end of the day, when they disappoint you and me, we cannot take them to task. This is why we need to sit them down, quiz them. I mean, when you say you industrialize the country, you want to make us from consumption to producing nation. Mention the industries. If, for example, you want to set up Gari manufacturing industry in Inewi, where will the cassava come from? Who are the farmers? What quantity do you need to produce? How much Gari do we consume in Nigeria? We need comprehensive answers to this question. All the parties, they have no research teams, research and development unit. They don't have it. This is the point I'm making. So you will see. May we live long.
All right.
2023, we will be disappointed catastrophically.
I just want to agree with Mr. James. Absolutely great intervention there. I agree with everything that he has said in total, because how can a system not, fundamentally, the parties don't even have an ideology. So for an idea what Mr. James is saying, for that system to flow through, there has to be a vision, right? And a stem that these ideas need to come up with. It's still going to be the same hula baloo stories. And that's why I still, when somebody was saying I'm an obedient, I said, no, I'm not an obedient. Because, well, here with Mr. Obi, which the gentleman who the wind seems to be behind, we have the lesser of the evils. But then we have, as Nigerians, who are peaceful and want to continue this structure that we have, and in order to avert any bloodshed or anything, we just want to be peaceful and just vote for Mr. Obi and hope that he will do something. But I'm not deluded to the fact that how can a constitution elect you and then you will turn around and fight against that constitution? Look, that is going to take a miracle. What Afe Babalola said is what I stand on. And that is that we need to, already we've done the Sovereign National Conference in 2014. Just go back to the Sovereign National Conference and implement the things there. 2, a diverse polity like Nigeria cannot survive under a unitary federal presidential system. We have to go back to what the Nnamdi Azikiwes and the Awolowos agreed on, and that is a parliamentary setup. Because look, Buhari will not survive Wednesday Prime Minister's question. It will become so evident that he's a failure that his own peers will vote him out. Look at Boris Johnson. Will Buhari ever be up to Boris Johnson? But with all his intelligence and everything, because he didn't implement the Brexit thing in total, they kicked him out. And they brought a more conservative.
That's not a fair comparison, though.
Eh?
I mean,
no. It's just a metaphor. I'm not saying it's a fair comparison. You understand?
But it's a different system we are running. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, I'm just saying, had it been Nigeria, what my advocacy is that Nigeria goes into a parliamentary setup. Had it been Nigeria is practicing a parliamentary setup, which I feel with its diversity is the best form of government for it, is that if we practice that parliamentary setup, you see that our election costs will go down, because electioneering will go down to the local nucleus, because you will just be an MP who's just in charge of maybe 200,000 people or 1 million people. So by effect, what you would spend to become an MP is little. People can crowdfund for you. Things can become easier. It will go down to the local, mark my keyword, local nucleus. And this is what Nigeria needs, because Nigeria needs to shift from this presidential unitary system into a proper system. 2, the Willings report, minority report, I'm now talking to Mrs. H.O.'s point about Igbo people, that we are crying marginalization, we are carrying foul. No. If you read the dictates of the Willings reports, you will see it there. Based on that is how Anosadebe could have come up with the Midwestern state and lead it. There was supposed to be an iteration gradually going down, but like James said, for very sinister reasons, and to sort of like break down Ojuku's hold, he created 12 states, and all that mess started up. So I cannot speak enough about how the submission of James and the way it is. We should not be deluded to these things. Our expectations should not be beyond what is real. It's this guy Osho that said it. Reality is never frustrating. Reality is always fulfilling. Frustration comes because we are imposing our illusions on reality, and this is the problem of Nigeria, because we refuse to understand that a Peter Obi is a human being. The Bible says, "Cause be any man who puts his hope on another man." A Peter Obi, within the construct of the 1999 Constitution, the reality, you should brace yourself for it. If he wins, you should brace yourself for it because he is tied. Look at the exclusive list. How is he going to untie that one? Two, the Labour Party. The only structure is the structure right now that is potent enough is to elect the president and the vice president. We've seen it in other local legislature. It is not potent enough in the states, in the local government. It is not that potent. So how can you tell me now that the way it's looking, he's going to sit in the executive? The judges are already, the Supreme Court is already loaded with APC people, right? The House of Assemblies, Senate, and the other one are going to be loaded by people. And you think this guy is going to have an easy ride? Obi is going to be an Obama, a missed opportunity. If he wins, he's going to be a missed opportunity. Mark my words, because he's going to be an Obama. This is why I would take a Bush any day over an Obama, because these guys, they understand what penetrative politics is. And this is where I don't think Obi will deliver, because Obi is just, look at his speeches. Obi, who is he deceiving? He's an Igbo man, and he keeps telling people, "Oh, don't vote for me because I'm an Igbo man." I understand the strategy there, but two, just like James said, you are an Igbo man. People are still looking at you as an Igbo man. Nigeria is very, very tribalistic. So you should, that statement is just, I understand he's trying to deflect. But the truth is, Obi himself has not even, he's coming from the southeast, and he hasn't given us, the southeastern people, a clear path. Obi himself is distancing himself because he feels that, if he says that he's going to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, then nobody will, this thing. Listen, the wind is behind you, Mr. Obi. You better, nothing will stop you. You probably will be the president. You have to come out and draft a plan. How will you settle these IPOB guys that feel marginalized? How will you settle Southern Kaduna? How will you settle, all these issues that are there in the polity? Nobody has brought these things out. They don't have research, like James said. They don't have research and development committees and things like that. And two, the Labour Party, if they know anything better, they should they should remove Yunusa. They should remove Yunusa, their spokesperson. He's doing a brilliant job. But you see, in the coming days, the Kiamos and the Renos are going to overpower them because these guys are good. They have better spin doctors than a Yunusa. Yunusa should just go aside. Because if you see the way Keyamo is spinning this, Bola Tinubu thing, he's doing a better job than any other person. Yunusa should be coming back with counter this thing, but I don't see Yunusa strong enough.
All right.
Renos and the Keyamos. So
all right. Thank you, Mr. Scribe. Let's welcome Elder Ben. Elder Ben, welcome to the show. You are in Nedak. I'm assuming that you are in Nigeria. You can prove me wrong, but most likely you're in Nigeria. Can you hear me, Elder Ben? Can you unmute yourself, Elder Ben? All right. I mean, if it's dark, how do you know the button to press to unmute yourself? But we'd like to hear from people who are in Nigeria because we believe they are closer to the heartbeat.
He's a Yoruba man.
Of what, Elder Ben, whenever you figure it out, let me know. I can unmute you here. I tried, but I cannot. We can hear from you.
You're muted, Elder Ben.
All right. Adewale, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Dr. Damages.
All right. So we've been talking about the state of the nation. Tinubu is back. The campaign is in full swing.
Thank you.
He spoke to Nigerians. Did you watch him?
I had a glimpse of it, but I didn't really watch the entire video.
Yeah, you want to see it now?
I mean, not to waste every other person in the studio.
Maybe you can help us understand him. Let's watch it again.
I'm happy to be back to my fatherland. And Nigeria should expect a very intelligent ability to think and perform. Nigerians should expect that the help they needed is here. The hope that is almost teetering is back and back actively. And we hold every effort to the country of patriotism, dedication, capacity, and ability to do the job. Not negative thinking, not the fact that Nigeria has failed. This country, or this continent, is the greatest of all, and we should be a help. If it's rebuilt, we are builders. If it's construction,
If it's rebuild, we are builders. If it's construction, who understands? Adeola, can you help me? What was going on there?
Well, I don't want to sound like I'm pro Tinubu, but at the same time, I mean, based on what he said, we need to interrogate that more. If you say it's a builder and also uh, transforming Nigeria, I read the news this morning. It says Nigeria need him. We should ask what does Nigeria need him for. But nevertheless, he has followers, and I believe he's speaking to his followers. But at the same time, what does he know that that we don't know? Maybe there's some information that is privy to that we should ask him about. That's what we need to start doing now. He hasn't said anything that that is contradictory to what he has said in the past. Him building or him being available to help navigate the affair of the country. So, but we should ask him further what he really needs to do. I think that's what I deduced from what he said in his speech. But I don't really see any significance or any new thing that that he hasn't said before.
All right, thank you so much.
Dr.
Ben, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to say something concerning what Mr. Scribe said about how Labour Party run is a campaign with UNISA, right? I'm not disagreeing with Mr. Scribe for Labour Party replacing UNISA with someone else. For one, I was even contemplating why wouldn't they have Kenneth Okonkwo, to match it on with the likes of Keyamo and Dino Melaye. But the thing is, I like how you qualify them as spinning the political campaign. The spinning is all about propaganda, misleading information, trying to be aggressive, or in what Nigerian language say open eye. You can use all those things to convince people. Though Nigerians are easily misled, when they have someone speaking with confidence, not knowing that gesture of confidence is all about lies and deceit. Now, the likes of Inusa are gentle speaking, the way they speak is soft and gentle, but they pour out the truth. But personally, I would like Kenneth Okonkwo to take up the lead and march on. Okay.
Can I hold on? You mentioned Kenneth Okonkwo. I think we have a little bit of him speaking here. It would be good for James too to listen to him.
Agenda.
Let me
1, securing and uniting Nigeria. 2, effective legal and institutional reforms. 3, production-centered growth for food security. 4, leapfrogging Nigeria out of oil dependency to the 4th industrial revolution. 5, human capital development for effective competitiveness. 6, expanding physical infrastructure through market-driven reforms. 7, robust foreign policy that will restore Nigerians' strategic relevance in international community. In all these things,
So as you can see from this video, right, Kenneth Okonkwo has the energy. He has that open eye kind of Nigerian style.
He memorizes lines very well. So you.
No. The only thing is that Kenneth, I think you're mixing up what I mean by spin. When I say spin, I mean a spin doctor. Reno is a spin doctor. And you read some of the things that Reno writes.
Exactly.
He goes back into history and look at the loopholes, the gray areas that are there, and make a point. Yunusa is doing a good job. Don't get me wrong. I think sometimes when you are, making a submission, you miss certain words. I'm not saying Yunusa is doing a bad job. I'm saying that Yunusa, in my assessment of him, he's missing something. Keyamo, and look at how Keyamo defended a blatant lie on national listing. He made it look, it's not about gra-gra. It is about understanding precedents. And this is the thing, this is the advantage, the leverage that Reno has and Keyamo has over Yunusa. Yunusa always misses that point of backtesting better. These people backtest better than he does, and that is the basis of me calling that. I think they need to look for somebody else. Mr. Kenneth Okonkwo will not be this thing because he's an actor. He can memorize his lines properly. Like you see what he said there. That is not spin. That is not being a spin doctor. It's being a spin doctor. If you go back to things, very very controversial junctures in history, where you have the when Cameron was accused of kissing a pig, this thing, the way his media team spinned it around. That's what I'm calling spin. That's what a spin doctor does, and this is what these guys are doing. When they go into social media, you see the way they post. They will have their people post about 6 posts, and then they will come in. That builds up to them coming into it. These things are strategies. They are done in media rooms, but I don't see that from the Labour Party. And this is my core critique of. I'm not saying they're not doing a good job.
The structure.
You see,
that's the structure we talk about.
When you criticize, people think that you are against. I've been reading the comment section and I've been laughing. When you are now, people don't allow thought to fester, to leave. When you now see people are now in the comment section saying that I'm an APC person, so be it. I'm not even a politician. I don't care about what these guys do, but I'm someone who cares deeply about Nigeria because I fund my family in Nigeria and I want things to be good. Okay, it's affecting my pockets, and that's my concern.
All right, hold on.
We should separate eloquence from roadmap.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah. Hold on. Wait.
Keyamo and Reno, especially Reno. I rate Reno more. I look at Reno and I see and I know how Reno builds up his argument. Reno is a better strategist because Reno doesn't just come out on social media. You will see, I suspect Reno uses certain people, to build up those hashtags, and then he comes in. Right?
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Scribe, I perfectly understand what you mean.
Right, hold on.
But when it comes to Reno and Dino, whenever I'm listening to them, including Keyamo, I'm listening to liars, blatant lies. I was like, why is this guy saying, But I understand perfectly what you're saying. I understand that. Labour Party should.
Hold on, guys. Let me see if I can get Elder Ben to speak. If not, we have to make room for there are people who are trying to come in here, and I want to give somebody a space. Elder Ben, go ahead. Let's try you again, Elder Ben. All right. So you still
let me speak to what Mr. Scram and Kene are talking about. I think you guys are Mr. James got it right. Mr. Scram, I think you guys are speaking to a different thing here. Everybody has his own job different. Reno is in charge to actually engage and persuade those on the internet. It is different from Mr. Yunusa that you are talking about. he has his own audience. If most of the time he speak, he put in Hausa adage from here to here, that is where he's been put to speak to. If you bring people like Keyamu to go play that role, it's not going to work. Our superstar Okonkwo, it's not going to play the role of UNISA as much as he's playing. How is he going to appeal to those people from the other angle? And that's what Obi is lacking anyway. So their roles are different if you're looking from that perspective.
Okay, another example. I just paused. Look at Trump, Sean, the way his media people, the way they were coming out when that was why he won that election, because he employed a lot of people who were spinning these things, right? So I'm not saying that UNISA is not supposed to be part of that team. Like somebody here, look at the comments. Somebody is saying the reason why UNISA has to be there is because he's a northerner. And like you said, he has his own catchment.
What Obi need is that Obi need more than one speaker. Obi need more than one speaker.
Let him go to that catchment
He
area.
need more than one
But
people speaking
when
for him.
he's in front of Sheung Okimbaloye or in front of Arise News, there should be a focal point. This is politics. This is a pattern that is universal. When you are I've seen so many elections. I've lived in a couple of countries to be able to see this pattern, and I know what I'm talking about. You can see, I'm not talking about Dino. Dino is just there as a jester with the greatest respect. There's a position for jesters. There's a position for people. There's a position for people who write articles, right? These are the structures that make the Republican, the Democratic Party, the Labour Party, they employ these tactics.
Yeah, but that is the structure. That is the structure that the Labour Party don't have now. When we talk about structure, isn't that part of what we're talking about?
Come on, man. Wait, no, please stop. I don't agree with you, because why can't at that level that they have attained?
How many speakers Labour have? How many
they cannot induce.
No, how many people are speaking for Labour? Mr. Scrap.
And help
Mr. Scrap.
Sorry, go ahead.
How many people are speaking for Labour Party as we speak? How many people are speaking? I mean, their official spokesperson.
Look, they would not lack people at this level.
No, I'm asking you. Right now is the only guy that we know.
My brother, I know people right now that if you pay them a decent wage, people who are there's this lady.
That's right. You're not getting the point. You're not getting the point. I'm not asking you how many people they can get. How many do they have right now?
Chairman, see, this thing is all about. This is where Nigerians fail. Look at the comment section. They're saying the UNISA has to be there because he's a northerner. When are you going to be? You are going to look at things in the spirit of the letter of equity. You know, like, I mean, you cannot tell me. Listen, me and you know this. Even in the Labour Party, there is also internal, you know what I mean, factions. You cannot tell me in the Labour Party that they are free from factions. Anytime human beings gather, especially Africans, there's going to be this. And let me tell you, that is the reason why you are seeing the UNISA there. There is something going on sinister internally. I'm looking through my lens here. There's something going on sinister internally. Now look at
they need more than UNISA.
Look at the Obi social media strategy. The Obi social media strategy is technically making money for some people. Right now, I can tell you, I'm a software engineer. If you want, I sit down here, I share my screen, and I'll show you the stats. Right? Don't be deceived by all these, things. Obi clearly is just running. He just needed the Labour Party here to just run. But Obi clearly is not understanding his environment.
Okay.
He doesn't, in my humble opinion, especially when it comes to the social media side. He's not doing a fantastic job.
Mr. Scribe, hold on, okay? Let's listen to this lady. She has something to say. I think will help this conversation.
And people agree to now. Good morning. I know say this one where I want to talk now go peel now where yes. Now truth, now so true they beat and I not go blame me. Obi get many chance to lose this election because you get many chance to lose this election, give either PDP or APC. Yes. More than listing. If you now look at people where they support Obi now, youth where be say they never vote before and they don't even get PVC. So don't do their PVC now, they never feel get them. So don't do, they can't say the PVC one I do if you don't do before. When that time now, when they don't allow them do the PVC, they can't say people will do again. They don't feel use them, but not go count. Me na example of people where they support Peter Obi will not get PVC. I don't do before. Now, if you go say you want to go do PVC, they'll come tell you say may you go your village where you for fair do before. How many people want travel from where they dey now? For how many years want go collect PVC from their village? You see all this 1 million march what we dey do, not really necessary. It's not necessary at all. It's not even dey important to anything. Not dey important. Obi supporter na first timer wey never vote before. Na im dey support Obi pass. You see people wey suppose dey enter na all those trenches wey be say dem first know wetin be politics, wey don know wetin dem dey call am umbrella and broom. You see all those ones. Na all those ones we suppose dey campaign dey enter, not be all those city. We not get PVC, but tell ourselves the truth. It not be say I not wear that day where they do Lagos. So what I want to do is just say make I go to interview people whether as they support so they get PVC. I know say many people.
All right.
I mean,
So
this is not the point that we'll be
You
making.
see,
Tell us the truth there, Dr.
this is the problem that we're having with Buhari, Buhari's government-led free and fair election propaganda nonsense. See, I was telling somebody a couple of days ago that this election has been rigged already. For the fact that I have to go and revalidate my voter's card is a sign of rigged election. For the fact that the registration of voters card has like time deadline, right, is a sign of rigged election. For the fact that somebody will have to lobby the INEC official to be registered, right? And if you look at what is been going on right now, which Imo State has been used as an example, in the whole of APC control state, what's happened in what was exposed in Imo State also happened in all these APC control states. Just that Imo State was used as an example, as a scapegoat, right? It happened in Lagos State, and just a few days ago, these are their APC women leader, whatever they call that, right? There is another manipulation they did. And I believe that the Nigeria Cancer Association should look into this. They usually, like annually, the Nigerian Cancer Association do have work exercise where women with pink, their subsidiaries like We Run Pink and all that, they will come on the street and have a walk for cancer awareness, right? Now, this is what they did in Lagos State. Do you know that Lagos State chapter of the Nigerian Cancer Association colluded with the state government, invited medical doctors and some personnel from where is this state close to Lagos State? Ogun State, right? And they came into Lagos State in the guise of having a cancer awareness walk. And cancer awareness walk, they usually do it every February. But this year's own has been done in February already. So the next year's own, they now try to do it this October. You see the politics there. So these women come on the street to have cancer awareness walk. They're not knowing that APC had another plan. So they invaded. They kind of hijack the exercise, put their logos, their sign, their posts, and all that, trying to make it look as if the women came out for APC solidarity, but that is a lie. Watch that video very well. You see that they put on pink, and when it comes to the camera work there, they tend to blur the inscriptions on those shirts so that people will not be able to read it perfectly clear. So that it will not be readable, right? So this is part of the problem that we're having right now, using the state government to rig the election, using the state government to try to maneuver things, that work for them. So what this lady, the comedian or content creator, is saying is true. The election has been rigged. A lot of the youth that registered for the voters card were not able to get the card. So how they
excuse me.
All right, hold on, guys. Okay, and I thank you. Let me go to Pansat. He's been trying to talk to us from California. I think he's here, but you have to turn on your camera so that we can see you.
You know, I was on earlier where you could see me, but I'm up in the hills here, and
Okay,
signal.
all right, okay, go ahead.
I'll make it very quick, and then I'll try to get to my office and talk to you from there.
Okay.
Listen, there's a few things I want to talk about, but let me just address Mr. Scribe and Mr. Kene and the lady that just spoke a minute ago in one swoop. That's nonsense. This election cannot be rigged. After this recent electoral act, it's very, very difficult to rig the election in Nigeria. Maybe they didn't know what they were signing when they signed it. If you listen to Mr. Igini, who just had his tenure ended a few weeks ago, he makes a much better eloquent case on that. So you might want to Google it and listen to his reasoning, where they try to rig the last few gubernatorial elections and they couldn't do it. It's not easy to rig the elections. Now, what I'm appealing to these panelists, obviously Mr. Damages, Dr. Damages, Rudolph, is a nice guy. So the kind of problem Rudolph is having with this show, in my opinion, is the same kind of problem Obi is having. He can't come on strong as a Southeasterner or Igbo or anything like that. If you come on strong, then you're going to lose everybody, right? Because it's going to be an Igbo thing. Nobody wants that. To come on here every day and keep retarding the discussion. We have a candidate, a credible candidate, whose blemishes, are just maybe nobody's perfect, has to be what you're going to go by. The rule of thumb is nobody's perfect, but you really don't know anything that's wrong with Obi. He's got the character. He's got the demeanor to be the president of the country. He's not a panacea. That's true. He's not going to solve all the problems. But we are a few months now to that election, and it's time to advance the conversation. Mr. Tinubu cannot be our president. I don't care what you're smoking. He's old. Even at his prime, he shouldn't be our president. So Atiku shouldn't be our president. So what is the discussion all about? Showore doesn't have traction. We should look at younger people. That's true. Showore needs to join this movement. So when we come here, I'm appealing to you, Rudolph. This Mr. Nice Guy, it's not just Obi that we should be angry at and say, hey, like Mr. Kene was saying, he's too nice. Okay, but he's not going to get in the gutter with FFK and Reno, those kind of bastards, to start debating issues with him. It's not Obi, it's us. It's the youth. It's the people who want to take the country back. Just because they remove their knees from our necks shouldn't fool us. We know what's happening in that country. There's a lot of killing going on. Almost 300 girls were packed from Chibok Secondary School and distributed to some folks. And there's nothing anybody could do about that. They kill so many people in their farms. All right? But a lot of people can't come home. There's just a Yoruba guy, a hotelier, that erected a hotel, and he came home just last week. They killed him. And the family was outraged and they had to send him back to America for burial. So we could be here talking as if the country is just hunky-dory, but it's not. So I am appealing to all the panelists here. If you're Yoruba, if you're Igbo, if you're Hausa and the minorities, it's time for us to take our country back. What is the debate about? If there's anything that we should be doing on this particular format, this program, is to repudiate people like Mr. Scribe, okay? Because it's those who sit on the fence talking nonsense. So Mr. Reno and Mr. FFK are good ambassadors for spokesmanship, right? I mean, how could you even stand these guys talking? Let me conclude by saying this. There is a new phenomenon in the country. This is not 2015, 2019. This is 2022. The Northerners are awake. South, do you know why Obi is even doing well? It's because Edo people said it's enough. We're going to have to do the right thing. That's it. Without it, if I'm promoting Obi, I'd be an Igbo man promoting Obi, right? It would have no traction. But this neutral state decided to do the right thing, and everybody can see his character. You can't come here arguing that Reno or FFK, who's trying to play the Northerners by saying that Obi is trying to do a Southeastern agenda, and you, instead of you repudiating that, you over here talking nonsense. You know, it's unfair, because the very people I'm upset with are those people who are sitting, they know better, they're educated, they know better. We are in diaspora. We know that all it takes for that country to do very well is for a good leadership to emerge from the entire society. That's all it takes.
Pansat, thank you
Yes,
so
sir.
much. Yeah,
Yes,
let me just mention before other people, a lot of people want to talk. Let me just mention that this show is Have Your Say. We encourage anybody to come here and have their say, even if you are against anything that anybody, you know, you have the right to say that. And we encourage conversation. We can, even if something is agreed to by a lot of people, 90% of people, I will still encourage conversation in any direction. So that's what we are doing, and we encourage.
I know, but excuse me, Mr. Rudolph. Let's be for real, okay? This is your show, your beloved character, because you're a nice guy, right? I'm not like you. I'm gonna confess to you.
It's true. It's true. And we let you speak. That's because we know that you have the right to air your view.
I know, but they to assemble a great panel. Okay, for example, let me give you an analogy. If you're making soup and you cooked a very big pot of soup, beautiful pot of soup with stockfish, what is in a soup?
Soup.
Whatever soup that you think about, is awesome soup. Everybody's seeing it boiling, it's looking good. Now, at the end, you take half a spoon of shit and put in it. What do you have? Okay, so you can't assemble such a great, passionate Nigerians, not just today, every other time that I watch the show, you see all kinds of characters passionate about our country. Then you have a couple of people, corporates, coming in there to sit on the fence and make useless points, like the video you just played. That woman with the cock crowing behind her, right, in some village, saying that Obi is gonna lose the election because youths don't have their voting cards. What study did she make? Do you know what it takes to make that kind of assertion? You have to lay a foundation. You have to show the research you did. You have to show the number of people you checked into to make that determination. Yeah, it's a big.
Let me say this, because that's what we're doing here, conversation. There are people who believe her, and there are people who are upset that she said something like that without proof, and you are one of them. So we gave you the chance to come.
But you didn't hear what I said. Did not. It's not a he said, she said issue. I said that in order to assert something and say, for example, the youth don't have their.
I agree.
She mentioned only herself. She says, yeah, I'm one of those. So that is propaganda, that you are the filter. You are supposed to.
No.
Okay.
Wait. This is what I'm saying. I don't want this to be back and forth. This is what I'm saying. Okay. It's out there in public. Okay. People are watching it and taking it the way they think it is. By bringing it here, people like you have an opportunity to explain to other people who might not know that this is not what it is. But if we don't bring it here, you won't know that there are people who do not believe that, who do not know that it's not right. You understand what I mean? And hold on, everybody. It's the same for every issue we're discussing.
No.
Okay.
Freedom of expression. Freedom of expression means you should listen to the opinion of others.
James,
and secondly, and lastly,
Pansat needs a lecture in law.
Lastly, in a democracy, there's room for neutrality. There's room for neutrality.
I have to learn from Wike. Wike will say, I'm the governor of River State. You know, I think I need to learn. So the point is this: it's not about Pansat or anybody else. I'm just trying to say that what we're doing here, this is not. If it's 90 Minutes Africa, I would challenge everybody on what they are saying. But this is a different show. I want to give people a chance to air their view, and we learn from it. You know, Some people may not know that this is what it is. I may play a video of Tinubu saying something I don't even understand. Somebody will explain it to me that that's not what he meant. You know, that's the goal. It's a different kind of structure. I have my own opinion. I have my own show. I air my opinion when I go there. But when I'm here, it's not about me. It's about you guys. I'm trying to facilitate conversation.
Can I ask you some questions, Rudolph? Can I ask you a question?
I will. One last thing, then you ask me. If I want to, if I assemble the same people here saying the same thing I want to hear, it won't be interesting. If I'm at home watching this, I wouldn't like to see that. Okay, go ahead. Ask me a question.
By the way, with that last comment you made, it's just not true. If you're telling the truth is the thing. You have to tell the truth. But who is your candidate? Why? And let's start with that. Who's your candidate? Who are you voting for? If you were to cast a vote, who's the best candidate for Nigeria today?
Okay, so this is the point. This is how I answer the question. You know, I'm not going to vote, and the role I play, because I'm going to interview presidential candidates, both or no matter who they are. I'm not going to come out here and say I'm voting for this person if I have a chance to vote. The point is I'm not going to vote. So it's not important. It's not about me. This is not about me. The whole thing is not about me. It's about having conversation and people watching at home, learning something from it. Forget about me. I'm not even voting. I don't know if I will be there during the election. So it's not about me. This is not me. It's about the country. So that's what I'm trying to do, to have a conversation.
If Pastor alone, you know, no book.
Okay, so yeah, thank you very much, Ovi. I appreciate that. But let me say that I watched you host a show a few days ago, and I was quite impressed with that. You know, I don't like you, that's for sure. But you did a good job in hosting that show, and that's the way it should be. It should be all the time. Let me end by saying this, and I'll be gone from here. Okay, Mr. Scribe, you can be smart. I mean, listen, we have a problem in that country. This is not a joke. We have an opportunity to get it right. All right. So Mr. Obi, like I said earlier, it's not a panacea, but he's gonna get us on the pathway. Now, his vice president, we keep saying Obi. His vice president, presidential counterpart there, it's Mr. Dati. It's an academic. He owns universities, and he is quite learned and a very serious guy. I believe that the two of them will be able to do the job. That's it. We shouldn't come here. When I look at our people, look at us, beautiful people. We're smart, we're educated, but we're almost in exile, all of us. Let's do it together, Mr. Rudolph. I thank you for your show, but please get off the fence and using the excuse that because you're hosting a show. True, false. That's all. You can be a host and call it. You can't say, "Oh, look, I'm hosting, I'm going to interview somebody." If there is an issue on both sides, then that's where your thing come in. You can make points for the opposition, yes, if they have something that is strong. But the truth has to be the thing. We have to take this country back. A lot of people have been killed already. A lot of people are starving. The 1 naira is 700 something naira. $1 700 something naira. We have killers invading our country. So we have to take it back. And I thank you for the opportunity. And next time I'll make sure that
before you go, one last thing before you go, let me say,
sure.
Okay, let me say, I know that we are confused because we live in America. Most of us, I think everybody here is in America. Okay, Gambia is here and other places. Journalism, the way it's actually supposed to be practiced, America is not a good example. What you see on Fox News and CNN, that's not journalism. You know, I got my training from the British end of things, you know, and let me explain one of them. When you see opinion people on TV running their mouths and talking their opinion, that's not their job. On BBC, sometimes if they are talking about the United Kingdom and they are from there, they don't say our country. They don't even say our country. That's not, you're not there because you are from Britain. You are there because you are representing the people. I know it's difficult to understand. It's difficult to, I mean, I express my opinion. I write my own column. In my column, I say what I think about anybody. But there are places and there are times that, you know, if you play a different role, you have to, conversation is more important to me than my opinion. If you
that is true. That is true.
Find it. Yeah.
That is true. And I agree with you. Rufai is a very good journalist we have in Nigeria who's able to interview so many other candidates, and you could tell that he's a true journalist. His bias doesn't show. At the same time, he's not going to, it's not, let me tell you the way it works. It's not supposed to be, you give Obi some, then you automatically have to give Tinubu some. No, Obi could get it all straight and say, okay, when it comes to character, he's got it. When it comes to preparedness in youth, in this, and then Tinubu can lose all of them by being old and clueless, right? So you can't say, I'm going to balance it out. It's like whatever it is.
Yeah.
Right, Adewale, I want to have a conversation with you because I've spoken so much. They're gonna kick me out, but I do want to have you. I want you to do the right thing.
I want to have a rejoinder with everything you say. You had everybody ransom. I can't believe Dr. Damage let this happen.
No, because he's been trying.
The truth is this, right?
I want, because this is goal of what we're doing.
I don't know how to put it, right?
He now came up here and said things.
I don't know.
Okay?
I don't know. I don't know the right word. I don't know how to put this, but I think on this platform, right? I think everybody should have a freedom of speech. Not only freedom, that freedom of speech, but also freedom of thought. Like Kwankwaso here, Ovie, he has been for Kwankwaso. I've been for Obi, but that shouldn't make me to take Kwankwaso as my head, Ovie as an enemy, or trying to shut him down when he wants to express his own freedom of thoughts, right? So we should try to, like, I don't think Dr. Damages is here to incline to one party or be against the other one. I think he's just here to moderate, conversation, free thought, free speech. I think Mr. Pamsat, I don't know, man, but I think it's
Can I ask you a question?
During the last election, my brother was rooting for Buhari. My own blood brother was rooting for Buhari, telling my parents, everybody to vote for Buhari, and I was telling them to vote for what is this called?
Jonathan.
Yeah. But now he's regretting it.
Hold on, can I ask you a question?
Hold on, everybody. Yeah. Hold on, okay.
Go ahead,
hold on, okay. I want Adewale to speak, then you respond to them. Okay, Adewale, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Namidus. I think Mr. Pansat is politically naive, okay? He can't come out on this show and say everybody must hold the same part. It's not possible. We are Nigerians, but then we all have different opinions. Then the video that you played earlier about the ladies talking about Obi losing this election, that is very, very, it's a valid point. See, when INEC released this its timetable, when did Obi became the primary candidate of Labour Party? As at that time, the youth have not even rushed to get their PVC at that time. Now we're talking about the established parties, APC and PDP. They already have a card-carrying members that already have their PVC. Now we are not talking about the sympathizers and the people that will eventually vote for them if push come to shove. But the youth started rushing to Obi's candidacy now, majorly maybe after July or August. And then we're talking about the INEC doing the registration and almost 1 million or 2 million being wiped out. So we're talking about numbers now. So the established party already have their members, card-carrying members with their PVC. So it is possible. I'm not saying that doesn't happen in other parties too, APC and all that, with all those crowd not having PVC. But they have a card-carrying members with PVC.
Okay, can I respond to that,
so,
please? Let me respond. Hold on. Let me just respond to that before
One second.
Could I respond to...
One second.
Let him finish.
1 second. Now, if you are saying that every single person in those crowds have PVC in their hand, that means we are deluding ourselves. Because APC, that's why they said they're talking about structure. Every card-carrying member of those parties already have PVC. Now, that is minus the sympathizers. Now, in this case, Obi's candidacy started in margin somewhere around July, August. So if you measure the number of registered voters in between that time, you can actually say accurately that those people registering are for Labour Party.
Okay,
so
let me respond. Hold on. Adewale, you don't have anything to back what you're saying, but I'm going to give you, let me show you how you back something up.
I don't, but I'm not naive.
Hold on, sir. Rudolph,
Okay.
Could you
Okay.
control him?
Yeah.
Here's what I'm saying. Bloomberg did a poll about 3 weeks ago where they actually checked on those who have their PVC. And this particular poll showed Obi beating them even by double digits. Okay. So you have nothing to back up. You don't understand what's going on. There's a new phenomenon in our country. Obi is just a conduit. All of
Tinubu
hold on,
voters and PDP voters are not, and they are not online. I want you to know that. They are not.
Yeah, they will let him finish.
Please, when you stop him, also admonish him so he won't do it in the next minute. So what I'm saying is that you have to go by the mood of our country. This is not 2015. You know, about a year ago, I said that there's a new thing going on in our country. Before, let's say a wayward herdsman goes to the southeast and kill people. Rape a woman at the farm and he's apprehended and killed. The northerners would start killing their neighbors who are from the southeast. That is no longer going on. They will condemn it, any street justice, but they're going to ask for justice, and it's vice versa. Okay, Oduduwa, their cultural group is endorsing Peter Obi. Okay, that is a fantastic development. So you can't go thinking that we have the same country we had a few years ago. No, everybody wants a better country, good people, good Nigerians of all tribes, okay, from Yoruba, Hausa, and the election hasn't started yet. It's in Kuwait, okay? It's the beginning of this campaign. But every particular poll that has been done so far has shown that Obi is going to win this election by a landslide. You could, yeah.
I'm going to send you my details, yeah?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I'm writing an article that is going to discredit a lot of what it thinks you're saying.
Okay, hold on.
There was a census that set the precedents for the structure and the voting, and that handed over much of the voting power to the North, giving them 29 seats. My question to you right now, even in present day Nigeria, has that been overturned? Nigeria is the only country. As you drift away from the sea, the population does what? Increases. What Adelale was telling you was that, look, Obi came into prominence around that July this thing, and people started registering and everything. How sure are you that those votes are for Obi? Two, from a software angle, right? These findings that were found in Imo State, let me tell you, Beavers is done over is what we call a stateless protocol. What does stateless mean? Meaning that the credentials that posts it to the database cannot be tracked. Now, the number of Beavers gadgets, we don't even know. Now, to track it, you need a MAC address. Anything I'm saying here, you can Google it, verify it. Like your phone, when your phone goes on Facebook, right? If Facebook wants to track you, they have to, do the MAC address or IMEI or things like that. Now, on the Beavers API, we don't know. Two, you have a Pantami who is in charge of NCC. Now, the observer groups in the UN don't have a record of all the Beavers machines that are going to be deployed. And you say that Obi is going to win. See, bro, I respect everything that you say. I respect your thought. But what you will not do is to say that we are deluded. I would vote Obi based on the premise of a lesser evil. And I've maintained that. But
okay, could I please let me
answer this question?
I will hold on.
Structure of Nigeria from
Mr. Rudolph, I posted a link for you to play
and gave the North
that will
power.
show
Has that standard
Mr. Igini's talking about.
Answer that question.
Hold on, I'm going to answer you, Mr. Scribe. Mr. Scribe, please.
If you can answer that question, then everything you say, I will stand by it.
Okay, thank you. Hold on. Mr. Rudolph, could you play that YouTube video that I just posted of Mr. Igini of INEC talking about how it's not going to be possible to rig this election? And I believe him. So, okay. Mr. Scribe, it's a good thing. Yeah.
Let me say that my technological challenges may not allow me, but let me try. If I'm able to, I will, of course.
While you're trying, let me address Mr. Scribe. Mr. Scribe, you fit that profile that I'm talking about. You say you're going to vote for Obi. Good. But it's worthless after you say you're going to vote for Obi. You make a lot of silly utterances. I just told you that we are in a different era. Okay? Those things you're talking about, you have to go and read the new Electoral Act of 2022. The election collation is going to take place locally, and then it has to match up with what is, because normally, let's listen to this here, to this Mr. Guinea.
The 2025 Act is possible to roll it back, it should be rolled back. INEC innovation should be rolled back. But regrettably, you cannot abort a pregnancy that has been delivered. This is where we are. Now, the current act that you have, but a combination of the efforts from Jega's time, where we've been making proposals that the system have been very reluctant to approve. That's why we give the current National Assembly that they have a place in history for doing what they have done. That's making some of us very happy, making Nigeria, all of you smiling right now. And by the time we go to the nitty-gritty, you will see that power is reborn in Nigerian people.
You haven't answered.
We are return power to you.
Are you going
I am asking that. I'm coming to that. So I got to give you a background to that. And why I don't want to mention it is that the current act has 9 parts, a total of 153 provisions. The commission, following all the various proposals put together, sent to the National Assembly over 91 proposals. The National Assembly graciously accepted over 48. These 48 provisions, including the one I will not mention, that is there, acting as a shield and as a sword, all right? And one of the provisions to safeguard the vote of Nigerian people. So what I want to do is that, I've heard about, you have retired and so on and so forth. No, a young man like me, who have not spent that.
All right. Do we still need to play more, or is does that cover what you wanted to say?
No points here made, in my humble opinion.
As a matter of fact, the main thing comes at the end.
No concrete points
But
made here.
people can look at it later on.
You don't expect INEC to come on the live TV and tell you that they were going to rig the election, or the election wasn't going to be rigged. See, I, for one, I'm rooting for Peter Obi. I support Peter Obi. Right? But the truth is this, right? Whatever that we are saying here now doesn't mean that Peter Obi is going to lose the election, or doesn't mean that INEC is going to rig the election. But what we are saying is based on what we are seeing right now going on. If INEC is claiming not to rig the election, where was INEC when names were forged and entered into their system in Imo State, Lagos State, and Kaduna State? Where were they?
This man
when
addressed that issue.
Were brought
I
into
recommend
their own
Can I say something, please?
I think James has been putting his hands up. James has been putting his hands up.
No, I mean, I've been on this show. I haven't said anything. I think it's my turn to speak, please.
Yeah, hold on, guys. Everybody, Victory, welcome to the show. Now, sometimes
thank you, Dr. Damesh.
What I'm doing doesn't have any sense.
It is up to INEC now to clean their lens and start working.
Can I hold on? So sometimes, let me explain this just for everybody's sake. So, for instance, Victory came here. I saw when he came in, I was the one that let him in, and he has not said anything. It's not that I ignored him. I noticed it's there, but I wanted to have a structure in what we're doing. So Pansat came here and basically, talked about several people and what people said. And when he finished, I wanted to give those people a chance to respond to him and him to, that kind of conversation before we go to the next. That was what I'm trying to do. I saw you, Victory. I know you are there. Also, James, I saw that you were raising your hand. I see these things. So sometimes I forget, but I do see these things. So it's not. So let's have order. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let me just take 30 seconds to round up. Right. So what I'm trying to say is this: we are trying to expose these things so that people will be aware of what is going on. So that INEC, because when you expose a criminal tendency, there is a greater chances that that criminal act might not come into fulfillment. So what we are trying to do is to expose what INEC is doing, so that there will be a limitation to their excesses, and also for Labour Party to clean up its lenses and begin to work. Let them have foot soldiers. Let them have cameras. You cannot expose these things if you don't have evidence, right? So that is why somebody like me, I don't know about others, is saying these things that I'm trying to expose. So I'm Obi, and I believe that Obi is going to win, right? But you don't just relax, because you think you have the population or you think you have supporters, you just go back and start sleeping. No, you have to keep working until the last whistle is blown. So that's why I'm saying this, Mr. Pansak. Obi, for sure, is going to win. We know all
by a landslide. Obi is not shaking. Let me, Mr. Kene, let me say something to you and Mr. Scribe again. You're my brothers, right? Don't take my, what should I say? What is a good adjective here? But let me just say to you, don't worry. Don't be afraid. Obi is going to win by a landslide. Else, what kind of country do we have then? Think about what you're saying. What are you going to give it to? Tinubu is going to be your president? Think about it. Or Mr. Atiku. Okay, we're all Nigerians. If you think
refuse to be complacent euphemists.
No, but what I'm saying is give them some credit, okay? It's not just Obi in that party. You have Mr. Patu Tomi, you have the Vice President Baba Ahmed there. You have so many other Nigerians. These are serious people. Okay, they know a whole lot more than you and I put together. They know what they're doing, but we should encourage them. But it's not them. As good as they are, this is a Nigerian phenomenon. This is us taking back our country. This is all of us, everybody here.
Right.
By the time this election comes, you have to be the most wicked soul not to change that country over in February. You have to be crazy. You have to be absolutely crazy. Forget about talking here, academic debates and talking all this stuff. The point is that we have a problem. We have to take our country back. The Tinubu will never, ever be the president of that country. Take that to the bank. I don't care where the hell it comes from. I don't care if it's Igbo, Yoruba, whatever. He's never going to be the president of that country. Take that to the bank.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Pansat. James, I'll come to you, Victor, next. Well, James, go ahead.
Thank you. Freedom of expression also entails listening to what others have said, no matter how erroneous it is. Every man is entitled to his opinion, no matter how erroneous it is. And also, the so-called nonsense scribe has said, if you remove none from the nonsense, what is remaining will be sense. Then sitting on the fence. In a democracy, there is room for neutrality. Buhari deceived you and me. And now here come the other set of people singing the same song. So it is my right in a democracy to remain neutral if I don't have confidence in them. So these are points. Then let me quickly mention something about what he said about the deputy of Peter Obi, being an academic and things like that. This thing does not require degrees. I want to prove it right now. If you're a good leader, a bad leader, it has nothing to do with degrees, although you should be reasonably literate. The president of Sierra, one-time president of Liberia.
Are you saying Boko Haram?
No, excuse me.
Are you anti-academics?
Let me finish. No.
He's not the only one I mentioned. I mentioned Pat Tomi. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Excuse me. The former president of Liberia, Saleh Johnson, holds a Master of Public Administration degree. The president of Togo, the son of a Yadema, MBA degree. Robert Mugabe had 7 degrees, including master's degrees. Baboucarr Keita of Mali, master's in history degree. And something Gurib, Mauritius, PhD degree in organic chemistry. Malatua Wiritu of Ethiopia, PhD international law. Alassane Ouattara, PhD economics. Ato Mukhtarika of
You can stop there now. We got the idea.
You see, King of Morocco, PhD in law. So the point I'm making is this. it's not the number of degrees you have that matters. Awolowo was not even a normal university graduate. They did this Wesley College correspondence something. You saw what he did for the Yorubas. So he raised this. I'm not saying education is not important, but you should be reasonably well read and enlightened. That is just all.
All
so
right,
thank you very much.
Thank you. Victory, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages.
Thank you for being present, you know.
Yeah, a few people have said a few things that I would like to rebut about, but I will start with the Kenneth stuff. I think people, guys, you have to remember that, don't forget that people in Labour Party or PDP, they have people in the technological department that are looking into what INEC are doing, and they've asked INEC for certain information. The case that you're talking about in Owerri, INEC have said that everybody should be patient. They are still cleaning the registrar. So nobody actually knows what's going to happen. But Nigeria being Nigeria, we always have this thing in the back of our mind that there's definitely there will be an element of rigging to the election no matter what you do. Like what Scribe said, we don't know what the amount of beavers that they have in the country. They're just telling us they're going to use beavers to validate all votes. We're hoping that's how it's going to be, but we don't know if there's a backdoor access to them. You know, but as I said to you, there are people in all parties in the technological department that are looking into these things, and they've asked ANEC to come and clarify these issues. Like again, what Scribe said about Reno and Festus Kiyama, whatever his name is, they're a very good spin doctor, but I can assure Scribe that if you know the amount of Obi fans on the internet that are going after these people, even Reno that thinks he knows how to tweet and talk, you know, I'm not gonna say much, but I know the backlash he's having, you know, and I don't know if you saw one of the rally in those states. The guy said that Reno have been talking. Reno, these are the structure you're looking for. Well, we are the structure, you know, and I think a lot of people don't understand what's happening in Nigeria. People are fed up. For the fact that you're in America or Europe, you're eating chicken and chips and burger, and you think that's how it is enough in Nigeria, you're having a laugh. The amount of inflation alone, I mean, imagine a rice bag of rice that you're buying for 10,000 naira now. It's not 35,000 naira now. Under a space of just 7.5 years. Everything has gone up madly. So people are fed up. Like we'll say here, everybody is entitled to support whoever you want to support. But if you look at your conscience, you ask yourself that, what is a Tinubu presidency or Atiku presidency going to do for you? It's the same status quo. It's the same. It's a continuation of suffering. So that's why people are naturally, they are moving towards Obi, because Obi is telling them what they want to hear. Hope, because there's no hope in that country, and people are underestimating the movement. This is beyond Obi. You know, the people are pushed to the wall. And I've always said it before. One of my prayer point that I've always been praying for Nigeria, I say, God, push the people to the wall. Push them to the wall, whereby they will have to come back and react. And that's what you're saying.
All right.
People have had enough. The suffering is too much, and people will react. And that's what you're saying.
All right, Victor.
Can I quickly respond to
Victor? And one of the reactions.
No, wait. Jacob has been quiet, and he's one of the people being pushed to the wall. Let's hear and listen to him. Jacob, go ahead. Did you feel that push?
Certainly. That point got me smiling. I hope my microphone isn't failing me.
Yeah, but you're watching something where you are. There's TV playing.
Bear with me a second. Let me just get around.
Okay, let me quickly respond to Victory. You see, I totally agree, and this is the reason why I feel like this election, based on the structure that has existed, you know, since the neo-colonialist political structure that we have, is not going to produce anything different. Because you cannot, if a system brings you in, you cannot go against it. Now, if you backtest how independence was gotten in Nigeria. And let me cite many examples. And one of the reasons why I have a lot of skepticism with this obedient movement is that, you see, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Herbert Macaulay, Awolowo, they took the glory. But do you know that women were at the core of the junctures that precipitated independence? Now, when you look at the abdication of Alake of Egbaland, look at the Gari Wars in Lagos by Alimatu Belarura, you look at the Aba women protests, you look at these junctures were significant. You look at the Iva Valley massacre. These were the junctures that led to the big push that pushed out, that made the British to start rethinking, that led to the falsified census and the neo-colonialist structure that has spin down and that we are suffering from. Now, when you look at those things and you look at those setups, you look at the NSAS protest that is now the wind that is now pushing the Obi movement. Analyze it and be truthful to yourself. Now, look at wait. Let me land, please. Let me make this. I'm trying to make a comparative with the Bolshevik revolution that happened in Russia that brought communism into Russia, and I want to speak to that point of bag of rice being 35,000, and let us look at how irrationality is bringing Peter Obi to the forefront. Now, you talked about the sufferings of
Rudolph, this is way out of scope. Can you direct this gentleman to yield to Jacob?
Hold on. He's rounding up. Yeah,
I'll round up. Let me speak to something that most people are not seeing, right? And I will link it with the Bolshevik revolution. Now, remember, I talked about the junctures in Nigeria's independence that led to the push for independence, right? That was women-driven. Kwame Nkrumah has a quote. He said, "You can measure the degree of a country's revolutionary awareness by the political maturity of its women." In this obese, sudden push that is precipitated by the NSAS movement and what happened in October 2020, I see some frailties there based on this. There is nothing that is showing that the women are actually politically mature, coming in and making those arguments that will push for this revolution, that the kind of revolution people are expecting. Now, when you marry it to the Bolshevik revolution, you see the same. You see that what Karl Marx called lumpen proletariat versus the bourgeoisie is actually what is happening right now in Nigeria. Because now people are fed up. People are hungry, and they are now saying they need a change that will put something. It's an economic push, right? So that's why I question the NSAS manifesto. They were targeting things that were not correct. They were based on emotions. They were looking at fiscal reform of the Nigerian police, of their welfare and all those kind of things, rather than what was actually under test was their rights as citizens of Nigeria. That was what the protest was about.
Mr. Scribe, thank you.
Let me.
No, wait. Hold on. I have to call the next person. I want to thank
Victor addressed me, so I wanted to. I want to speak a little, please.
Hold on. Okay. Just so for those who are watching, when you hear someone like Mr. Scribe talking, you have to also remember that these are books that he read. It didn't come from. So we have to respect the father.
So please, quickly, can I just make the Bolshevik revolution? So the Bolshevik revolution.
Just
quickly. Let me just quickly run. The Bolshevik revolution was really premised on people getting tired. Remember, Vladimir Lenin was already on exile in Germany, and the Germans, because of the World War that was happening around the 1901s, had to push him into when they now brought down the Tsar of Russia. Now, when you marry it to what is happening in Nigeria, and you see that you see the lack of rational from the polity, you see the lack of rational agenda behind the Obi movement. It is all about, look at the way Obi is saying the things that he's saying. It's all about slogan-driven, from consumption to production. Now, he hasn't even actually put forward how is he going to address the question of the sovereign rights of the citizens.
Hello,
Hey, can I
So let
hold
me
on? Can I
yeah,
hold?
let me come in.
Hold on.
Mm.
Yeah, let him. Okay. That
Yeah, let me come in. Just
these
a little.
people who read libraries,
Yeah.
you have to let
See,
them finish before, otherwise they start again from somewhere else. And
the truth
all right, can I go ahead?
the truth, yeah, the
It's
truth
my
from
brother.
me to
Just so
you
you
is that
hold
I'm
on,
not
hold on.
an
Just
historian, right?
can I hold on? Just for public disclosure,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Scribe is my brother. We are from the same place, so I know him
Okay.
very well. Go
So
ahead.
I'm not an historian.
And
If
where
it
is
is
that,
if
by the
it
way?
is
Where are you from?
I'm from Nobi. Go ahead,
No,
Ekene. Yeah.
Nobi.
yeah.
Yeah.
So if it is science, mass chemistry, I will come in. But the thing is this, right? Um, when you're talking about revolution did not start today in Nigeria. It has. I said it last week on this platform. Though the revolutions that have been happening in Nigeria were mostly through the use of arms. You know, the soldiers trying to, organize coup and counter coup and all that. Right? It has been happening, and we are seeing this massive um, push for Obi to become the president, the massive support from the youth, as different from what happened in 2014, 2015, when this clueless man, Buhari, took over, right? Goodluck Jonathan was pushed away from Aso Rock by Nigerians, mostly youth, right? The same youth are against Buhari and APC and whatever that comes with all those old criminal politicians, right? So I don't know why we are being skeptical if Obi is going to take the mantle of leadership or not. This has been happening. It happened in 2014. Now it happened in 2015. People come out and say, "Oh, it is Buhari." Now they are coming out to say, "It's Peter Obi." So I don't see why we should be skeptical with that. The only thing we should be talking about right now is to make sure that INEC, as one of our sisters said here, I think some big corner said that INEC should allow God to use them, right? When it comes to Nigeria, we all know that nothing will stop them from trying to play hanky-panky games. Just that what we're trying to do is to limit their excesses. That's it. So we should be talking about, and then concerning what Victor said, right? That the revolution right now is even beyond Obi. Yes, it's beyond Obi because I've read where the youth on social media are even telling Obi on his own handle. They said, "Mr. Peter Obi, even if you say you are not going to run, we must bring you back by force. You must be our president. And if you talk nonsense." When one Arise TV bias, Ruben Abati, was trying to challenge Peter Obi's supporters, right? And they were trying to make Obi to feel remorseful, to apologize on behalf of his supporters. The youth said, "Obi, don't even try it, because even you, if you say something that is not going down well with us, we are going to give you woto. That is what they told him. So you better respect yourself and focus and do your campaign." So it's beyond Obi. Just that Obi is that symbol that the youth wants to use to get to where they are going to.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I know, Adeola, I'll come to you, but first of all, let me go back to Jacob. We saw Jacob trying to turn down the volume of his TV. He had to get up from his chair and walk to the TV. I don't know how. I've not seen that done in a long time. He had to go. Most Americans don't. They've never done something like that. If you want to turn it down or up or down volume, you press a button. You don't get up from your chair. But we understand. And he got up, and so let's hear him now. Jacob, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I am at the reception of a guest house, and I don't have access to the remote control.
Okay. No, you don't have to explain. I know that we have remote in the I'm just saying.
Okay. So clearly, Nigerians have been pushed and to the point of uniting around Peter Obi. So just as with football, Nigerians are united around Peter Obi at this time, and the goal is clear. Let's push out the old style of governance that we don't want anymore. And Peter Obi has convinced us that he is something new, that he represents the ideal that we now seek. Um, some days ago, um, Cardinal,
The Bishop of
sorry,
Abuja. I know
yes,
who you're talking about. Yeah.
yes, he was asked to say in very simple terms the sort of leader Nigerians should be looking for. And then he said off the cuff three things. It has to be someone who is honest, someone whose source of income is not questionable. And then he said, two, it has to be somebody who cares and then feels what the people are going through. And then three, it has to be someone who is knowledgeable enough to be able to hatch a plan for responding to the needs of the people. And to a lot of people, Peter Obi is that one candidate who fits that description. And we can see with all of the rallies that are going on, people are doing these things voluntarily. So we we must be seriously invested in keeping people's spirits high. Those of us who come on social media, we a lot of people are looking up to us. If we say things are going bad, they begin to think that things are going bad. If we say they're going in the right direction, it lifts their spirits. That's what I'm saying. We should be invested in encouraging people that what has started is going in the right direction. Not that I am not aware that there's also the possibility of sabotage. There are those who uh, want to resist the change that has come now. So I understand why Mr. Scribe was drawing our attention to those possibilities. I just want to say that more importantly, while we bear that in mind, we should be seriously invested in keeping the people encouraged. And one more thing, let us not uh, assume that those who are pushing for Peter Obi are the young people who came out to get registered. No, those are just the additional people who hitherto were uninterested in politics. They too have gotten the message and they want to get involved. I know people who have left the APC and have left the PDP and are looking to Peter Obi. And let's stay hopeful. I think I'll leave it at that.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. We appreciate your input. And he's been there for a long time from Nigeria, so it's not an easy thing. Some of you don't pay anything. Some of you in Canada get this internet free, and this is somebody in Nigeria paying for this. Mind yourself, Mr. Scribe. All right, Alexi, you have something to say?
I was only just.
No, I didn't call you Mr. Scribe. I said.
Oh, sorry.
I know you always have something to say. I never call. Alexi, go ahead.
Okay. We have been talking about hope, and that is what I see people beginning to have because Obi's phenomenon is driving them. And so there's this hope that's making some people who didn't quite have much to expect from the dead Nigeria. They are waiting for the CPR going on now, that Nigeria will get up, and then with that hope, they look forward to something. Last time we had Dr. Perry, that Bridgman?
Bridgman, yeah.
Yeah. he talked about this hope too. And one of us, I think it was the preacher, he said, hope without the truth is as good as hopeless. Without the truth, without justice, without straightforwardness in all this we are talking about, that hope is going nowhere. It will be tantamount to hopelessness. Now, my position is this. I am looking beyond Peter Obi. If he comes, as many are expecting, to be the president, 4 years, 8 years, one of those or both may fall on his lap. Then I'm juxtaposing that with what he did in Anambra State. He did marvelous. He brought the educational level to the top. He did what the others refused to do, playing around with the people's money. But Obi has something to show. When he couldn't go beyond the length of his term that he had to fulfill as a governor, somebody else took over from him. Are we still saying the same thing? Even though he propped that regime, and the young man confessed that he used the money that was left for him to build the airport in Umueri. At least he wanted something as a reference item for what he did as the governor of Anambra State. But that's all he could show. What I'm saying, my people, is this. This thing has been on for too long. 1914 till now, we are still talking about how to become a nation. And we are even at the worst part of the whole spectrum. We are more scattered now. Earlier on today, we listened to one of our ladies speak. She did very well, almost preaching to us. And I think the Damages had some soft spot for her. She spoke for a long time. The next time she came in, she brought about Wazobia. That Wazobia came as a song. One of the artists in those days, Wazobia, meaning Wa in Yoruba, Zo in Hausa, and Bia in Igbo. It was never any name that we put on ourselves. It's only somebody trying to describe those three tribes. And right away, she said, oh, well, you people are selfish and all that. Look, we do not like ourselves enough to be one nation. There is always one thing or the other to complain about. And we spread it. And people are somehow profiled. And people go against whatever they do, the way they do it. You call it either jealousy or you call it hatefulness, all that. These things, you can't remove those things overnight. And even if you start building a nation, there will still be ground for so, and water, and all these things. Why don't we just come together and decide how best we can live? By the time we finish that, and then we give ourselves some ultimatum of how not to be the problem anymore, but how to cooperate. Not as one country. No, we have failed as one country. The British brought us together for their own benefits. We now know that their hand can never move out of our pot of soup, and they keep doing it for their own interest. Why don't we peacefully look at Commonwealth. When the British said they had left us and all that, they formed Commonwealth. And those countries were supposed to be cooperating. Let us, within this thing we call Nigeria now, which means nothing but death for many, let us pull apart, form a new structure of who we are.
All right.
And with friendliness, with understanding, form a kind of cooperative states, not bearing one name. No, be your country, let me be mine. What is wrong in me saying who I am is who I am, who you are should be who you are? We quarrel with those things. Okay, let me round up. I'm saying we will continue to talk about all these things, but the solution is not here now. We are only going to postpone the doomsday if we keep pushing it forward, thinking that it's going to become conglomerated and everything would be fine as a nation. No, let us compete among ourselves and pull the whole of Africa along with us.
All right.
Thank you. Doctor, can I respond to Alexis what he just said? Yes. Can I respond, please?
Okay, go ahead.
I think what Lexi, what you're saying, you're absolutely spot on. I'll use the case of like the United Kingdom. Like they fought several wars among themselves: the Scottish, the English, the Welsh, the Irish, right? But at the end, they realized that fighting is not going to lead to anything meaningful, and they decided to go to do the parliament system of government, which is exactly what Nigeria needed. And our forefathers, the Awolowo and the Zeke, they are not stupid. We are not more intelligent than them. They knew Nigeria case was peculiar, and that's what they said. They wanted a regional kind of government whereby a parliament system whereby each region has their own leader, and then you can hold your leader responsible in your area. Because as it is in Nigeria, and everybody is going around talking about Buhari in Abuja. What about your governor? What about your local government chairman? So the government should be closer to the people. So Nigeria have to be reformed in a way whereby the government is closer to the people, right? So that people can hold them responsible. As it is now, it's not working. And what people don't realize as well, this Obi movement, I think the next thing that you're going to see, if Obi wins, the next thing you're going to hear is to reform Nigeria. The cry for reforming Nigeria will be so loud, right, that he will have no option, that he will have to do something. I'm telling you this. But obviously, he's not going to come out and tell you this now, that, oh, this is what I'm going to do. Because if he says that, he's dead on arrival. No one is going to vote for him. Or certainly people from the north. So there's no way Obi is not going to come and tell you that this is what I want to do now. I'm going to reform Nigeria. And Nigeria has to go back to a regional government whereby people should be people should compete with what they have. How can you tell me somebody will come from Katsina State and come to my state like Delta State and take my crude oil and take it and go and export it? They are stealing the crude oil, and the people are suffering. There's no they've damaged the environment. There's no infrastructure. There's nothing for the people that actually owns that resources. So Nigeria has to go back to some sort of regional government where people will have to come to a round table and we have to decide what we want as a people without fighting one another.
Okay,
but certain elements are holding the country to ransom, and that's what we're saying.
Victor, that discussion will not happen, and I'll tell you why. And I can use backtesting to prove it.
No.
The discussions, sorry, Dr. Jam, just quickly. The discussions that are bringing Obi, remember my submission previously, that are bringing Obi into this limelight is not centered on this. It is centered on economics, the family societal economics. People are fed up because they cannot afford. Now, once they get their belly filled, I can assure you that the discussion will be now more, everybody will have enough in their belly to go and watch Big Brother Niger. Kwame Nkrumah said it. You can measure the degree of a country's revolutionary awareness by the political maturity of its women. Now, when in war times you have to go, once the women agree, it's the women that will hold back the sons now. It's not the father. It's the women that will say, you know what, enough is enough. Today, not today. Go. You understand? That is what Kwame Nkrumah is talking about. Now, when you don't see women in independence fights, forget about the Nnamdi Azikwe's, they were the figureheads. But in the independence fight, Abat Macaulay had a very close relationship with Alimotu Pelerura, the Alaga in those days. And that was the woman that was putting up the pressure. Because remember, the reason why the British were settled in Nigeria was for economic reasons. Remember, that was the time of the Great Depression. Nigeria was taxed heavily. So the resistance came back from the market with the Gari wars. Now, when you equate that to most of the things now that are happening, you do not see it. Hence why I say once Peter Obi comes in and puts one of, turns on a few taps, right? As a brilliant manager that he is, that discussion, in my humble opinion, will just diffuse. It will not. That's why I say if what is bringing Peter Obi to this prominence is the rights, protecting the rights of the citizens, and the topic is about sovereignty, and also detesting neo-colonialist setups that has led to somebody in Castina to come over to Delta State and reap the oil. Because what does it? Those are the neo-colonialist structures that have given the empowerment for such things. Now, tell me, if the debate right now is not about these topics, so how can you then hold Obi to account? I'm
not holding Obi.
How can Obi now come into power? And what is going on right now? That's why I equate it to the Bolshevik Revolution. And I look at the comments and I laugh. People are like, what does the Bolshevik Revolution got to do with this? It is. I'm trying to use that. No revolution in human history has gone well if the tenets of that revolution, the arguments around that revolution, isn't centered on sovereignty, isn't centered on citizens' rights. There will always be a Machiavellian person that will take it over, a Lenin. What's the one in the French Revolution?
Could I respond to Mr. Scribe, please?
What's this guy's name? Napoleon.
Mr.
Right?
Scribe, let me
Rudolph.
Let me respond to Mr. Scribe, please.
Stand down, man. We saw these things in history, right? And when you now equate it to what is happening today, that is the argument I am presenting. I am not saying I am going to vote for Obi. I am not saying that we are going to now look at the other candidates and say that we will be blinded. And I'm not an APC person. I don't know why the comments are, making me look like
okay. All right, hold on.
Understand that.
You are responding to me.
We are looking at it from a pure historical and political economy. I'm using history and political economy to analyze what I'm saying.
All right. No, Alex, no. Hold on.
But he responded to me.
I responded to Victory. I was responding to Victory. Sorry, I didn't respond to you.
Once you start bringing all the revolutions everywhere, I got lost, like so many of our people here. Pansat, welcome. I'll give you one more time to say something, and then I'll play a video and introduce our guest for tomorrow. Is something interesting. I want you guys to join us if you can. But go ahead, Pansat.
Thank you, sir. And I tried to be in order and go and get permission from Rudolph so I could be clear. So please lend me your ears. Mr. Scribe, I'm somebody, I like history, I like literature, I like those kind of things. And we have to learn from history, it's true. But I believe that you're going all the way back. Okay? They didn't have social media when those things you're talking about happened. Today, I believe that the Nigerian situation can be analogous to the Trump phenomena in the United States and a little bit of Obama's thing. For those who know, I believe most people are familiar with how Trump came in as a third force in the United States. He was fighting Clintons and the Bushes at the same time through the primary. But the American people, they're politically savvy, and they wanted to make a change, and that change happened. Trump was not given a chance. Some people say he wasn't even going to run. And then when he ran, they said, he wasn't going to win and blah, 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 but he won. Clean. I'm getting a feedback from somebody, it's probably Mr. Lexi. Somebody needs to mute so I can be heard. What I'm saying is that we are not going to be going all the way back in this discussion. We have to take it forward. We have to move it forward. Mr. Rudolph Okonkwo, like I said, is a nice kind of guy. And he set up this platform. He's assembled a lot of smart Nigerians. So we have to move forward. Mr. Scribe says, I'm going to vote for Peter Obi but blah, blah, blah. Bolshevik revolution. Mr. Kenneth say, I'm going to vote for Obi. Blah, blah, blah. Okay? Obi, it's those who have their sights on Obi, they're making a big mistake. This is not just an Obi thing. This is a Nigerian phenomenon. We've had enough. We have to. Now, when I come back on this platform next time, whenever I come here, I want us to then make progress. Those who are going to vote for Tinubu, go ahead. Those who find fault with Obi, don't vote for him then, if you're not going to vote for him. But we have to take our country back. So using all kinds of, silly excuses here and there, it's not going to cut it.
There is no country. There is no country you want to take back. It doesn't exist.
It does exist.
It does not exist.
Hold on.
I was a civil servant for 10 years.
Yeah,
a high civil servant. I know what took place around
Rudolph,
me.
please maintain order in the chat.
Alex, there is no country.
We have a country.
Yeah, right.
And the country, it's made up. We have a nascent democracy, but we have wasted a lot of time. Now, somebody like Mr. Jacob Obi, who's calling from Nigeria, and he's just so calm and collected and listening, but he makes a lot of sense. He talks from home. This guy is a gentleman. That's why I don't like, I'm not a gentleman, right? I'm saying to everybody who's listening to me, we're not in the primary stages. This is not primaries where we have to replace Obi. We have a candidate. He has a character. This man has poured out his soul, his heart. His methodology is affected by the fact that he's from the Southeast. He can't be forceful. He can't be aggressive. He can't really go toe-to-toe. Then he's going to lose it all, right? So, yeah, we're in that situation. It's like me talking here. I'm going to turn off half of your viewers today by the time I'm done here because I'm talking as an Igbo man. I'm a tough guy, right? So, Obi is not that kind of character. Rudolph, you are not. Jacob Obi, you are not. These are you guys are gentlemen. Fine. All I'm saying, though, is that Peter Obi is prepared and ready to solve our problems. Not all of it. There are some of us who would want a new constitution. There are some of us who want Biafra, for example.
I want
there are some people who want Oduduwa. There are some people who want Arewa and things like that. But you can't just get out of the womb and start walking. You have to crawl before you walk. We're going to see. There's a Nigeria we get, and I will say, okay, I want this Nigeria because in my entire being, I'm actually a Pan-Africanist because our true enemies are outside, Europeans, Britain, for example. So only Nigeria cannot solve the problem. We need Ghana, entire West African belt, and some others. When we're really talking. So let me conclude by saying, there is no need to come here nitpicking what there's Obi, this Obi. It's not an Obi thing. You have your eye on Obi, but it's a Nigerian thing. Obi is a conduit. He's got a character. If you find fault with Obi, right, you haven't said what it is. If it's just the normal thing we're hearing, you're an evil person. Buhari did not fool everybody. If you go to the Southeast, he got maybe 3 to 5%. 97% or 95% did not vote for him. They know who he was in 1983, 84. So only those who want to be fooled got fooled, okay? It's not everybody just didn't do it. So let's take the country back. Let's stop debating banal, silly issues or those who are sitting on the fence. If you're sitting on the fence right now, you got something wrong with you. We got a country to take back, and Mr. Lexi, we do have a country. It's called Nigeria.
That's your country.
Let's take, yeah, it is my country. But
okay.
Africa is my continent as well. Just because I'm a Biafran doesn't make Nigeria, the independence of Nigeria was attained by Southeasterners with help from others. All right. It's our country. We may decide to leave it for nuisance sake and say, this is a nuisance. You guys could have it. We're going to go to Biafra. But it doesn't make it any less. It's our country. We're all over the country. Now, okay. I could talk like that. Rudolph Okonkwo cannot talk like that. All right? Obi cannot talk like that. I'm never going to be like Obi or Rudolph Okonkwo ever in my life. I'm going to be the kind of guy that's going to tell you the truth, whether you like it or not.
Okay.
If we're here, we're going to have to do the right thing. Stop discussing the same issues over and over and over again. If you don't want to vote for Obi, don't. Not everybody's going to vote for him. But we have to move. Let's go get our country back.
Pansa, thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you.
I want you to, everybody hold on, okay? I want to play a video because tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, which is a different show, we have Professor HelpMeWaka coming here to discuss a topic, because you can see what happened here now. Pansat is challenging people like Alexei, myself, and different other people. We are going to talk about what do the Igbo people want out of Nigeria. Because let me play this video, and then that will give you an insight on some of the things we are going to talk about tomorrow. It will be interesting. We brought somebody who I think he will do a good job on this topic. Let me play a little bit of this video.
This is the 4th day of October 2022. Some of you have been asking how the election will affect the Biafra restoration next year, 2023. And this is what I have for you today. As the Nigeria state, terrorist state, are planning to conduct the election in 2023, Biafra people are preparing to exit Nigeria. And the exiting Nigeria will start from stopping Nigeria election in Biafra.
All right. So while some people are saying we shouldn't even have conversations, nothing is there. There are so many things to talk about. We can't ignore the fact that some people are saying there shouldn't be election in the East. So tomorrow we are bringing in Professor HelpMeWaka to join us and talk about what do these Igbo people, what do they want in Nigeria. All right. So we are going to round up by talking about what keeps you up at night, unless we spend 5 hours getting to 6. I think we've tried. Tomorrow is another day. But James, you want to say something? Go ahead.
Yes, I just want to chip in something. Mr. Pansat, as I've said earlier on, should know that freedom of expression entails you listening to the opinion of others. No matter how biting it is, no matter how nasty it is to you, one man's meat is another man's poison. And it is very unacademic to say that somebody is talking rubbish. Those foul languages in the academic world is not acceptable. When academics are writing, my opinion could be sharply contrasting with yours. That does not mean that you are talking rubbish. If from your point of view, I'm talking rubbish, from my own point of view, you are also talking rubbish. So in academic world, we exchange ideas, no matter how biting it is. So this is the point I want him to get very clear. All the things Mr. Scribe said, if they are nonsense, as I've said earlier on, when you remove the non from the nonsense, what is remaining will be sense. And I get the sense the man is talking about. He's talking from historical perspective. We are members of the human race. What has happened to Napoleon Bonaparte, the Shah Pahlavi of Iran, Shema Maho of China, we are all human beings. The same thing is still happening to us. So we should learn from their history rather than making history for people to learn from. This is the point this young man is, driving at. Anyway, nothing makes me to.
Yeah, could I respond to you for a second? I'll make it brief. Let me first apologize if I use some.
No, I don't need apologies.
Hold on, James.
I don't need apologies.
James, hold on. Apology is a general one. It's for everybody. So all I'm saying to you is that when we are having issues here, there are words like nonsense that should not be taken in the nefarious sense that the word is usually taken. Nonsense just means no sense, just a little n at the end of the non. It's not the nefarious nonsense, or like somebody says shut up, it could mean don't talk, that kind of thing. So let me say that I watch you a lot. You make a lot of sense. Mr. Scribe's historical remunerations, I applauded. I said to him that I like history, I like literature. I was just saying that he shouldn't reach all the way far back when there was no social media. We should use examples, more modern examples. And I cited the Trump phenomenon. I didn't even go into detail about it. So, but you are a smart guy. A lot of people like to listen to you here. I'm one of your fans here. But you have to be focused. You have to know where you are. You have to know what the fight is all about and who are the combatants. Our country is not, first of all, the energy here is too low, given what's going on. Mr. Kene is falling asleep. Our country is in trouble. This is no time for academic debates. You come here, you've spoken countless times. This is the first time I'm here. The Mr. Obi that just left, this is the first time he's here. He's down in Nigeria. You should be able to listen to everybody. You don't know everything, Mr. James. You're in Gambia. You don't know everything. When people come up here and they're trying to talk, listen to what they're saying. Don't pick fights with little words like somebody's talking nonsense. That doesn't mean anything. You have to take that country back. If you are against Obi, first of all, you have to know something.
Nobody is against Obi, my
yeah, but it might not be. It might not be indeed. It just might be in the little colloquy, the little talk that we're doing here. A man who we don't find any real fault with him. It's not his stand. It's not only him fighting for the country. It's all of us. We have a Muslim ticket. We had a Ruga trying to be imposed on the country. You have a lot of people being killed. Okay, in one afternoon, Lexi, in December 2015, this president and El Rufai went to Zaria and shot down between 300 and 1,000 people, buried them in mass graves. Nigerians did nothing. Okay, you take a busload of secondary school girls and you load them up and they disappeared. Okay, and you go to farms and you rape women and you kill people, and we're here talking nonsense. That's exactly what it is. What we're talking about doesn't make any sense. We have a candidate and we should use this forum to educate and learn. I'm learning a lot from talking to people, but you can't come here and honestly tell me that out of the 3 candidates, major candidates we have, that you're seriously considering voting for Atiku or Tinubu, and then expect me to listen to what you're saying. Unless you came out and you dug out something where Peter Obi committed a fraud or he killed somebody or he did something wrong, then what are you talking about?
Let me pull back a little bit. Hold on, okay?
Yes, sir.
You
Yes,
just said something that it troubles me.
Yeah.
That someone is supporting Tinubu and Atiku. Does that disqualify them from having the right to speak anywhere? That I want to understand that. Can you just help me understand why? I mean, and this is not in your home. It's not like they came to your house and they insisted they must speak to you. It is a public forum. Right. How does that work in your thinking? How does that? Because I don't get it.
I know that is a very, very, very good question. Okay, the point I was trying to make is that if you're going to have a discussion about Peter Obi, for example, and you're supporting any of these candidates, you have to come with facts, not spin, not.
But you will allow him to come.
Yes, I would allow them to open their mouth, and then when they say something wrong, then I will stop them and try to challenge them. Do you understand? I'll push back. But they have the right to start. To initiate.
Good.
Right,
I was worried about that, because we may not have anybody left, if we stop.
That is true. And like I said, it's because I rate this forum very highly. Every one of us here, we're educated, we're smart, we're doing very well outside the country. So
Jacob is here. He's in the country. Tinubu's neighbor somewhere in the country.
Oh, okay. So that's another thing, Rudolph. I know you to be a very funny man. Then I also know you to be a very serious journalist. I don't know how to approach you sometimes, but I gotta be honest with you. Let me just say this, and I'm gonna log off. Somebody else could come in. I am appealing to my brothers at Dewele, Mr. Scribe, and others here. This is not about Obi, this is about us. Let's do this here. Let's take that country, put it in the hands of Obi Dati, hold them accountable, and then progress from there. I recall one time making a call to Showore a few years back, even before he started running. I was telling him, hey, look, there's a lot of killing in our country. You're so concentrated on corruption. You know, somebody like Showore has no judgment. When it was in 2015, he couldn't tell between Buhari and Jonathan who's better. Come on, you can't tell between Buhari, a thug, a military dictator with known antecedents, a violent person, and a Democrat like Jonathan. You have to have judgment. It's the same thing we're going through right now. You couldn't come here with a straight face to argue against Obi, given the people who are running. You can't. You're either a liar or you're a tribalist or something is wrong with you. That is just the case. We have a situation in Nigeria where our people are starving. There is no infrastructure. There's a lot of killing. So don't expect a gentleman then, because it goes from having a clean-cut, fair elections to a full-scale war, right? Because you're going to have to do the right thing for this country this time. Let's get it right. Stop the academic debates trying to come here. If I'm an Obi supporter, if I say something wrong, then you say, I'm not going to vote for Obi because of what I said. Now, you're not serious then, because what does what I have to do, I have to say, do with Obi? Obi doesn't talk like me. Obi would admonish me for being effusive in my comments, just like Rudolph Okonkwo is doing right here.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
So much.
Bye-bye, everybody. You
Bye-bye.
guys take care. Thank you.
Yeah. Now, for those who are wondering, he's been very active on our comment section for many months. So and this is the first time he's coming here. So it's okay that I gave him chance to air his view, and but we will continue. And I have to apologize to all our regular guys who've been trying to get in, but there's no space for them. And we didn't let people out. It's not been very, but it's okay. Next week we'll do it better. We'll do it in a different way. There are people who actually been writing me, sending me text messages. They've been trying to come in, and we just have Mr. Scribe giving us history. But we appreciate you, Mr. Scribe. I'm just kidding. We appreciate you. All right, let's just do what keeps you up at night and then call it a day. Let me start with you, James. What keeps you up at night?
You're talking to me?
Are you James?
I thought you said John. Yeah, so,
I know you.
You know when whatever
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
gentleman,
I said absolutely nothing keeps me up at night. I sleep very soundly.
Okay.
Because Nigerian problems has no end, and I sleep fine at night.
Okay.
Nothing worries me. Yeah. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. We appreciate you. Ovie, you went to sleep and you are up. What keeps you up at night? Ovie. Wake up.
When you have a special guest like Pansat, I want to take a nap.
Go ahead.
Yeah, what is keeping me up at night? And what time we do? This party ideology idea, this ideology we always talk about. This party has no ideology, that party has ideology. Nobody will be the party. We put religion before any other thing. And when they are using it against us, we say they don't get ideology. This is competition. I want to win. When everybody talk about religion, me, I will talk about the ideology. I'm not going to win. So until we overcome this idea of Christian, Muslim, and now here I come from, now who be this? We will never get to the next stage, which is ideology. Ideology, nobody go buy for supermarket now. It's going to be born out of me and you. As it is now, we are not active in the democratic process. even all the way they make noise for streets, obedient, whatever, they are not invited to the big club. The big club hand their end of year ceremony during the primaries. Now, party now remain now they could celebrate now with the general election. So until we decide to go involved and challenge what is happening now, then form an ideology, it not go work. 4 years time, we'll still be talking about where the president is going to come from, which religion is going to be, how tall it's going to look. So it's about us. It's about us. Now we be the that's why it does it's like you telling a Catholic person to separate the Holy Trinities. God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. How does this work? Now we be the ideology. Everything that we complain about, now we are not talking about strangers. So that's what keeps me overnight. It's not
All right.
That's like when Mr. H.O. came and said, we have to take it over in 2023. How? I don't understand. We have a choice between Obi, Konkoso, Atiku, and Tinubu. So what's the big deal? So it's too late. As far as I'm concerned. So, but anyway, as I said, that's what keeps me up at night.
All right, thank you.
I'm answered.
It was interesting. Boniface, what keeps you up at night? Boniface, what keeps you up at night? I'm sure his system cannot. He doesn't hear. He's not listening to me. Boniface, what keeps you up at night? All right, let's move on. John Abba, what keeps you up at night?
Boniface sleeping is keeping out at night. Boniface always sleeping. Yes. What keeps me up at night is I always believe that I sleep well and nothing bugs me. But when people like your guests, like just pass out or whatever, come on the show and people say, let's take our country back, all those language they are using. Nigerians belong to all of us. It happened in part of like American, the white people say, let's take our country back. It's a racial slang that they speak there. So what part of Nigerian that other belong to that does not belong to the other that the country that will take back? Who have been ruling us? They're not Nigerians, right? Because we have this belief that Fulani are not Nigerians or all those things. This thing will not take us anywhere. If we continue talking this trash, and everybody I respect their own view, and I can always believe that. But this kind of language divisiveness, this bogus English, it's like I remember when I visited my father in the office. I was going back to school, and that's far back. And one guy came and he was speaking so much grammar, and then the police at the counter say you should enter the back of the counter. And he said, no, I come here to complain to arrest somebody. I said, no, your English is too much. Your father write dictionary. Enter. So this is like that. These people ranting. Nigerians belong to all of us. We all have opportunity now to choose our president coming February. Let's do it, and then let's take it from there. Whosoever wins, it's a competition. It's a game that everybody play. So anybody that wins, we all wish Nigerian well and stand behind the person. Whether you say, whether you like Tinubu or you don't like him, you have a right to contest. Whether you like Atiku or you don't like him, you have a right to contest. Whether you like Sowore or you don't like him, you have the right to contest. Whether I like Obi or I don't like him, you have a right to contest. And end of the day, Nigeria will continue to be our country. We all have to work hard to make it work. And we all have to challenge ourselves. Before you cause another person is corrupt, let's turn the mirror on ourselves. How many of us here that we don't have anything to work on? We all have something to work on, and we all should work on ourselves so we can all become a better Nigeria we're all looking forward to.
Wow. Thank you, John Abba. You didn't respond.
You're welcome. You're welcome, brother.
Can I? What keeps you up at night?
What keeps me up at night? I've actually tried to make sure that Nigeria's problem wouldn't cut my sleep at night. However, recently, with the recent happening in Nigeria, I begin to think that this lopsidedness from this nepotic Buhari's government is unbecoming. Few weeks ago, there was a flash torrential rain from the northern part, Gombe and all that, and there was this little flood on the empty land, the farmland, and NEMA, which is the federal government agency, was there helping empty land where nobody lives. I don't know what they are helping there, right? And this rain and some flood from the opened dams from some part of African country cascaded to the eastern part, where the part of Anioma area in Delta State and Anambra State is currently being flooded, and no single NEMA official is there. And this has been happening because Anambra State, for example, annually do have flood issues, and no federal government presence to rescue people or to even help the victims. And in Lagos State, the people living on the island, they also do have this issue with flood annually, and federal government never comes there. But when it concerns the northern part of Nigeria, you see NEMA, you see federal government doling out money, doling out materials to help them. So the lopsidedness in Nigeria is actually it keeps me worried. When is it going to end? How are we going to tackle this deaf and dumb guy in that Aso Rock, and these people surrounding him with their nepotic, evil mindset? So this keeps me worried. Like yesterday, there was a video going around. Actually, they sent me the video. The part of Obunike Ogidi, Onisha area is being flooded, like all the way to Anam.
Let me hold on. Because that was one of the topics we had today, but you guys need to kind of far away. This is image just some parts of Daru.
This is Lokoja.
But across Nigeria, we find Lokoja is caused, including
so you see. But the NEMA will come all the way to Lokoja and ends the strip. So does it mean that the Anambra people, the Delta people, the Lagos people are not human beings? This thing keeps me worried. Like, when is it going to end? So it's becoming like, if you go to there's this popular market in Anambra State where I think they call it building material or Ogidi Ogbunike market. It's flooded, like people's goods destroyed, everything destroyed to the ground. But you will never, just watch it and see, you will never see federal government presence there to compensate them or to even help them with anything. But when it comes to northern part, you see them. Even this guy, Good Lord Jonathan, did the same nonsense then. See, I don't blame those that are calling for, secession. But seriously, it keeps me worried. Like, are we not part of the country? Are we not Nigerians? Are the southern part of Nigeria not part of Nigeria? What is our offense? What offense have we committed? Yes, all these people shouting nonsense there. See, there is flood everywhere. I'm not saying that there's no flood everywhere, but why is part of the country or part of the victims being compensated while the others are being ignored?
All right.
The northern part are being compensated while the southern part are being ignored, as if nothing is happening in southern state. And southern state is where you actually have people's goods being destroyed, houses being destroyed. The northern part is just in the field, just empty land that is being flooded, and they are being compensated.
All right. Hopefully we will have opportunity next week to discuss this, because I will want to get facts, figures, and also the question about what are the people, elected people from whatever area, what are they doing? If you are part of a government and government is compensating some people some other places, and where you
obviously in the south we have criminals as our leaders, so we don't even count on them. We have useless criminals as our leaders.
Whose fault is it? Okay, if you want to look at it, whose fault? If you have criminals,
we keep voting for criminals.
Yeah, even if
and then we keep getting the same result.
So anyway, we'll talk about that another time. But thank you so much. Where am I? I lost track. I think you're next. Why are you laughing at me, Janaba? When the setup shift, you don't understand what I'm dealing with here. I don't want to go ahead.
Okay. My ground is with Pansan. Okay. It's like Pansan is like a accidental enthusiast who is always trying to shove his opinion down everybody's throat. You take it or you don't take it, and if you don't, then you are damned. If you take it, you are damned. See, I don't have to be obedient. I don't have to support Peter Obi. Okay. And if you look at my name, it's Adewale. So once people see that name, they will think, oh, he's gonna be Tinubu sympathizer, maybe one way or the other. But the thing is this, I've said it several times. If I were to be in Nigeria today, Obi will be my first choice. But then I look at it this way. The last video you showed, the gentleman that was talking about secession from Nigeria, those are the things that turn people off when you see a candidacy of person like Governor Peter Obi. You see, and the other way around, we have people saying, you know what, we need to move away from Nigeria. And here is somebody from that extracted part of that country who is saying, let's unite the country together. So how do you reconcile both? It's a turnoff. And then when somebody like Pansa comes on the show and say, well, you know what, if you don't listen, see, there's sense in nonsense. And people like this worries me a lot. And that is a Nigerian factor right there. You don't have to tell me what I need to do. If I find fulfillment in certain candidates, why not? Ovi is going with Kwankwaso. It's not even from where Kwankwaso is from, right? So people like this gives me worry a lot. And secondly, the election of next year, I keep saying about the security around Nigeria concerning an election coming next year. Because if there's no guarantee that the security will be put in place, the election may not hold. And we know what will happen if there's no election. The thing will keep dragging, and if you are not careful, it could put that country into a lot of trouble. And Mr. Scribe said something about revolutions, that what happens then was women supporting the agenda of the revolution and all that. In this new dispensation, tell me the country in Africa that have gone on the path of revolution by installing their leaders that is stable, that they fare better. None, zero. Egypt is more or less like a shadow of itself. So we should look inward. Nigeria is what we have. Okay, vote for whoever you want to vote for. If you think this is the person that can redeem the country back in its glorious way or whatever, let us go for that. And that's my worry. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Let me just respond to Mr. Dawale a little. Just few seconds. Just few seconds, please. Just few seconds. There is an impression I want to correct, right? This guy in Finland, Simon Ekpa, that is talking about secession, shouldn't be kind of a measure for you not to support Obi if you are actually in support of Obi. Because why I say this is because decades ago, the Northerners are talking about Araba. Araba means divide, right? And nobody used that against them to say, okay, since you're talking about Araba, we wouldn't vote for you, right? And currently, the Yorubas, the Afenifere, the Yoruba, not Afeniferes, are talking about Yoruba nation. And nobody will say because they're talking about Yoruba nation, so therefore I shouldn't be supporting, what is the guy? Tinubu, right? So that Simon Ekpa is talking about Biafra shouldn't be a yardstick for you to say, okay, I'm not going to vote for Peter Obi if truly you are supporting Peter Obi. So I want us to correct that. These three major languages or ethnicities in Nigeria are talking about separation. And I shouldn't be a yardstick for saying that, okay, I'm not going to support this person because his people are talking about separation. Arewa are talking about it, Yorubas are talking about it, Igbos are talking about it. What we should be talking about right now is, can we listen to these three major ethnic groups and know what the issue is? Can we sit down and dialogue? Can we talk? Which is actually what this Fulani man in Asorok is failing to do, because he's deaf and dumb. So that's what I say. Let me just try to correct that impression.
If I may for a second. If I may for a second. See, I'm going to vote for Obi if I could vote for Obi because he's from southeastern part of Nigeria, not because it has any miracle to perform in Nigeria. See, let's assume last week I asked one of the invitee of Dr. Damages about what he's going to do when he becomes president. Now, see, let's assume Peter Obi becomes president. Where is he going to push all the established politicians? See, it's going to be a more sling bout, a party, because now, you see, all the established politicians, they are not going to let that happen. You see,
All
there
right.
is no way to push them. That is the factor I want us to look at.
Somebody,
Okay.
one voice suggested for mass burial for all of them.
Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. You see, this is why I like what your intervention, okay? And but this is why I don't let certain things happen. I know that if I let Kenneth speak, that means Adewale will respond, and then we forget that we are
Sorry.
actually rounding
I'm
up.
sorry,
You
man.
know? All right. So Jacob, go ahead.
Okay. The question
What
was
keeps you up at night?
okay. Um, a few things that give me deep cause for worry. Um, in on the 29th of May, 1999, Nigeria returned to democracy, and that was the Fourth Republic. Now, my birthday is June the 28th. So, 29th of May was 1 month to my 15th birthday. Now, as a 15-year-old, I was still coming the to understand the implication of government to my life. Now, something very significant that I remember was a statement from one of my uncles. He said that in 1993, elections were done and then the military took over. So now, 99, those people who were affected were scared to attempt to contest. They were waiting to see if the democracy had come to stay. So left the field open for riffraffs to take over, and that is part of the problem. And now, what these people did, the riffraffs he was referring to, consolidated, and then they kept handing the baton down to their cronies, and that's why we still part of why we still have the problems that we're dealing with. So the sensible people were locked up. So now we have a situation where there are people with very low intelligence in very high positions of responsibility and power. Now, we got lucky in 2015. Now I'm getting to the point of what keeps me worried at night. Now, in 2015, we got lucky that Gabriel Jonathan placed a phone call, and that essentially averted a disaster like what happened with Lauren Gbagbo, Alisant Ouattara. So now I'm worried. What will happen in 2015? Now, sorry, 2023. Now that Nigeria has become more fractured, we have agitations from all corners, especially secessionist agitations. But I would want to avoid using that word. I think people want to attain.
All right, Jacob, we are having difficulties hearing you, but we got the idea. We thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your contribution. Boniface, can you hear me?
Doctor, you skipped me. Oh.
Yes, I can hear. Can you guys hear me now?
Who is speaking? Boniface?
Yeah, it's Boniface.
Okay. You have 1 minute. Let me bring my what keeps you up at night.
What keeps me up at night is right now. What keeps me like I wrote in the comment. My village is submerged in Anambra State.
What's the name?
So,
What's the name of your village?
I'm from Umuabanam.
Okay. Is the government people, are they there? The government agency in charge of emergencies, are they there?
They come and do most of the time. They will come and do video, and after the video, that's it. Maybe some persons collect the money, and you never. The only time I have actually had an intervention was in 2012 when Peter Obi was still the governor. I know he came to my village and they built tents in the community. As in, we have two villages. There's one in Anambra East, one in Anambra West. So he built a village. As in, he built tents in the field, the school fields. Most of the schools were closed, and then the schools were used for shelter. But right now, I don't think anything is happening in East to Israel as it stands now, and it's giving me worries.
Yeah,
So,
we are sorry about that. You know.
another thing I want to talk about again is the fact that people still don't understand that Nigeria is still Nigeria, and if you're Nigerian, you're only gonna get Nigerian president and Nigerian governors. So uh, even if you want to expect revolution, it's not gonna happen overnight. So I will tell people like that while Buhari won 2015 and we are not getting what we need, I'm actually happy that he won, because if he didn't win, people are quick to forget that it was not as if Jonathan government was that sweet. It was bad. That was why Nigeria wanted a change. Unfortunately, we got a bad change, but I still believe that if we continue changing, we will get there. So I don't want anything to do with PDP and APC in my life again. Both parties have failed us. So let's try a new one. If Obi doesn't do well, we'll kick him out. So that's why I love the fact that people wants to take over this, so that people will know that at least we have the power to do this. And the politicians will also know that if they fuck up, they are going to be kicked out. So my what those are two things that keeps me out at night right now. My village is underwater, and I want Nigerians to take over the proceedings of who becomes their leader. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Finally,
Doctor,
oh,
I've not
victory,
said my own no.
victory. Okay, victory. Go ahead. Sorry.
Doctor, this one that you keep skipping me. What is going on
Yeah, I
today now? I
don't
don't
know.
understand.
I don't know. This is crazy. You have to, maybe because you are relaxed. I thought you were about to sleep, and then go ahead.
As a matter of fact, what keeps me up at night is Mr. Scribe and Boniface having the same background. Are they in the same room?
No, there was a time there were four of them in the same room. We need to
What is
investigate.
going on here? Are you
We
people
need...
in the same room? Please, I should come and join you people. And as a matter of fact, I cannot sleep in when we're discussing serious matter according to Pansat.
Yeah.
That's
We saw them.
That's very worrying.
We keep all these videos when they
I wasn't actually sleeping. I was just bored.
when they run for president. We show these videos. Don't worry. Go ahead.
Anyway, I was going to say that I listened to the former education secretary, education minister under Jonathan. Is a queer me? What's her name? The lady. She said something that was very. Sorry.
Obi Ezekwesili.
Yeah. She said something that was very, very, that really, pricked my interest. Which she said that you wouldn't expect that the people that have been running Nigeria the way it is, we just fold their hands and expect Obi to come and take over. Of course, they're not going to sit back and let that happen. So it's a matter of the people, as in the masses, against the establishment in that country. So and that's a very true statement. You will not expect people that seize the political power in that country to just expect Obi to just come over and just take over like that. There's going to be a big backlash, and at the end of the day, something has to give. So my worry is that if this whole movement does not turn up to be anything, what's going to be next? What will be the fallout from this? Because the way this movement is going is so serious, and if Obi does not win, what happens next? Because God knows how this movement is going to snowball into something else. I just hope it doesn't turn into something else, because there's a lot of people out there that are putting a lot of energy into this thing. They're spending their own money, and if they don't win, there's going to be serious serious repercussion in that country. That's the thing that actually keeps me that I'm worried about anyway.
All right. Thank you so much, Victory. And that remains Mr. Scribe. I intentionally left it so that he will be the last person. I will give him 1 minute. If he starts talking about revolution, I play our closing music, and I'll play the closing music and sign off. So just in case you don't hear from me again, thank you so much. Okay, Mr. Scribe, go ahead.
You see, there's very limited time, and I apologize that the whole revolution thing may have not come out properly, but trust me, I know what I'm talking about. But anyways, what keeps me up at night is the black man, the misunderstood nature of the black man, and how black people also misunderstand themselves, but vis-a-vis also as an Igbo person, how the Igbo person misunderstands themselves. And I'm going to explain it. The thing is, in 1 minute. The way in 1 minute. Yeah. So you see, Pansat, all these discussions, the commonality you will see in most of our discussions, especially amongst Igbo people, is that we've refused to understand one thing, that fundamentally in our spirit, deep down, we are egalitarian. And by being egalitarian, we have a saying that say that we don't have a king. Igbo, if you go back to the Nri kingdom, it is the purest form of democracy that has ever existed on the face of the earth, where even a kid can address an elderly one. So sometimes when we are here in these kind of situations and you see this kind of rancor, you know that it is as a result of us leaning or swallowing hook, line, and sinker the interpretation of the Europeans, and I quote, feudal Europeans of ourselves. And you see, Bob Marley has a song said,